The Health Book by Peter Deunov, Beinsa DOUNO, translation and audiobook edition 2023 by David DeAngelis. All rights are reserved. Introduction. This book is compiled by a group of disciples using excerpts from Master Peter Deunov's lectures. The recommendations collected over the years are addressed to listeners of different inspirations. They have been grouped according to a logical organization so as to prioritize the accuracy of the original texts scattered in different books at the risk of repetition, rather than depriving readers of in-depth and more complete information. Repetition itself constitutes a pedagogical method. In order to respect the integrity of the master's thought, we considered it preferable not to disassociate the principles of high spirituality from the practice of daily life. We entrust to everyone's attention and spiritual openness the putting into practice of this immemorial wisdom that was already expressed with a wide profusion of knowledge at the beginning of the 20th century. The ultimate goal is the reconciliation of man with the divine in him, the basis of a path to a better existence, in accordance with the laws of nature, in order to understand the causes of his illnesses and to find the means of healing best suited to man today. Editor's note, readers, be alert to the fact that the recommendations and prescriptions contained in this book cannot be read independently of the author's spiritual approach and do not in any way replace appropriate medical advice. They promote the awakening of the divine in man and his harmonization with the laws of nature in his daily life. They are not a substitute for medicine. The publisher assumes no responsibility for any direct or indirect damage caused by reading the information in this book. Each reader assumes full responsibility for his or her own health and from the use of the information contained in this book. Biographical notes on the author. Peter Deunov, 1864 to 1944, also called Beinsa DOUNO, is a spiritual master originally from Bulgaria. After studying theology and medicine in the United States, 1888 to 1895, he began lecturing from the early 20th century until the end of his life. His words reveal in a simple way the true origins of life in its beauty, its richness, its power, but also its complexity. Gradually, a new understanding of human life as an integral part of universal life emerges. While a large number of natural therapies currently used in Bulgaria and other countries have drawn their inspiration from Peter Deunov's innovative ideas, his teaching remains to this day an inexhaustible source of knowledge and wisdom. At the beginning of the third millennium, it seems more necessary than ever for contemporary man to recognize himself with the universal principles and laws of living nature. The selected texts are grouped into chapters concerning the constitution of the human organism, the prerequisites for a healthy way of life, the causes of diseases, healing, and the improvement of health, with numerous general recommendations and others more specific to concrete diseases. Thus, a broad possibility of understanding the basics of the health of body, soul, and spirit enables everyone to become aware of the innumerable links that unite the different systems of the human organism with those of nature and the universe. I. The human body and its constitution. 1. Constitution. All divine creation exists in miniature in man. Each man is like a string on the divine instrument on which unseen entities play with their bows. Man's body is the result of the divine energy that created today's human organism. Man possesses 12 bodies, but, for the time being, only 4 are in operation. The physical body, the astral body or emotion body, the mental body, and a 4th named the causal body. The other 8 subtle bodies are still in the embryonal state, but they will manifest in the future. When man reaches the spiritual world, 4 other bodies will manifest, and when he enters the divine world, the other 4 bodies will develop. Each will develop and manifest at the right time. The human soul possesses its own specific body through which it can elevate and glorify itself. This body is so plastic, so well made that it is capable of shrinking or enlarging. It is precisely this body that builds the physical body, as well as all other bodies. The intellect and heart are as important as the physical body. The latter represents the base in the bosom of which man draws his life forces. The physical body represents a divine garment that is constantly being renewed. It changes every 7 years. Because of this permanent renewal, man is healthy, full of energy and well-being. At present, our spiritual body is in formation as it is not completed. The forehead, nose, mouth, bones, skull, brain, Hands are not yet fully processed. The astral hand is in the process of forming. The astral substance is condensing, preparing for a higher, purer life. At present, it resembles something fluidic, liquid-like. Man is shaped like a cone, wider at the top at shoulder level, narrower at the bottom. This testifies to his descent into the physical world, that is, the material world. The human head is the result of different cultures through which human beings have passed. The construction of the physical body is the result of animal existences. Its matter is the result of the action of plants. At the time of the plant stage, man selected the materials that went into the construction of his body. At the time of the animal stage, he formed his own body. At the time of his arrival at the human stage, he created his own head and face. God breathed life into man, and he became a living soul. The substance of which man is created differs from that of animals and other creatures. The forms that make up an animal's body are processed through specific forces and materials. This matter is not easy to transform. Each human being is also created of a matter composed of specific elements. Some humans possess more gold in their blood, others more silver, more iron, more copper, and so on. In blood, gold represents no more than 1/10 of a millionth of a milligram, but it acts deeply on human character. If researchers wanted to discover this gold with their scales and measurements, they would not succeed. However, its influence is powerful in those who possess it in their blood in large quantities. In addition to gold, there is also another substance. He who possesses it in his own blood could work miracles. The primary substance from which the world was created was millions of times more diluted than hydrogen. The primary forces that operated in this matter were originally as powerful as they are today, and if just 1 gram of it could be obtained, one could run all industrial enterprises on Earth, day and night, without interruption for 3,000 years. Digestion reflects on the blood circulation, circulation on the respiratory system on the nervous system, and from there on the brain, the seat of thought. But the brain, like the nervous system, is not the place where thought is created. In fact, they merely transmit and process it. There is a higher world where thought is created. It is later sent to us through the intermediary of the brain and the nervous system, which serve as conductors. The intellect principle is conditioned through the nervous system, in which the brain, nerves, and senses play an essential role. The heart principle, or the power of emotionality, is related to the respiratory system, as well as blood circulation and digestion. Man's will is closely conditioned by his higher faculty, which is called self-consciousness, or rather superconsciousness. It manifests itself through the motive power of muscles. Man is not truly conscious of himself until he begins to use the set of different organs in his body. The world of synthesis is the head. The lungs and heart, which rhythm life and move blood, represent the spiritual world. The stomach, represents the physical or material world. Consequently, man must know how to live in these 3 worlds. Man differs from all animals in that he has a head. This represents a first world. The second world starts from the neck and incorporates the thorax with the heart, lungs, and part of the stomach. The third world starts through the stomach and includes the intestines, liver, and kidneys. The physical world corresponds to the digestive system. It includes 3 regions: hell, which is the large intestine; purgatory, which is the small intestine; and heaven, which is the stomach. The spiritual world includes the lungs with its 2 wings. Good passes through the right wing and evil through the left wing. The right wing of the lung represents heaven and the left wing represents hell. The head of man, where the brain is located, represents the divine world. The front part of the head and the upper part of the skull represent good or heaven, and the back part of the skull represents hell. Put another way, man has the ability to live simultaneously in the physical, spiritual, and divine worlds. Health is also contained in a gland located under the sternum, just above the solar plexus. If you come to put it in contact with the solar energies, and if you knew the time when these energies are most powerful, you could achieve great results. Knowing this law, every man could make contact between this gland and the solar energies, and thus he could live as much as he would like. If man wants to develop his intellect, he must link this gland, on the one hand, with the bright energies of the moon, and on the other hand with the energies of the brain, which are of another order. Man's intellect serves solely in this world. What the intellect grasps is true mainly for the world in which we live, but what it can say about the other, unseen world does not correspond to reality. It is through the heart that we know the other world. For the inner world, what the heart thinks is true. To gain access to the spiritual world, we must rely on the penetrating power of our heart. The first thing noted in our organism is the existence of an established order among all the organs, an interdependence in their activities, and a harmony among all their workers who know their work perfectly well. In the human body, the organs have no personal interests. They have in mind only the common welfare that makes man happy. This is the secret that contributes to the common good. In the healthy organism, nothing is arbitrary. There are no fortuitous acts. Unity reigns in it. When a cell becomes ill or suffers, all the cells around it become compassionate, and by all means they try to suppress this illness as quickly as possible. Within the body, everything is distributed with mathematical exactitude. This order balances the energies of the organism and creates harmony. It is what we call health. Predominant character traits shape ears, eyes, eyebrows, hair that is thin or thick, fingers that are short or long. At every moment, the composition of saliva changes and indicates the changes that occur in the psyche. It is all a science that will be studied in the future. In one of his epistles, St. Paul said, "With my flesh I served sin, and with my spirit I served the law of love." Who will save us from this situation? Well, no one. Man must serve both the flesh and the spirit. If you are made of flesh, you will eat, sleep, work. If you come from the spirit, you will work through it into the spiritual world and the divine world. Whether he wants it or not, man is in the service of the flesh and the spirit. Digestion reflects on the blood circulation, circulation on the respiratory system on the nervous system, and from there on the brain, the seat of thought. But the brain, like the nervous system, is not the place where thought is created. In fact, they merely transmit and process it. There is a higher world where thought is created. It is later sent to us through the intermediary of the brain and the nervous system, which serve as conductors. The intellect principle is conditioned through the nervous system, in which the brain, nerves, and senses play an essential role. The heart principle, or the power of emotionality, is related to the respiratory system, as well as blood circulation and digestion. Man's will is closely conditioned by his higher faculty, which is called self-consciousness, or rather superconsciousness. It manifests itself through the motive power of muscles. Man is not truly conscious of himself until he begins to use the set of different organs in his body. The world of synthesis is the head. The lungs and heart, which rhythm life and move blood, represent the spiritual world. The stomach, represents the physical or material world. Consequently, man must know how to live in these three worlds. Man differs from all animals in that he has a head. This represents a first world. The second world starts from the neck and incorporates the thorax with the heart, lungs, and part of the stomach. The third world starts through the stomach and includes the intestines, liver, and kidneys. The physical world corresponds to the digestive system. It includes three regions: hell, which is the large intestine; purgatory, which is the small intestine; and heaven, which is the stomach. The spiritual world includes the lungs with its two wings. Good passes through the right wing and evil through the left wing. The right wing of the lung represents heaven and the left wing represents hell. The head of man, where the brain is located, represents the divine world. The front part of the head and the upper part of the skull represent good or heaven, and the back part of the skull represents hell. Put another way, man has the ability to live simultaneously in the physical, spiritual, and divine worlds. Health is also contained in a gland located under the sternum, just above the solar plexus. If you come to put it in contact with the solar energies, and if you knew the time when these energies are most powerful, you could achieve great results. Knowing this law, every man could make contact between this gland and the solar energies, and thus he could live as much as he would like. If man wants to develop his intellect, he must link this gland, on the one hand, with the bright energies of the moon, and on the other hand with the energies of the brain, which are of another order. Man's intellect serves solely in this world. What the intellect grasps is true mainly for the world in which we live, but what it can say about the other, unseen world does not correspond to reality. It is through the heart that we know the other world. For the inner world, what the heart thinks is true. To gain access to the spiritual world, we must rely on the penetrating power of our heart. The first thing noted in our organism is the existence of an established order among all the organs, an interdependence in their activities, and a harmony among all their workers who know their work perfectly well. In the human body, the organs have no personal interests. They have in mind only the common welfare that makes man happy. This is the secret that contributes to the common good. In the healthy organism, nothing is arbitrary. There are no fortuitous acts. Unity reigns in it. When a cell becomes ill or suffers, all the cells around it become compassionate, and by all means they try to suppress this illness as quickly as possible. Within the body, everything is distributed with mathematical exactitude. This order balances the energies of the organism and creates harmony. It is what we call health. Predominant character traits shape ears, eyes, eyebrows, hair that is thin or thick, fingers that are short or long. At every moment, the composition of saliva changes and indicates the changes that occur in the psyche. It is all a science that will be studied in the future. In one of his epistles, St. Paul said, "With my flesh I served sin, and with my spirit I served the law of love." Who will save us from this situation? Well, no one. Man must serve both the flesh and the spirit. If you are made of flesh, you will eat, sleep, work. If you come from the spirit, you will work through it into the spiritual world and the divine world. Whether he wants it or not, man is in the service of the flesh and the spirit. Whatever may be said or read in sacred texts, it is impossible for man to free himself from his own nature. The struggle between the flesh and the spirit has always existed and will always exist. Just as the life of the spirit and the life of the flesh struggle with each other, so one and the other are indispensable for man's evolution. Without the life of the flesh you cannot exist, and no evolution is possible. Therefore, do not be afraid of the flesh, but try to subdue it so that it can become the servant of the spirit. Under all circumstances, educate your flesh. According to Hindus, Akasha is an eternal element that fills space. From this substance, all things are formed. It is there, unchanging and immovable. It resembles a great aristocratic inactive and in eternal rest. The second element is prana, equally eternal force. It provides electricity and magnetism. It is it that creates forms. The ether, air, water, comets, planets, all come from prana and akasha. Behind prana and akasha are other substances whose existence and essence are unknown. In order to benefit from prana, man must learn the laws that govern it, since different diseases, headaches, tuberculosis, digestive problems come from its improper distribution in the human body. If the muscles are deprived of it, rheumatism appears in the joints. The science of prana aims to distribute energy evenly among organs and cells so that they do not suffer. Man cannot claim to have good health if he does not understand the laws of prana. In this sense, breathing is nothing but an essential method of prana accumulation. Why must man behave well? In order to receive prana and use it well. If man does not make his intelligence, heart, and will work properly, he deprives himself of prana that is essential to his life. 2. The nervous system. When we study the psychology of the nervous system, we come to the conclusion that it is an installation traversed by the forces of living nature. Nerve filaments are living cells. They are conductors of nerve energy circulating through them like water circulating in irrigation canals. If the water contains sand, limestone deposits gradually form which, by settling on the walls of the pipes, may one day block them permanently. This is how plugs form in water pipes. The same process occurs in the human nervous system. What should be done then? It is necessary to remove the plugs by knowing how to sort through one's thoughts and feelings. Man represents a tree composed of two other trees that correspond to the brain system on one side and the sympathetic nervous system on the other. The branches of the first, the cerebral system, descend to the extremities of the body, so much so that its roots are located high in the brain. The second tree, the sympathetic nervous system, also named the stomach brain, is composed of numerous ganglia. They are mainly arranged in the abdominal region where the roots of the sympathetic system are located, that is, in the abdominal brain, and its branches rise upward, so the branches of the two trees interpenetrate. How do these two systems differ? Through the result of their action. The brain system carries electricity, and if it is more developed than the other, man begins to dry out. Electricity removes moisture from the organism, and that is why man dries up, lacks water. The sympathetic system produces contrary results. It carries magnetism. When it is developed in someone, that person gets fat. It produces an accumulation, an excess of matter that turns into fat. These two systems can correct each other. The seat of consciousness is in the head and partially in the spine. Consciousness is manifested through the brain and through the spinal cord. In other times, the seat of consciousness was not in the brain. It was located in the sympathetic system, also called the solar plexus. That was where it was located in the distant past, and man thought through his solar plexus. In all circumstances, a man's success depends on his sympathetic system. Joy, good disposition of spirit, inspiration, rest on it. Presently is the time of work on the organization of the human heart and brain. All organs of the human body are organized to come into accord with the sympathetic nervous system. The divine energy in man is provided by the sympathetic system. Man's spiritual force is located in his solar plexus, which I call the brain of life. The brain, which at the present time is not yet organized, and the solar plexus, the creator of life, must harmonize. This is indispensable because you belong not only to the world in which you live, but also to a higher world. Man's strength is hidden in the sympathetic system, which is why you must not leave it open and allow every passerby to come in and out at will. Close it with Novi keys, but also install Novi taps so that those who are thirsty can quench their thirst. The sympathetic nervous system directly receives truth and reality, while the brain only reflects it. The sympathetic system is disturbed when the currents directing it to the brain are disrupted. The activity of the two systems is then disrupted. For example, hatred disrupts the activity of these two systems. To rejuvenate, do 15 to 20 minutes of sympathetic system exercises every day. In the sympathetic system are hidden the roots of life. When there are conditions for their development, man gets fat. The thin and dry man thinks more. He who is fat is more sensitive and emotional. If we study the sympathetic system, we find that its roots are implanted in the abdominal region where there are glands named the stomach brain or solar plexus. Branches of the latter head to the main brain, and from there, energies are sent back down. If the sympathetic system were not controlled by the main brain, man would be at the animal stage, directed by the law of conservation. Man's physical heart is slightly to the left, but his spiritual heart is in the center just below the breastbone. It is the most fragile place that man must protect very carefully. The solar plexus is under the influence of the liver, which man must keep in good condition. How? Through the solar plexus. All impurities of the mental and emotional world pass through the liver, and from there go to the center of the earth to be eliminated. In this sense, the solar plexus serves as a purification channel for impure thoughts and feelings. Human health depends on the good state of the liver. The inner heart is not the one that propels blood, but the one that forms feelings and is called the solar plexus. It is the organ that accumulates solar energy. The intellect is the instrument that accumulates the lunar energies, the energies of the other planets and the stars. It condenses light and forms the subtle materials, that is, the images of thought. In order to acquire occult knowledge of the highest level, man must possess a very healthy and very resilient nervous system, because higher thoughts and feelings demand a healthy nervous system in very good condition. Coarse thoughts, feelings, and acts damage the brain. 3. The brain. When people talk about the divine world, that is, a world of a higher culture, they think of the human brain. The divine world is an organized world where almost no change is produced. It is not exhausted like the body. Its matter is characterized by its great endurance. An immense capital is found in the brain. It is the brain that created the face. Through the appearance of the face, one can recognize the state of the brain. Through the eyes, ears, smell, taste, or skin of the face, one can understand what state it is in. If one could know the state of the brain, one would know what state the human body is in with its organs. Thought does not originate in the brain, nor in the nervous system. They only receive and shape it. There is therefore a higher world where thoughts are created. From there, they are sent into our world through the intermediary of the brain and nervous system, conductors of all ideas and thoughts. Faith allows the secretion of a hormone. If faith cannot draw blood into your brain, it is weak. Hope also produces a specific hormone. If your hope cannot attract blood to your brain, it is weak. If your reasoning cannot attract blood into your brain, it is also weakly developed. In the same way, music must attract blood to the musical centers located in the brain. The new man is the one in whom all the centers and all the glands of the brain are well supplied with blood. When the brain glands and centers are well developed and renewed, the new man will be created. The causes of rejuvenation and even immortality are hidden in the internally secreting glands. Immortality is laid in man, but he does not know how to obtain it. Reason is laid in man, but he does not know how to use it. All virtues are laid in man, but he does not know how to develop them. Just as the gardener waters the vegetables in his garden, in the same way man must direct his thinking toward the centers of his brain in order to bring energies to them to nourish them. If he waters only a few centers and abandons the others, man is partially developed. Men are sad because they are partially developed. Hunger is related to the sense of appetite whose center is located in the temples. Men who have this well-developed center have a great appetite. One must feed oneself, but one must know how to do so. Certain scientists and occultists have observed that white threads are beginning to develop in the human brain to form certain forms of the future organs for the new humanity. Until human beings have created these new organs, many things will remain inexplicable to them. New humans must be constituted of new matter. There are specialized cells in the brain that pick up all the shades of sunlight, of which there are 52. We pick up only 2 of these shades. Other cells pick up the energies of the earth. Still others are specialized for the sciences, the arts, music, intuition, and so on. All these cells possess great intelligence. In the human body, the brain is the least sensitive organ. It can even be touched. It feels nothing. It is because it accumulates an excess of energy, and then it starts to suffer. In other times, human beings worked with the right hemisphere of the brain, and the left hand was more developed. Today, because the right hemisphere is tired, the work passes into the left hemisphere, which is why contemporary man works more with his right hand. The intelligent spirits who direct humanity have made sure that in the present age man works with the left hemisphere and the right hand. Some people come into the world with a very good memory transmitted through numerous previous generations who have worked on its development. Every man is born with the ability to develop his memory. Men with a poorly developed forehead have a better memory than those with a large forehead. The latter have many ideas and are very resourceful, but distracted. The brain is composed of 2 kinds of matter. One is physical and decomposes, the other is subtle, spiritual, and does not degrade. All human thoughts are imprinted in spiritual matter. It is precisely this matter that man carries with him after his death and forms the image of the deceased. The entire surface of the human brain and body represents a receptacle for the many energies that come everywhere, from all over nature. The brain, which is very resilient, is never sick. The cause of the disease is hidden elsewhere. In one case in 10,000 only, it may be that the brain is attacked by an evil that concerns rather its posterior part. This evil arises from a contrast caused by a conflict between the intellect and the heart. 4. Cell's life flows from the great that has no beginning and no end. Life comes from the essential, from the great and not the small. Scientists say that life came from a small cell. Actually, the cell is like the tap through which water flows, but the water comes from somewhere else. In the same way, life comes from somewhere else, and the cell is its conductor, but an intelligent conductor. Certain categories of cells make up the brain, others the stomach, others the lungs, others the nervous system, etc. They are exceptional chemists who know how to combine elements. Cells are also more intelligent than the man in whom they are found. Man considers himself master of his own body, but in reality certain of his servants are more intelligent than he is. It is necessary for the owner to address the Lord with these words, "Lord, I wish I knew at least as much as the servants who dwell in my head." It is necessary to become a little more humble and acknowledge our ignorance. If a man's blood is not pure and he is not fortunate, can he be said to be a wise man? He doesn't know much yet. What does man represent? a collection of billions of little souls and entities that have come together in the name of divine love to enter and work in a body for the purpose of giving it a human expression. They sacrificed themselves for it and became its servants. Because they do not understand it, it is said that the body is nothing but a machine. In the world, there is a matter endowed with intelligence that penetrates all the cells of the body. We do not even assume its existence. Around this intelligent matter circulates an intelligent force. The two join together, encompass all cells, and penetrate down to the smallest particles of our organism. An immortal primordial cell is found in the human organism. Everyone must discover it. It is the ancestor of all cells. This primary living cell differs from other cells by the fact that it contains a horn-like substance. The nutrients in it are more abundant than in other cells. Due to its hard nucleus, which makes it very durable, it is able to withstand the harshest conditions. The human organism is composed of about 60 trillion differentiated cells, endowed with great intelligence. All these cells possess qualities and skills similar to those of beings of the different kingdoms of nature and different intelligences. For example, certain cells of the organism carry in them the culture of plants, others are well versed in chemistry or physics, and others are exceptional agronomists and know how to choose conditions favorable for their development. They know the best soil and the one that does not suit them. Some cells know the law of crystallization. Some others have passed through the culture of fish, birds, mammals. Finally, there are cells that have passed through the culture of highly evolved and conscious entities. Today, these cells form the brain of man. Certain cells play the role of the greatest physicians. He who falls ill and has faith in these cells can heal, since they possess a laboratory where they prepare medicines capable of healing all diseases. Man defines himself through his head. Without the head, man's body resembles that of an animal. It is through his head that he has progressively separated himself from other creatures. The structure of the sun and that of the cell are similar, analogous. The sun consists of 3 parts. One prepares energy, the second accumulates and transforms it, and the third sends it toward the earth. In the same way, there are 3 parts in cells: an outer one that receives solar energy, an intermediate one that accumulates it, and a third, in the center, that converts it into living force. These 3 parts exist in the organism in a more developed form. They are most easily distinguished in the fetus: the outer covering called the ectoderm, the intermediate part or exoderm, and the inner part or endoderm. Cells that stop serving become harmful and dangerous to the health of other cells. They are rejected through the body for the good of the organism as a whole. Our health rests on this natural law of prevention. Men today ignore that the cell possesses consciousness and do not imagine its great intelligence. Your health, possibilities, and virtues depend considerably on your cells. That is why every morning send them a good thought. In the sacred scriptures it is said, "We are the temple where God dwells, and everything in us is alive." For thousands of years, the divine spirit has been working on us, giving us an organism with feet, hands, a brain, a heart, etc. If in our present life we are incapable of controlling our organism and its energies, those of the brain, heart, arteries, and all the little cells that are part of it, what can we hope for? You get up every morning without thinking about your body. Pray for it, and send a luminous thought to the cells that make up your stomach, your brain, and all your organs. Meditate on the work done by the living entities that inhabit it. Thank them. Send them your blessing as a good master would about his servants. Give them strength, and they will rejoice. Speak to them. They converse with everything. There is a divine law that directs them. Encourage them, since they are intelligent and conscious entities. Be conscious also, attentive to them, and speak to them as a good master would. 5. The heart. When the Earth deviated its trajectory by 23 degrees, the heart also shifted 23 degrees, which is why it is not in the center of the chest, but a little to the left. One day, when the Earth resumes its original position, the heart will return to the center as at the time of the creation of the first man. Contemporary medicine describes the heart as a pump that through contraction and dilation sends blood into the body. There is a living force that sends blood into the heart. It comes as a current into the body and causes the heart cells to pulsate. The regulator of this force is located in the brain. Heart cells are thus conscious beings. They rank second after brain cells in terms of their intelligence. The contraction and dilation of the heart come from electricity that descends from a specific region of the universe. The brain regularizes the areas of the heart. Many men die prematurely because they interrupt the electricity coming from outside. Just as wheels are set in motion by a dynamic force, in the same way the heart contracts and expands. That is, a continuous process of ebb and flow takes place in it. With each contraction it receives blood, and with each dilation it sends it throughout the body. In reality, the heart, as a physical organ, does not possess the force for blood propulsion. The pulsation of the heart is explained through the electricity and cosmic magnetism that bring life. When the harmony between these forces is disrupted, then the activity of the heart is disrupted. Blood is a conductor of human life. According to its quality and quantity, life increases or decreases. Blood is essentially composed of two elements, liquid plasma and red and white blood cells. It transports the corpuscles in the body and brings the oxygen necessary for life to the body. It eliminates carbonic gas, which has formed, as this is a poison. The venous blood conducts it to the outside. This purification is a continuous process. When our thinking is not pure, carbonic gas increases. If our thinking is purified, oxygen increases and carbonic gas decreases. If our heart is pure and our thoughts are right, oxygen increases and vice versa. The same for acts. If you poison your blood plasma with your feelings, thoughts, and deeds, who will be able to help you? Little by little, you will begin to suffocate. The heart is the pulse of the whole cosmos. In higher mathematics, there are calculations that we do not yet know. There are also certain tables by which calculations are made to define the heartbeats of all human beings. There are no two people whose hearts beat in the same way. In some, after 10 pulsations, the heart makes a small interval. In others, it is after the 20th, or after the 30th, or again after the 100th pulse, and so on. Do you know why this short space of time exists? Because the heart is in relationship with other worlds. Thus, the rhythm of these intervals indicates with which world of the Milky Way or solar constellations man is in relation. In certain brief moments, these three worlds communicate different virtues to the human soul. Regarding the heartbeat, it is observed that in the first 12 hours of the day, the heart beats faster and is in an ascending phase. In the following 12 hours, it beats slowly and is in a descending phase. The same thing is observed for months and years. During the first 14 days of the new moon, the heart is in an ascending phase, and during the following 14 days, it is in a descending phase. During the first part of the year, starting from the date of the first of the year, it is in an ascending phase, and in the second half, it is in a descending phase. It is important for man to know when his heart is in an ascending or descending phase. If man lives well, in accordance with the law of love, his pulse is normal. If he transgresses this law, his pulse is altered. Every negative state through which man passes, whether doubt, discouragement, or disbelief, is reflected in his pulse. He ignores this law. Man is the author of his own suffering. By his own negative thoughts and feelings, man changes the rhythm of the cosmic pulse, the bearer of divine blessing. Your pulse is not normal when you consume indigestible nutrition or when you are in a difficult situation. Currently, the brain and digestive systems are not in a good state. It will be so until the good relations between the brain, lungs, and stomach are restored. Then the pulse will regularize. When a feeling of disharmony appears, for example, hatred, your pulse will not beat correctly. From time to time, man must measure his own pulse to make sure of the regularity of his rhythm. An irregular pulse shows the presence of a disturbance or distortion in one's feelings. Right thinking never disrupts the nerves. Do not mix the functions of the heart with those of the brain. The goal of the heart is to send impure blood toward the lungs in order for it to be purified, and from there arterial blood to be sent throughout the body. The heart not only purifies the blood, but also the feelings. Man possesses 3 hearts. One of them is located below the sternum, the second between the lungs, and the third behind the head. When these 3 hearts function regularly and the main heart does its job properly, man is in a normal state. 6. The digestive system. He who has a healthy digestive system in good condition has a good disposition, joyful, full of life. If you meet someone whose face is dried up, yellow in color, not well disposed to work, it means that his digestive system is in a bad state. He cannot work, His outlook is pessimistic about everything. He lacks faith in life. In order not to fall into such a situation, keep your digestive system in good health. Man's well-being on the physical plane depends on it. It is the first degree of life. The brain and the stomach are the two poles of life. If you have a headache, you need to know that your stomach is in disorder. If you have a stomach ache, you need to know that your head is not in good shape. When your pores are wide open, the stomach is functioning properly. Pores represent the channels through which nature's energies infiltrate the body. A healthy, normal digestive system ensures good brain functioning and, through it, a healthy respiratory system. Hell, symbolically speaking, is located in the intestines. That is why when man has to cure himself, the first thing to do is to clean his stomach and intestines. The more the stomach works, the less the brain works, and inversely. During digestion, it is not enough to form gastric juices, but it is essential to ensure oxygenation that gives pure, red-colored blood. Pure blood contains all the vital elements as well as the kinetic energy and potential energy that are the origin of thought formation. During the circulation of blood, which is not only a physical process but also a spiritual one, an opposite current takes place that nourishes the subtle bodies. Through the physical process, we only understand what is visible and experienceable, but there are things that cannot be seen or submitted to traditional methods. When digestion is defective, at first deposits form in the body, producing some serum in which bacilli multiply. At a second time, the feces are invaded by microbes that cause inflammation. 7. The liver. The liver is an organ of paramount importance in the functioning of the human body. If the liver stops functioning, the man dies. In the present condition, the liver decides everything. If it becomes damaged, man becomes ill-disposed, gloomy, bitter, pessimistic, is careless in speech, develops hatred, copes badly with situations, takes offense, and is capable of murder. All these negative effects come from the liver. If someone's liver is disturbed, negative and unpleasant thoughts pass through his intellect. Liver imbalance develops cruelty. It is related to inferior feelings. Knowing this, have a holy attitude toward the life and health that God has given you. Man lives with his 4 bodies: physical, astral, mental, and causal. Each body, composed of a specific matter, performs a particular work, and each physical organ is linked to an organ of the astral world, which is the world of emotions. The latter regularizes the lower feelings, absorbs toxins from the body, and transforms them. If it is out of place, the toxins spread throughout the organism and the man dies. A very close connection exists between the liver and the biliary vesicle. If this link is broken, life is in danger, as the liver is linked to entities from the lower astral world that begin to influence man and whisper to him pessimistic thoughts that drive him toward self-destruction or suicide. These entities are powerful but inorganized. They do not understand life and are ready to kill everything in their path. When your state of spirit is tormented, you must know that you have fallen into the region of unorganized matter. Saints possess an excellent liver and therefore a good organization of their higher feelings. A liver in good condition is the best servant of the heart. Liver imbalance causes various diseases, for example, neurasthenia. He who is not ready to render service to others is not in good fellowship with God. He is liver sick. When you are in anger, turn to God by begging Him to give you more knowledge and light to regulate your liver problems. If you cannot stand others, if your business is not going well, if you are unable to study, the culprit is always the liver. Its bad state reflects on mental abilities, feelings as well as spiritual abilities. Inferior feelings ravage the liver like termites that plunder everything. He who has come to put his feelings and thoughts in order has his liver in good condition. He is ready to reconcile with everyone. You see the importance of the liver. There is also a relationship with faith. Believing in God means having the liver in good condition and also having the intelligence, heart, and soul well disposed. The term faith in God encompasses a divine state in which one feels capable of doing great works, anything one desires. Faith is that force through which everything is possible. It is indispensable for good liver health. The good or bad state of the liver is reflected in feelings, and vice versa. Feelings influence the state of liver health. The insult you experience as a bitter feeling that is difficult to overcome also affects the liver. If you see the color yellow or an excess of red appear on someone's face, look for the cause in the liver. If the liver is diseased, recovery is very difficult. In humans, the liver is related to the cerebellum. The liver is an indispensable organ, but when it is too big, great misfortunes come. Even if it becomes too small, it is no good. The liver must function to form bile. 8. Hair serves to regularize energies in the human body. Each hair is the center of a dynamic force that helps the distribution of blood over the surface of the body. Hair is also as indispensable to man as plants are to the earth. Hair is nothing but the antennae given to man by nature, by means of which he communicates not only with the most distant places on earth, but also with the other planets. This means that hair is capable of receiving the vibrations of the sun, moon, Mars, Venus, and Jupiter, and communicating with them. However, hair is not capable of picking up vibrations in an equal way. Just as the eyes do not receive light in the same way, one receiving more than the other, the fingers of the hands do not have an identical receiving capacity. The body is a set of multiple antennas. In this sense, it represents a center pervaded by numerous antennae through which countless thoughts, feelings, and desires enter and leave. Plants and trees are known to retain soil moisture. They are pumps that draw moisture to conduct it to the surface of the earth. Hair has a similar function for the human organism. It regularizes moisture in the body. On your head, you have 250,000 hairs, like a beautiful set. Some are implanted on the liver center, others on the center of consciousness, equity, morality, or mercy, etc. These hairs do great work. Thinking means receiving. Do not believe that one can create thoughts by oneself. Thought I speak to you of harmonious thought, you have to attract it through entities on a higher level than you. To have noble feelings, you also have to get them from higher entities. All hair is not made identically. Each thought differs even very little from the others in color, thickness, and quality. You are not the sole owners of your hair. It belongs to previous generations. You therefore have at your disposal the radio receivers of your ancestors. The head is a radio, the hair is antennae, and when the radio is well adjusted, there are no parasitic noises, thoughts are transmitted clearly. Every hair is an antenna, every hair is a conductor of light. Do not even suppose what the relations of hair are with the outer forces of nature. That is why they must be combed and maintained well. To stimulate their abilities, run your hands through your hair often. When you are ill-disposed, nervous, irritated, I recommend that you wet your hair a little and fix it with your fingers or a comb. It is preferable for women to wear their hair long. If you have become too weak, soft, and without will, well shave your hair like a soldier. Conversely, he who is brutal, violent, must let his hair sprout. One should always keep one's hair well combed. I recommend that people who are nervous should dishevel their hair a little every night, run their fingers through it several times, and comb it well in the morning. 9. The senses. The first man was created in the image and likeness of God. He had 12 senses. In the process of involution, he later lost certain senses and today has only 5. That is why one's present knowledge and possibilities compared to the past are in a ratio of 5:12. First touch appeared, then taste, smell, hearing, and finally sight. The 5 senses correspond to the 5 cultures. They summarize the history of the human spirit to the present day. In the future, man still needs to develop other senses. His ears and eyes will change and receive a more perfect form. 3,000 years from now, a huge difference will be found between future humanity and that of our time, and in the eyes of our successors, today's humans will appear as savages. The eye appeared last. It is of higher origin. All the adepts, clairvoyants, and masters of mankind read and instruct themselves based on the eye. The matter with which the eyes were created came from other parts. On earth, it is only a projection. A mutilated organ, for example, the eyes, cannot be truly repaired because its subtle parts are not here on earth. The forces that express human intelligence and wisdom created the nose and ears. The forces and energies through which love is expressed created the mouth. Truth created the eyes, eyebrows, and eyelashes. Wisdom created the forehead. In my opinion, beautiful is he who has healthy eyes, ears, and mouth. The eyes are related to the brain, the ears to the heart and sympathetic system, and the mouth to the stomach and liver. The construction of the nose, its width, and its size depend on the state of the lungs, and its shape corresponds to the shape of the lungs. What does the nose represent? It is a center of electric and magnetic currents. It is like a mountain where nature's energies are deposited. Bad thoughts act on the nose and from there on the respiratory system. If this system does not work well, the digestive system suffers. The result is the destruction of harmony between the brain and sympathetic systems. It is good sometimes to place one's fingers at the root of the nose between the eyes to concentrate. Distracted people may place their fingers on the tip of their nose to think better. Learn to concentrate, to collect your thoughts. Lightly place your fingers between your eyebrows at the beginning of your nose or at its tip. The hands represent a very powerful force with two poles. The right hand is the positive, emissive force. The left hand is the negative, receptive force. All disease states are reflected in the eyes. One can see the intersections of the concentric lines indicating the interruption of energy currents. The eye is a divine, living form in which the structure of the cosmos, the solar system, and the composition of life are inscribed. There is no organ more perfect than the human eye. The little light you receive is transformed and illuminates the whole body, and when this light expands outward, it illuminates the whole world. Those who have brown eyes need warmth. They should wash their feet every night with hot water at a temperature of 35 to 41 degrees. Those who have blue eyes need moisture, and if their extremities start to get cold, they should drink 3 or 4 cups of warm water. These are very easy to use external remedies. For people with blue and gray eyes, inner peace and calmness is recommended. Their spirit should always be occupied, not by big problems and difficult to solve, but by those that are conditions for their evolution. Nature has dyed the eyes in different colors, brown, blue, black, gray, to show what is lacking in man. Those who have brown eyes are full of tenderness and are easily passionate. Those who have blue eyes pass for idealists. They prefer to think about elevated topics, and their heads are somewhat in the clouds. Non-vegetarians with brown eyes must eat lamb. Those with blue eyes should give priority to fish. The sensitivity of our fingers depends on all the little papillae. Our different expressions of delicacy and refinement also depend on them. We must not injure them or subject them to excessive temperature changes. The 4 fingers of the hands are linked with the world of angels, seraphim, cherubim, and archangels. The thumb is directly linked to the divine world. Knowing this, stroke your fingers often to link with the forces that run through them in order to make contact with them. Never hide your thumb in your hand. Through one's fingers, man enters into communication with the spiritual world in which intelligent beings live who are always ready to help. It is unfortunate if one of your fingers is damaged, especially the thumb. The human hand is very beautiful. The evolution of the brain and heart depend on it. The thumb is related to the face, representing the divine in man. The index finger is nobility, benevolence, honor. The middle finger sees everything in good and evil. It is the finger of justice, of logic, but it is severe. Beauty and distinction are represented by the ring finger. It is the finger of the sun. The little finger is that of settling accounts and relations with others. Your well-being is your thumb. It represents the divine and must always dominate the other fingers. Don't hide it. If the intelligence, heart, and will act conveniently, then the thumb moves with ease. If the intelligence acts well, so does the thumb of the right hand. If the heart acts well, the thumb of the left hand moves properly. If both thumbs move well, the will is good. If a person is mentally ill, this is reflected in the thumbs and other fingers. 10. The subtle bodies. The divine virgin spirit descends like a spade passing through 7 fields, 7 worlds. During the Saturn period, it came down to the mental world and formed the mental body of man. In the second period, the solar period, the spirit descended to the astral world and formed the desire body or astral body. In the third period, the lunar period, the spirit descended to the etheric field and formed the etheric envelope of the body. In the fourth period, the terrestrial period, the spirit came down to the lower plane of the physical world, and there formed the physical body. In the first period, when the divine spirit worked and created man in the image and likeness of God, man was without concern. In the second period, he began to fall. In the third period, he fell into decadence. And in the fourth, the earthly period, the lowest point of his evolution. Man descends and penetrates matter to clothe himself in denser and denser shells. Then he begins his ascension again and manifests himself in higher forms. In each period, there is a partial descent and partial ascension as in a wave-like movement. The final movement is ascending. The best-known body, the physical body, consists of 3 envelopes. The first is etheric and exceeds the body by an inch or two. Physical forces pass through it, as do electricity and magnetism. Just as we clothe our body in thick or light clothing to preserve it from cold or heat, so the etheric envelope is our body's health clothing that preserves it from external aggression. The etheric envelope is related to the second envelope, called the astral, which directs the passions. It preserves man, for example, from anger, desire for revenge, etc. The astral envelope is related to the astral subconscious world. The day men develop their 6th sense, they will see that the physical body is surrounded by an etheric emanation. As long as it exists, man is in good health, for it is a protection that regularizes the heat of his body. Sometimes, under the influence of a dissolute life, this magnetic suit is torn, and then external aggressions penetrate the body and cause numerous diseases. This magnetic suit surrounds the stomach, lungs, all internal organs, and especially the cells. As long as man is on the earth, he is essentially working with his physical body, which is the most suitable tool for the earth. But he is also thinking, feeling, looking for the causes and consequences of things. With what does he think? With the mental body. With what does he feel? With the astral body. With what does he seek causes and consequences? With his causal body. Just as the physical body is not developed identically in all people, so the subtler bodies do not have an equal level of development. This means that a great work awaits man whose aim is to develop all his bodies to perfection. Through his feelings, that is, his astral body, man is connected to the astral world, also called the spiritual body. The astral world consists of 2 parts, a lower part related to lower feelings, and a higher part related to higher feelings. The consistency of the astral world is liquid, similar to water. The beings living there are like fish in water. Man must abide by the hierarchical law in the 3 worlds. In the physical plane, he must know how to feed himself, breathe, drink water, and how to receive light, that is, have a good physical constitution. To enter the spiritual world, his astral body must be in good condition. In the same way, to gain access to the mental world, man needs a well-stable mental body. He who has developed his 3 bodies can call himself a wise, intelligent, conscious being. The astral and mental bodies are as important as the physical body. On Earth, man also lives in his mental and causal bodies, which are linked to worlds located above the physical and astral worlds. So man possesses 4 vehicles: physical, astral, mental, and causal. It has been said that each body is composed of a particular matter. It performs a specific work. Each organ of the physical body is connected with one of the 4 worlds. For example, the liver is related to the astral world, that is, the world of feelings or spirit world, regularizes the lower feelings in man, absorbs poisons in the body, and transforms them. If it is unregulated, the toxins expand everywhere and man dies. Like the physical body, the subtle bodies, astral, mental, and causal, each possess their own autonomy and physiology, similar, analogous to that of the physical body. During human life, after each 7-year period, a new phase related to the development of a new body begins. There are 7 such bodies. 3 more bodies are formed in highly spiritual men, then 2 more are formed in more advanced men. In total, man can develop 12 bodies. In the front part of the brain is a kind of network of white threads through which human intelligence and reason are manifested. Self-awareness is linked to our double, that is, to our etheric body, which is the mediator with the forces of nature. Man's physical body lives because of his double. If the relationship between the etheric double and the physical body is normal, balanced, harmonious, man will always be healthy. If these 2 bodies are not connected properly, disease states appear. When certain organs are sick, it means that the harmony between the etheric double and the physical body is disturbed. In order to solve this problem, it is imperative that people direct their attention toward restoring the good relationship between their physical body and their spiritual body. When you do spiritual work, you accumulate an excess of energy that can cause certain dangerous states. The spiritual man becomes too sensitive. Everything affects him. His etheric double extends outward, his astral body expands, and he begins to complain that he cannot bear the presence and influences of others. You need to understand the law and know how to re-enter yourself. When you have learned this law, you will no longer allow your etheric double to escape outward. Where the influences are beneficial, harmonious, you can expand as much as you want, but if you remain in the unfavorable conditions of life, you have to know how to re-enter the self. When his double leaves him, man begins to lead an almost animal life, eating, drinking, thinking of nothing. Knowing this, be very careful, very cautious. Be careful not to be intimidated by one or another, especially during sleep, because that is when the etheric double comes out and goes off into space. When man sleeps, his double is linked to the physical body through the silver cord. If someone is awakened suddenly, abruptly, his double does not have time to return to his body. It remains mixed in space with other doubles, and if he does not know how to free himself, man risks falling into madness. According to esoteric science, each body of man represents a certain constant, whether it is the physical, astral, mental, or causal body. Each of the four bodies possesses specific energies. You must know these energies in order to transform them and circulate them from one world to another. Material bodies are three-dimensional, but souls are not. The emotional world possesses 4 dimensions, the mental world 5 and the causal world 6. The soul belongs to the world of the 7th dimension. The spirit is the 10th dimension. The world above ours stands to our world as our world stands to the animal world. The human soul possesses a special body that enables it to rise after death. This body is so plastic and so well made that it can become small or large. It is this body that builds the physical body and all the other subtle bodies in the number of 7, but which, in my opinion, are in the number of 12. What I am telling you about today will be verified and proven in the future as an indisputable reality. The physical body provides us with raw material and serves as a skeleton for the spiritual body through which we materialize and dematerialize at the time of our passages into the spirit world. If the soul has failed to baste a spiritual body in the physical body, after death, it remains as a little orphan, poor. It becomes powerless, since it no longer knows where to get its strength. The human body is a prison in which the soul temporarily dwells. The spirit, soul, and intellect do not die. They are immortal principles. The physical body is the result of the human intellect. It is it that can form the body it desires. Do not strive to overcome the flesh in you. The spiritual cannot develop without the flesh, which is a kind of soil on which a plant or tree can be grafted. The flesh and spirit fight until the moment when the spirit, that is, the graft, attaches itself to the soil. When the graft has well taken and begins to develop freely, the sap of the soil starts to circulate upward toward the graft, and at the same time the sap of the graft begins to descend toward the soil, so that life circulates normally. It can then be said that the combat between the flesh and the spirit is over. This is also called transformation of energies. Every human being must know this law and apply it well in life. For this one must pray. 11. The energies. All physical energy is a manifestation of God. The energy of our physical, mental, and moral life comes from the sun. I am not talking about the physical sun, that disk that we see, but another sun, invisible, behind the physical sun, which produces all the invisible results. When the invisible energy descended from the sun arrived on earth, the female principle transformed it into light. The sun, male principle, emitted this energy, and the earth mother gave birth to the earth light. In the same way, the energy emitted through your brain and head is received by the solar plexus, stomach brain, where it is transformed into life that begins to function and manifest. Living beings are gateways, conductors of energies. It is through man, the most evolved form on earth, that the highest energies pass. The more energy contained in our body, the more beneficial it is. The less intense it is, the more its effects are negative. Many living beings in the physical world are on a lower plane of evolution and, as a result, draw their strength from beings who have a higher level of evolution. If you are on their path, they will not fail to draw from your strength, and you will feel weakened, worn out. To recover this lost energy, you have to link up with the higher world, and from there, in turn, draw energies from yourself. Whatever you do, it is impossible to free yourself from the influences of the lower world. That is why if certain entities draw on your strength, you are led to draw on another source of energy. Put another way, when you are on Earth, Man continually loses energies. He has to bind himself to the solar energies in order to rise again. There are 700 to 800 million different nerves in our bodies through which nature's energies are received. Do you know how many millions of beings have worked on processing these channels? The energy contained in each human cell is so powerful that it is capable of moving the axis of the Earth 1 meter out of its path. What power man would represent if all his cells cohabited in a relationship of understanding and harmony? Today, men employ their power to destroy rather than to build or create. Thought could produce extraordinary, immense, powerful results if it were employed only to create and edify. Man gathers life forces from multiple sources: nutrition, air, water, and light, but acquires energies from his thoughts, emotions, and acts. For his development, he could draw energies from light, if he knew its laws, from life, if he understood it, and from love, if he aspired to it. Man can draw from these three sources that give him strength, life, and health. The organism does not need any excess of energy, only what is necessary. Any excess must return toward nature. Man represents an equilateral triangle with a common center toward which all his energies are directed. Put another way, man is a sum of energies converging toward a center. He is a sum of energies that come from a common source and spread out in different directions. What does the physical body represent? It is a conductor, that is, a grand installation in which the forces of nature can circulate. Two natural currents pass through this installation: positive and negative electricity, and positive and negative magnetism. For the time being, the circulation of these currents in our physical body is defective. That is, some possess more negative electricity or magnetism, others more positive electricity and magnetism. Only negative energies are creative. If you were clairvoyant, you would see light appear only at the negative pole. It is said that a man is pleasant when he has negative energies. That is magnetism. This man has something to give and receive from others. Magnetism and electricity. I am not talking here about mechanical forces or forces that come from God. When these two currents descend from God, magnetism enters the heart and electricity enters the head. Thanks to them, man can overcome many obstacles that clutter the path of his evolution. Magnetism is the force that makes the universe evolve and promotes the development of all living things. The movement of the moon around the earth around the sun around other suns, all of us are due to the action of magnetism, which drags the harmony of life into the whole universe. If magnetism is lost, life cannot manifest. The man who loses his magnetism becomes discontented, taciturn. Everything seems gloomy to him. He who possesses little of it is always cold and must stay warm. Through magnetism, man becomes attractive and warm. Living magnetic energy circulates through the spine, which is one of the most fragile points, subject to the greatest blows. Magnetic energies spread out in curved waves, spin, forming spirals, and produce heat. Our health is largely based on the circulation of magnetic forces in our bodies. Electrical energies first move in a straight line. Man must understand the laws in order to arrive at the elimination of excess electricity and magnetism in his body. Electricity and magnetism are forces at work outside of us. They polarize each other, and if man knew the laws of their movement, he could consciously transform them. For the time being, the vital energy that circulates in nature, as well as in all its elements, and is called prana by Hindus or life-giving electricity, has not yet been discovered. Our organism stores this energy because of oxygen and hydrogen, which are its carriers but are not the energy itself. Prana possesses different states. It can be physical, astral, or mental. Without it, thought could not form, nor emotions manifest, nor will act. Prana is the basis for the creation and manifestation of human thoughts, feelings, and actions. This is not to say that everyone's feelings and thoughts are identical. Each man, in accordance with his evolution, will receive what he needs and express what he is capable of. Hindus possess a scientific theory on the origin and formation of prana in the human organism. The man who is able to use it consciously and rightly can heal from all diseases: stomach, lungs, eyes, etc. In early spring, prana exists in greater quantities, and the body can capture it better. In summer, the heat is greater, but not the prana. There are some indices through which the abundance of prana in nature can be known. Mountains are reservoirs, whose life-giving energies help everyone transform their negative states. Prana is indispensable for the human organism. Health depends on it, which is why we recommend going out and taking walks very early in the morning to receive it in greater quantities. Then it is necessary to transform the captured energy and use it well, because if it is misused, it can also cause harm. Beings from a higher world descend and transform mental energy to adapt it to human intelligences. Do not believe that the brain needs the same energy as the stomach. The energies of the liver and stomach differ from those of the lungs and brain. In order for a noble, lofty idea to take shape in the brain, a specific energy must be directed to the upper part of the forehead. The lower part is unable to comprehend these kinds of ideas. So man must understand the laws of circulation of electricity and vital magnetism, also called prana. The spinal cord is the main receiver and transmitter of prana, which first reaches the cerebellum, then the brain. If there is a blockage at the level of the cerebellum, its circuit to the brain cannot take place, and this causes an imbalance in the whole organism. Feelings are the negative pole, and thoughts are the positive pole. The brain is positive, and the sympathetic nervous system is negative. In the left side of the body, energy descends toward the leg and foot, and ascends through the right foot and right side. An electromagnetic current is formed around each organ. For example, some positive energy passes through the right eyebrow and expands to below the right eye, where it transforms into negative energy. From there it rises above the left eye, where it again becomes positive. Then it descends back below the same eye as negative energy. In this movement, the energy forms a kind of circuit in the shape of a figure 8. At the point located between the eyebrows, at the root of the nose, there is a center that regularizes the current around the eyes. The energies in the brain are divided into 3 main areas. The first is located behind the ears, where the lower energies reside, which can be compared to hell in man. The second collects the energies that function in the forehead area, the domain of human life. The third area, which can be compared to heaven in man, is the upper part of the brain where energies of moral and spiritual value circulate. Consequently, when man contradicts his higher qualities, the energies of this region descend into the area located behind the ears, that is, hell. To avoid this, everyone must open the way to good feelings and good thoughts, and not reject them. You know that in physics, the energy of the positive pole is transferred to the negative pole. Do you guys know the path of positive energy? Normally, it comes out of the right hemisphere of the brain, circulates on the surface, passes by turning under the left hemisphere, then above, and returns to the right hemisphere. Here in the negative pole, light is formed. Thus thought comes from the right hemisphere, passes through the left hemisphere, and results in the production of light in the mental. There is a lunar current and a solar current. The solar current comes from the right hemisphere of the brain, penetrates the left hemisphere, and exits down into the spine, called the coccyx. It is the process of man's primary intelligence. The other current, lunar, comes from the left side and passes to the right. The same process is produced through the nostrils at the time of breathing. There is a current of the intellect and a current of the heart. The two move in a circuit in the shape of a figure of 8. The energy of the right side of the brain passes into the left side, which is why modern man thinks only with the left hemisphere. This is the cause of the asymmetry in the human face. If you look closely at the 2 parts of the face, the left and right are never symmetrical. This asymmetry is observed in the eyes, ears, mouth, hands, and throughout the human body. If energy accumulates in the right hemisphere and it is lacking in the left hemisphere, man becomes too active, nervous, cannot sit still. Man must come to work with the 2 parts of his brain so that his energies are distributed evenly. Contemporary men do not obey this law and, as a result, suffer from another physiological insufficiency, which consists of uneven distribution of blood to the organs of the body. In healthy organism, blood evenly irrigates all parts of the body. In the same way, thought must penetrate all the cells of the body. It is only in this way that man can be healthy. When you touch the hand of a healthy man, you will observe that one part remains warm and the other cold, just as one half of the head is warm and the other cold. In the sick man, this is not the case. The currents in his body become now hot and now cold, because the balance of forces in his body is disrupted. If he restores the inner balance of these currents, he will regain his health. Like the Earth, man has two poles, north and south, which represent his energy reserves. Your intellect produces a cold current and your heart a warm current. These two currents form a kind of vortex that brings life itself. It is man's inner circulation. There is contradiction when the intellect produces more cooling than necessary, and the heart develops an excess of heat. The more evolved a man is, the more luminous is his emanation. Such a man possesses magnetism that acts on the intelligence and heart of his fellow man. In his presence, even the most excited and the most nervous calm down. Magnetism is a current that flows freely and independently of the will. It must not be interrupted. Who can break the magnetic current in a person? A bad and vicious man. How to know if you have magnetism? If you are well-disposed, you have magnetism. Ill-disposed, nervous, you lose it. Magnetism makes one well-disposed. No one is more magnetic than children. That's why they attract you. Electricity desiccates man, makes him thin, and makes him delicate. Sometimes this dryness can be so pronounced that it causes nervous frailty, so he is no longer able to withstand the conditions of his environment. Moisture regularizes the action of electricity in the body. Conversely, if magnetism takes hold, the man begins to become fat. Such a man may not eat much and yet gain weight. When a man is ready to fight with everyone, this shows that the right side of his brain is charged with an excess of electricity. Bad disposition, depressive states, pessimism show that it is the left hemisphere of the brain that is charged with an excess of electricity. Electricity acts in the front part of the brain and magnetism in the back part. This is how the forces of the organism are balanced, and man can think well and be happy with his good health. Excess energy causes numerous diseases. When the fat man becomes ill, electricity must be introduced into his organism, and conversely, magnetism into the organism of the excessively thin man. Let the thin attend the fat man to cause good exchanges between them. The cerebrospinal system is a dynamo, an accumulator of electricity, and the sympathetic nervous system an accumulator of magnetism. Neurasthenics often feel tingling sensations on the legs and spine due to electricity molecules, or even tingling sensations due to bursts of electricity. A predominance of electricity exhausts man and drains him. The sympathetic nervous system serves as an accumulator of the living magnetic force that comes from the sun. When the magnetic forces begin to re-establish themselves in the neurasthenic sufferers, they feel a pleasant warmth flooding their bodies. In the normal organism, electricity and magnetism combined form a pleasant heat, the result of a balance of forces. When two harmonious thoughts arise, one of them is positive and related to the cold currents of nature, and the other is negative and related to the warm currents of nature. As long as man moves between these two currents, he feels good, is healthy. At that time in the cerebral hemisphere, the cold currents are formed, and in the other, the warm magnetic currents. Conversely, if the head gets too hot, a state of illness is caused. To restore a good state of health, a split is necessary in order to again create two opposite currents in the hemisphere of the brain. Thus, the blood circulation is normalized, and man regains his balance. Can a man who never washes his feet, hands, body be healthy? The pores must always be open, never clogged. They are wrapped in a magnetic envelope that protects them. One day, when humans have developed their sixth sense, they will see around their bodies a fluidic envelope that regularizes the heat of their bodies. As long as it exists, man is healthy. Sometimes, under the influence of a disordered life, this envelope tears and gives way to external influences that cause disease. This magnetic suit envelops the stomach, lungs, and all cells. Man thus breathes through his pores, but in an unconscious way. Through the pores, he receives prana from the air that renews his organism. In healthy humans, there is a continuous vibratory flow of magnetism and electricity. When this flow is normal, perspiration occurs through the pores, rejecting all toxins. Such a man is virtuous. The body of virtuous men is healthy by continuous purification of all that is harmful. It is not the water that purifies him. It is the vibrations produced through his body that purify him. They do not allow any clogging of the pores. Only such men are in good health. Two currents circulate through the human organism. One part from the navel upward takes shape in the head and heads toward the center of the sun. The other part from the navel descends downward and heads toward the center of the earth. The latter encloses all the lower energies accumulated through man's lower and animal drives. A third synthesis current connects them and forms the human aura. Delving deeper into the study of the structure of the body, we see that these two currents include still two more. All these currents merge with each other. This is also observed in human thoughts and feelings. Blood circulates not only in the rhythm of the heart, but also under the influence of natural electricity. If the heart is under the influence of living electricity, it beats in a regular rhythm, sending blood throughout the body. Without electricity, circulation will not be possible. Why? Because the resistance from the arteries and veins of moving blood is so great that the heart alone could not propel it. It is absolutely necessary to receive the energy from natural electricity. Consequently, if you want to have a heart in good condition, keep your brain in good condition, where nature's electric currents pass, as well as your solar plexus, where vital magnetic currents pass. In order for your brain to remain in good condition, preserve it from contradictory thoughts. To keep your solar plexus in good condition, do not allow negative feelings to invade your heart. It is the primal light that circulates the blood. Blood circulation possesses a rhythm, an impulse that comes from this energy, the universal electricity. Electricity is one of the forms of light. Light is the impulse of this primal cause of the world. It fills all the space of the universe. The heart not only has the function of propelling blood through the body, it is the pole of electrical energy that is transmitted to all cells and gives them the ability to participate in integral organic life. The liver and lungs represent two energy transformers. The lungs transform intellectual energies and direct thought energy to the brain. The liver transforms emotional energies and directs them to the sympathetic nervous system. Feelings cannot occur without the liver. Specific energies come from each gland. If man is unable to create mental or spiritual energies in him, it means that the corresponding organs are not developed. Man must work on himself to come to dissociate the energies and choose the subtler ones that enable him to do a better job. For example, it is known that love possesses three poles related to three different centers. The center of love toward God is in the top of the head. The center of love toward one's neighbor is in the middle, at the front of the head, and love for oneself has its center in the cerebellum. The latter is the coarsest because of the self-centered forces that develop it. Men today live in this love and consequently think essentially of themselves. The center of love toward God is the most important. The Bulgarians have suffered greatly because the gland that is the center of love toward God is underdeveloped in them. In the Slavs, with the exception of the Bulgars, it is more developed. If the Slavs lose this love for God, they will lose everything, since man's power lies in the center of love for God. The hands are like a dynamo with its two poles, where the two currents of a battery pass through. Their good circulation and the regularity of the circuit depend on the position of your hands. If you hold your hands in a relaxed and soft manner, you will always be weak. If you want to maintain contact with the light forces of nature, dynamize your hands well. If you want to make contact with an earth current, stretch your hands and legs and stretch the muscles of your body. Only after a few seconds will you be able to regularize your own currents. The palm of the left hand is related to the negative side. It transmits soft, magnetic vibrations to the body, while the back of the hand is positive, that is, electric. For the right hand, it is the other way around. This means that man possesses two kinds of electricity and two kinds of magnetism that are spread, one through the left hand and the other through the right hand. Whatever the position of the hands, there is always a flow of energy circulating. Natural energies are best utilized when you bring your hands together, but to avoid blockages, do not stay in this position too long. It is best to touch your hands only with your fingertips. When a man crosses his hands and arms, it shows us that he wants to isolate himself, that he is blocked, or that he experiences some disturbance in his soul. The outer part of the arm is charged with positive electricity. That is why it is hairy. The inner part is passive. It accumulates negative electricity. Neither silver, nor gold, nor light itself gives off an energy comparable to that which flows from the fingertips of the human hand. Each finger is linked to a center of the brain. It itself is linked to an organ. Each organ is linked to specific forces. They themselves are in contact with regions and worlds of higher intelligence. It is enough for a man to lift just one of his fingers to establish contact between the organ corresponding to this finger and the world of universal intelligence from where all energies come. A very powerful energy comes out of the thumb. The other fingers provide the rear guard. Through each finger must pass all the energy needed by man for his development. This means that through the fingers he receives energies that come from a higher world. In nature, everything is defined and ordered. Each finger, each hand must receive the prescribed amount of energy, neither more nor less. Otherwise, man will be obliged to pay for the excess received from nature. How will he have to repay it? With diseases, crises, and trials. The center of the brain encloses what is called the winged eye of the soul, or the inner sun. It functions as a transformer. If this sun does not shine, man is incapable of anything. When the outer energy penetrates the brain, this is the center, the winged eye of the soul, which is transferred to the whole organism. In addition to transforming solar energy, it still has other abilities and properties on which the health of the body and emotional well-being depend. In conclusion, it can be said that this eye is a transformer of divine energy. It creates conditions for the expression of the human being. I tell you, as disciples, first learn to control your brain. When you receive energies from nature, transfer them towards the solar plexus, the heart, the throat, the forehead, towards the back of the head, towards its upper part, and afterwards circulate it around your body. Thus you will begin to take magnetic showers until you form a bright magnetic aura that will envelop your body, and from that moment you will feel free. If you eat too much, a large part of brain energy leaves to the stomach and decreases brain activity. The brain is an accumulator of electricity and magnetism, so as soon as it has managed to accumulate some of these energies, they are absorbed by the stomach loaded with nutrition. This means that the brain has been working solely for the stomach. This is why everyone must know when, how, and what to eat. Man must study his moods as well as the energies in his brain in order to transform them. If he is angry, or ill-disposed, he must know that this state of anger is due to the energy accumulated around the ears toward the back of the head. He must know how to distribute and transform this energy to avoid destructive outbursts. This energy can be put to work and be used consciously. Anger is misdirected and misused energy. After anger, you experience a weakening, a demagnetization. Anger, melancholy, bad disposition are excesses of energy that you can transform by taking a spade and spading the earth for 10, 15 minutes. Every sadness, every difficulty comes from an excess of unused, stagnant energy. That is why you must resolve to learn the law of energy transformation. Some people know not only how to transform their own energy, but also that of their neighbor and society. Transforming energies means moving them from a lower level to a higher level. You yourselves can regularize the excess electricity accumulated in one or the other part of the brain. For example, if electricity is accumulated in the right hemisphere of the brain, do not touch your head with your right hand. That would reinforce this state. But pass your left hand over the right part of your head. Conversely, if you have excess energy in the left side of your head, stroke it with your right hand. In this way, you will notice the change in your state and calmness. That is why in summer, when the sun beats down on your head, stroke your hair with your two hands. Through your two hands, you can eliminate the electricity that builds up in your brain and avoid sunstroke. It has been said that the brain is related to all parts and organs of the body. The polarization of its centers is immediately reflected on the corresponding organs. In this way, these take part in the accumulation of energy. Knowing this, you must look for means of transferring excess energy from one center to another in the body. When an excess of energy accumulates in the center located behind the ears, man begins to get irritated. He is ready to fight with everyone. If he can transform this energy, which is a special kind of electrical energy, if he puts it to work, he will easily get rid of his anger. Look for the means of mastering the excess energy accumulated behind your ears, for example, by going to chop some wood or spade the earth. If you do not have this option, lightly touch the tip of your nose 4-5 times. What matters is to find a means of turning anger into work. Sin is due to overly personal feelings fed by a specific cosmic energy capable of causing explosions if it is not transformed and distributed among all the centers of the brain. Near the center of personal feelings is the center of bad consciousness through which they must compulsorily pass. You are asked to learn the laws of transformation of energies and direct them from one brain center to another. You have to work like nature. For everything there is a definite time. When man understands life, he respects all the rules and laws of living nature. You are a focal point through which both solar and earth energies pass. In the morning until noon, you are passed through by the solar energies going to the center of the earth. After noon, the movement reverses. The telluric energies from the center of the earth pass through your feet and head toward the sun. So if you make certain movements in the morning or in the evening, the results will be different. Some people are badly disposed in the afternoon because they are crossed by the earth's currents. You must know how to polarize and concentrate the forces of nature. Do not stop them, for you risk, by repelling them, causing great perturbations in you. Defer these forces upward. Every man draws energy from the spiritual world. If he did not, he could not live in the physical world where he picks up energy and where he is subjected to permanent intoxication. Different elements bring different energies to the body. For example, gold brings one kind of energy, silver and iron a third. It can be concluded that humans differ according to the different categories and amounts of materials and energies in them. In my opinion, the vibrations of two bodies are not equal. The body, which has stronger vibrations, influences the one, which has weaker vibrations. If two bodies with equal vibrations meet, they harmonize completely. Humans are bound together by invisible ties that exert a role on them of which they are conscious or unaware. They are similar to communicating vessels. As with decanted liquids, it is possible for them to make energy transfers from one to another. From man radiates such a specific dynamic energy that acts on his fellow man and can, if he is healthy, heal a sick man only through the transmission of his own energy. The healthy man transmits energy. The sick man receives energy. Man's aura has a spherical shape of different colors and different thicknesses. Each is related to his mental state. Is the aura visible? Yes, for some, for others not. In the middle of the aura there is a center where energies depart. Those above this center are related to one's mental abilities and those below to feelings. The energies at the top are of masters, the others of servants. Man's aura is a natural protection. Therefore, no one has the right to enter another's aura without his or her permission. A distance of 50 to 70 centimeters must be observed, as great proximity is likely to create disharmony between people's relationships. The more sensitive one begins to be affected, she is perturbed and suffers. If two friends get close, their astral bodies bond and the energies of one begin to pass into the body of the other and reciprocally. If one falls ill, so does the other. If a wife loves her husband and he dies, she also leaves after a short time. It is the same for the husband who loves his wife. This happens when the bonds are very strong. When a master speaks to his disciples clustered around him, too close to each other, a negative exchange cannot be said to be produced between them. Why? Because everyone's thinking is focused on a common topic. But if two people with contradictory thoughts come within 50 centimeters of each other, the auras interpenetrate, and a negative exchange is produced. Do not violate this sacred limit that nature has established. The energy available to nature is mathematically and exactly defined. It is distributed with justice among all living beings. The energy consumed and distributed by everyone is precisely determined, whether it is that provided by nutrition or that created by thoughts and desires. You love a spiritualist and want to stay with him whole hours to bathe in his aura. This represents a danger and also a crime. You need to bathe in his aura only as long as necessary and not hours and days as if you were drinking without respite. The role of animals is to accumulate some magnetism. As long as they are healthy, men will also be healthy. When they get sick, men get sick. That is why one must be well disposed toward animals in order to benefit from their magnetic forces. Due to the felling of trees and mammalian animals, humans encounter great suffering without knowing how to get rid of them. They do not assume that animals and plants represent living energy reserves for their development. The living energy of mammals is dispersed into space because they are killed. Not only are humans unable to bind directly with natural energies, but they also deprive themselves of those accumulated through animals. Man begins to grow old, when the influx of energies decreases in his organism. In the body of a young person, the inflow of nature's energies is a perpetual process. He who can coordinate the ebb and flow of the energies in his own body with those of nature can rejuvenate. Because man is rich in energy, he dispenses it rightly or wrongly. He ignores that nature takes into account every energy given to him. It is it that grants credit to each person, but one day man will have to pay for energy that is misused or lost in an unconscious manner. Divine energy must be employed in a conscious manner. If someone leads an ordinary life and exposes himself to full sun, bare head at noon, he will take sunstroke, since the divine energy coming from the sun and descending to the earth changes certain vibrations and can cause the brain to heat up. Conversely, if you lead a conscious life with a disposition full of love for all living beings, you will be able to transform this energy into akasha. Then you will inwardly feel a divine, grand music. Your body will vibrate in a sublime way, and you will have a desire to give this energy to everyone. Such a manifestation will only be possible when you come to conscious living. When you are sick for a time, you lose some of your vital energy. Here is what you can do under such conditions. Take the earlobe between your two fingers and pull it slightly downward, then massage the small bony protrusion behind the ear. Observe the changes that are produced in the organism. Do this exercise not only when you are ill, but also when you are inwardly ill-disposed. What to do in case of disruption or discomfort? Take your ear with the fingers of your right hand and begin to meditate. After a minute or two, you will find that your morale rises. Then a better exchange between intellectual and emotional energies will occur. Any stagnation of vital energies in our bodies is due to poor blood circulation. It is this stagnation that blocks the activity of thought. Knowing this, respect your ear and nose as sacred organs that give you the conditions for good reception and transmission of energy. 2. Disease and health. 1. Diseases. In the divine world, diseases do not exist. They are a creation of man and not of God. It is man who creates his own diseases, not God. The law is as follows. When the body suffers, it is for the sake of the soul. In order to endure the vibrations of the spiritual world, men must strengthen their nervous systems. Today, the whole white race is gradually adapting to spiritual life. The sufferings it goes through are a preparation of the invisible world so that human beings can establish contact with the entities of the higher world. Diseases testify to our deviations in relation to the great divine life, that is, to right thinking. Currently, the diseases that humans suffer from are in 3 main categories: physical, concerning the body; emotional, concerning feelings; mental, concerning thought. Diseases of the physical body are cured in one way, those affecting feelings in another, and diseases of thought in a third way. Current medicine has no method that definitively cures diseases. Who is mentally ill? He who is discontented, he who doubts, he who does not master his intelligence, his heart, his will. The sick man suffers in his flesh, and it is in this way that he studies the laws of life. Every illness shows that man has transgressed a virtue. Sickness in the eyes, head, chest, stomach, or other organs shows an insufficiency somewhere. If man acquires what he lacks, health is restored. Disease is therefore a consequence. As long as human beings live in ordinary conditions, they will only make use of past experiences. How can one arrive at perfection? Through sufferings. Through them, man descends into raw matter to instruct himself. If he does not suffer, he has no future. Suffering is raw matter that asks to be transformed. If man transforms it, he increases joy. God, our Father, demands our perfection. God wants us to go to school to learn, and this must become our desire. The best thing on earth is suffering. Where there is God, there is suffering. If there is no suffering, God is not present. The good of life comes through suffering. If anything were possible without it, Christ would have begun to save the world without suffering. Great is he who consciously brings suffering, but we, through our misunderstanding and ignorance, cause it. The slightest impure thought, negative feeling, or desire hinders the purity of our life. When I speak of the positive side of illness, this does not mean that man must be sick. Illnesses are not only physical. Every indisposition, every suffering, every sadness are already states of illness that are reflected in the organism. In this sense, illnesses are visible or invisible, physical or psychic. The important thing is to find from oneself methods to help consciously overcome them. Although sapient, man is always discontent and dissatisfied, thus predisposed to illness. When we understand the deep meaning of suffering, we will understand that this process allows us to form our character. It is a method that nature uses to soften man's raw feelings. When suffering for some time, man begins to think, to understand the plight of the poor and suffering. Without suffering, man's cruelty and brutality cannot soften. Sufferings are means by which nature rejects impurities in the organism. Knowing this, give thanks for the sufferings you are given, since without them, you might have poisoned yourself. In human life, one obligatorily goes through certain sufferings provided by nature itself. They are indispensable and similar to the weight with which a boat is loaded to balance it and ensure its functioning, its movement. In the same way, sufferings are weights that maintain the balance of forces in the human organism. Through them, one always gains. He who does not suffer stagnates. He who suffers becomes great. Establishing order in the world is God's work. Man's work is to put order in his own little world. But how? Sufferings pave the way for him to follow. When God wants man to know him, he sends him sufferings. What is the role of diseases? When a living being makes bad use of his received strength, nature sends him diseases to limit him. Consequently, disease is nothing more than a temporary limitation on the freedom of man or living beings in general. Nowadays, men worry about everything. They don't even assume that diseases represent a certain good. It is always a problem to be solved. He who has conveniently solved the problem receives the good hidden in the disease. If, on the other hand, man complains, he deprives himself of this good. The more he complains and rejects the disease, the more he is attacked by it. Through illness, man becomes more delicate, more refined. Long-lasting illnesses develop delicacy, refinement, and nobility. The nature of people who have never been sick is more brutal, more cruel. I do not speak here of psychic illnesses, since they have a different character, and do not make man more noble, but on the contrary, more aggressive. Disease is something living. When it affects man and finds in it a convenient nourishment, it remains there. Otherwise, it leaves. Accordingly, remove all conditions favorable to disease, and you will get rid of it. Every difficulty introduces deficiencies, residues, inert materials into the organism, which must find a means of assimilating them in order not to fall ill. This is why nature has accepted disease as a method of treatment. Disease is not a punishment, but a stimulating factor, a means of forcing man to reject all the impurities in his body. Often Providence sends someone great suffering to save them from even greater misfortune. If you want to heal, you must go all the way through your suffering and go through the fire to purify yourself. If you cannot acquire absolute purity, you will not find what you seek, and without suffering, purification is impossible. If you are impure, you will go through suffering. After every illness, every suffering, man gains a certain experience that elevates him. The more severe the illness, the stronger man will become. Diseases play an educational role. They strengthen the organism and prolong life. It has been seen that people who were sick in their childhood strengthened their organism and became more resilient. Cold is like cleaning for Christmas. Fever is like cleaning for Easter. These two cleanings are different. When man's thoughts, feelings, and acts are pure, he is not afraid, he is not restless, he is not tense. Whatever illness comes, he is not affected by it. Even if he falls ill, the disease comes to vow, it leaves no traces. Thanks to what? To the purity of his blood. To face sickness and suffering, to easily surmount your contradictions, purify your thoughts, feelings, and deeds. This is what the inner purity that gives a pure blood is based on. Man's health, strength, and well-being come from the purity of his blood. Through illnesses, you pay your debts. If you base your life on the desire to serve God, he grants you credit, and you heal. The man who is accustomed to suffering endures sickness more easily than the one who is never sick. Evil contains more strength, good more sweetness. Strength is combined with gentleness. If you simultaneously manipulate good and evil, and if you decide to separate them, you will create an incurable disease for yourself. If you suppress disease from men's lives, they will encounter even greater evil than when they were suffering. Diseases soften men. They are means of regularizing the excess energy accumulated in their bodies. When you approach sweet people, you feel a certain pleasure since sweetness is a pleasant garment surrounding them. This sweet and favorable wrap creates in sweet men an immunity against all diseases. A man's health depends on his sweetness. When he loses it, he begins to dry up, solidify, and become easily vulnerable to disease. Everywhere he turns his gaze, he sees evil. Discontentment becomes his companion. Suffering is a spiritual process that represents the greatest thing in life and sets forces in the body in motion until they are balanced. Often men experience great inner difficulties due to clogged pores in their bodies. Then great suffering is required to clean them. Washing them with soap and water only unblocks them externally, but the inner channels remain clogged. There are about 7 million pores in the human body, which are the main supports of the human organism. When all pores are open, man is in perfect health. This opening is accomplished through internal washing called perspiration. Microorganisms in affinity with man come to inhabit him. They then become his associates and begin to feed on his energies. Without realizing it, man becomes a victim and falls ill. It is said that God lives in us, but we have rheumatism, and the rheumatism remains. It is said that God lives in us, but we have tumor, and this tumor remains. God cannot dwell in a body where there are ulcers or other diseases. When the body becomes absolutely healthy and free from all diseases, the spirit can come and dwell. In the present condition, when you have leg pain or headache, God is far away from you. What does a disease represent? Disorganized matter, disorganized energy, disorganized thinking. Diseases are your barometer. Through them, you understand where you are, what you are lacking. When you go through illness, thank God and pray for Him to help you understand what you are lacking. Up to the present time, illness represented the most negative part of your life, but the day you find the means to cope with it, you have access to the positive side of life. Having a fracture of the foot is the consequence of negative thinking or a mistake. There is no law judging the thought, but the man is imprisoned by the pain he feels. The doctor gives him narcotics in order to operate, and the sick person does not feel the pain, but after the operation, the pain returns with double intensity. Nature is so intelligent that the punishment she inflicts on man to correct him cannot be avoided. That is how she restores harmony. When I suffer, I can better understand that there is an unseen entity that suggests, correct your mistake, otherwise it is I who will take charge. Disease states such as colds, fever are not real diseases but cleansings of all impurities and accumulated debris. In contrast, tuberculosis, cancer are real diseases. There are also psychic illnesses. He who blames himself without correcting himself is already sick. One thing is required of man, purity of blood. Pure blood is able to conquer all diseases since it does not allow the development of the bacilli that sustain it. The vibrations of pure blood are so powerful that all bacteria are rejected. Disease, but also a man's ability to work, depends on the vibrations of his blood and brain. The cause of all illnesses, all insufficiencies and all injuries in life is spiritual, not physical in nature. If you want to be healthy, do not accept in your intelligence, in your heart, any negative thoughts or feelings. These are parasites, and you must not let them pass through your head. If the sick person has to abstain from certain things, it is not from air, but rather from nutrition. He must feed himself less, but better, with well-chosen nutrition. His sickness has been given to him so that he may educate his stomach. Give the sick person a baked apple, a few nuts, and a small piece of toast. The next day, instead of the apple, give a cooked pear. If you have a boil, know that evil comes out through it. Every negative thought, every feeling, every negative act manifests as a boil, rheumatism, or other disease. Through colds and coughs, man cleanses his lungs and his entire respiratory system of internal deposits. Fever cleanses by burning waste. When one organ becomes diseased, the whole organism suffers. Balance is restored when all organs are healthy and in good condition. Diseases arrive in the world periodically. The more there are crimes against love, the more diseases and abnormalities increase in human life. When you apply the laws of love in families, in society, and peoples, immediately afterwards diseases decrease. I am not talking about human love, but about divine love that elevates the human spirit and solves all problems. Health is restored through thought and maintained through feelings. 2. Man's health depends on four things: the strength of his spirit, the goodness of his soul, the light of his intellect, and the gentleness of his heart. The acquisition of these qualities requires knowledge. Everyone possesses a spirit, soul, heart, and intellect, but not everyone has been able to develop them to enjoy good health. What does health represent? The capital put in the bank. If every day you draw from this capital without replenishing it, you will fail. But if every day you bring something in, your capital will increase, your health will strengthen. If you know this, you will no longer wonder why, after being healthy, you suddenly become ill. Many among you squander their capital without depositing anything in the bank and without realizing that, little by little, they squander it. Truly healthy is the man who is healthy physically, mentally, and emotionally. Health is not only related to the physical world, but also to the world of feelings and the mental world. It is the result of the activity of higher laws, that is, the laws of the world of divine intelligence. Being in good health presupposes being in harmony with the primary cause of things, with one's neighbors and oneself. Physical health is based solely on human virtues. The man who possesses true goodness is not sick. From the moment he begins to doubt it, he becomes ill. If the sick man believes in goodness, he will surely recover. A man who makes mistakes goes out of the field of goodness, opens the door of evil himself, and begins to get sick. After sickness comes death. If throughout his life, from youth to old age, man has had no negative thought in his intellect, no bad feeling in his heart, and if by his will he has not committed any harmful act, no disease will be able to attack him. Many microorganisms may pass through him, but their toxins will not have a hold on him. He who wants to have flourishing health must absolutely be connected to God and let the influx of divine energy flow freely through him. You cannot be healthy if you do not have magnetism. When someone feels his nerves are exhausted, it means he has allowed himself to be demagnetized. In this state, divine thoughts pass through him without a trace. He cannot hold them back. What would a plant become if it did not absorb or use the raindrops? Do you think man is on earth to live there? No. He is here to pass trials. Once the trials are passed, he is sent somewhere else. Someone can have good physical health, have a desire to eat well, drink well, but cannot have good spiritual health, that is, not be willing to do anything for good. Man is spiritually nourished when he does good, and if he has no desire to bind himself to good, he is spiritually sick. Being spiritually healthy means having stable and pure feelings. When man's organism contains no residue or waste, he is in perfect health. The man whose organism does not produce any putrefaction is truly healthy. Everyone could acquire excellent health even in a single minute if he submitted to the influence of the specific currents that exist in nature. In the sun, there are special rays, special currents capable of resurrecting man, provided he knows how and when to catch them in order to profit from them. Health depends on man's higher intelligence. Peace, health, power, good feelings, and all the forces that exist in man come from this intelligence. He who dwells in his higher consciousness is peaceful even without money in his pocket. Nothing frightens him because his thinking is focused on the higher world. It will not be half an hour that help will come. Bread and even a car. This man has awakened consciousness and intelligence and never abuses the strength and possibilities he has been given. Most men believe that any nutrition, any thought and feeling will preserve their health. This is impossible. Health is based on pure thoughts and feelings, healthy nutrition, and a balanced way of life. The figure of a saint is enlightened. His color is never yellow, his eyes are not hollow, nor is his face emaciated and pale as is often believed. Neither thin nor fat people can be saints. When man thinks, the forces of his brain go to the sympathetic nervous system and arrive in the cerebrospinal system. When his energies circulate properly, man is healthy. His thoughts and feelings are in harmony. Health is an inner process. If the organism is not inwardly healthy, it cannot use external conditions, even the best. What is indispensable for man to preserve his health? First, define his attitude toward God, then toward his soul, then toward his neighbor. And if he has established good relations with the three, he will have good health. Strength and health do not come from external nourishment. God nourishes man from within and gives him strength and life for his work, for solving his problems. He who eats too much must pay dearly. Health is the result of good energy exchange in the human organism and in all human souls. The appearance of disease shows a transgression of the law of exchange. In the healthy organism, blood is evenly distributed among all organs. The energy coming out of the brain must also be equally distributed, so that thought can penetrate all the cells of the body. Good relations between the particles of matter that make up the organism promote harmony and balance in all organs, which in turn bring harmony in thoughts, feelings, and acts. To maintain harmony in one's body, man must nourish the mind with bright thoughts, the heart with pure feelings, the lungs with pure air, and the stomach with wholesome nutrition. He who wants to be healthy must increase the amount of love and energy in him. He who wants to be joyful and full of life must first bind himself to solar energy. If you want to prolong your life, rejoice in the rising of the sun. The law of purity is one of the main laws of creation. The state of health and hygiene of the soul depend on it. All infectious diseases are due to impurity. Just as there are microbes in the physical plane, so there are microbes in the spiritual and intellectual planes. He who wants to maintain his health should not be angry and should be pure. Microbes do not act on such a man. So work on your body, rid it of all impurities and all excess deposits and fat. If you notice an accumulation of fat in certain parts of the body, immediately apply a Spartan regimen. Without purity, health is unattainable. As is man's body, so is his soul. As is his spirit, so is his body. Some people think that a sick person, a weak being, can also be genius. It is not possible. The genius possesses a specific body construction, and even if he gets sick, he easily overcomes his health problems. In healthy man, each organ possesses a particular sound as well as a particular vibration, and the action of the organs is such that they vibrate and work in accord. They produce harmonious and pleasant sounds. The body of a healthy man vibrates musically, makes music. Each musical sound also corresponds to a definite sound. By what can a man in good health be recognized? By the very pleasant scent that emanates from his body when he is in a state of physical well-being. If his feelings are elevated, he gives off another scent, and if his thoughts are bright, a third. So from the heart, intellect and body emanate three different scents. If one of the three is missing, man is sick somewhere. You can also tell if someone is healthy by his behavior. He is agile, light, ready to work from morning to night. He does not complain about anything, does not know what illness is, and is always ready to help others. When he casts a glance toward heaven, whether in the evening or during the day, he rejoices, feels happy, and gives thanks for everything. He who does not rejoice by looking at the sky and who does not give thanks for everything he has been given is sick. He is truly healthy who has a clear, pure, open gaze, who possesses right concepts and viewpoints, who vibrates through the very energy of life, and who takes pleasure despite life's difficulties. Many people ask me why man must be good. It is simple. Goodness, virtue are the first conditions of human health. He who is benevolent and possesses a strong will can have good health. His blood is pure. His hands, arms, legs, limbs, and spine are healthy. The healthy body is the result of a conscious and good will. First of all, health depends on thinking, and if he knows its laws and applies them properly, human beings can ensure their own well-being. In general, you become what you think you are. Then think of human beings in perfect health. When cold electric currents circulate in the right side and warm currents circulate in the left side, man is in good health. The head should remain cool and the feet warm. If not, the method of remedying this state must be found. The more gold there is in the blood, the more noble, hardy, and healthy a man is. Always keep your nose in good condition. Preserve and respect it as a sacred organ. Man is in good health if the nose is in perfect condition, and on this condition, the eyes, ears, and mouth are also. From here, the lungs, heart, and stomach can be improved. Problems at the level of the nose gradually cause the body to degrade. Be careful to preserve your nose well. It represents a magnificent mountaintop, where the energies of the human organism are transformed. He who does not know the importance of the nose cannot appreciate to what extent it is beneficial to life. As long as your nose remains healthy, God will speak to you through your intellect and heart. The nose occupies a central place in the middle of the face. God manifests himself on earth in three ways: through human thoughts, feelings, and acts, which leave impressions on the nose. Be careful not to lose the curve of your nostrils. It is a harm if the nostrils flatten. It is a harm not to have a nose. The posture of your head should always be straight, never looking down. Your head and spine should always be perpendicular to the earth. When you are upright, you link to the solar energies and the positive side of life. The head should always be placed in such a way as to link with the sun and the center of the earth in order to best receive their joint vibrations. It is necessary to know how to hold one's head in relation to the center of the sun. Hold your head vertically in relation to the sun and the earth. In order not to fall, not to twist your foot or hit your head, learn how to walk well, how to hold yourself well, how to sit well. If such problems happen to you often, it means you do not know how to walk well. Your feet do not adopt the good position in relation to the center of the earth, and your head does not have a good relationship with the center of the sun. On the physical plane, man must preserve the normal heat of his body because his health depends on it. On the spiritual plane, one must preserve the inner flame, never extinguishing it. This is called sacred fire. Keeping this sacred fire burning permanently is a function of good blood circulation, light of thoughts, warmth of feelings, and exactness of deeds. 3. The causes of diseases. He who ignores the near or distant cause of any disease will not be able to cure it. When man gives good direction to his life without transgressing the laws of nature, he easily solves his problems. Every transgression or deviation leads to disease. This transgression has occurred over numerous years, but the consequences come today. He who finds the cause of his illness can easily restore his health, otherwise the illness does not leave him. Diseases are due to the transgression of divine laws, the laws of living nature. He who is not in accordance with these laws accumulates different residues in his organism. Nature loves those who respect her laws. She gives them abundant life and makes them grow. Conversely, the one who does not respect her is regarded as unworthy of her benefits. She deprives them of civic rights in her realm. This man is exposed to numerous diseases and ailments. You will be able to cure or heal yourself if you are able to correct your mistakes and understand that your transgressions created your illnesses. How to explain that illnesses are due to spiritual causes. In the beginning, destructive negative thoughts and feelings accumulate in the subtle body, astral, mental, etc. Later, through their vibrations, they descend into the etheric body and the physical body. Through this process, they attack organs in affinity with them at the vibratory level. They may attack the kidneys, liver, heart, lungs, etc., destabilizing them and making them predisposed to disease. From this, if the slightest external cause arises, these organs become diseased. Do not forget that illness is the consequence of a transgression committed or a crime committed in your past or present. Doctors, not knowing this, believe they are able to cure illness. How long will this state continue? Until the time when human beings come to understand that they must look for the causes of diseases in themselves and, after finding them, know how to eliminate them. Your illnesses can be explained by two main reasons. Either you do not love or you lack love. Nature sends diseases as a means of correction to transgressions. To heal them, it is necessary that in the future doctors know how to find their root causes. Some people are afraid of the law of heredity, but this law is a blessing since, thanks to it, one can liquidate a fault carried out up to 4 past generations. A good thought is also passed on to multiple successive generations, which means that good is stronger than evil. If no faults are committed during this time, years later you can benefit from a good deed done by an ancestor. In contrast, if he commits a serious transgression and does not correct it immediately, fate will haunt his descendants for 4 and up to 10 generations. So organic diseases often have their origin in the distant past of man and his ancestors. Sometimes the father is brilliant, but the children are not. To transmit their genius to children, fathers are weaker than mothers. Genius is transmitted through the female line, through the emotional route. The causes of diseases are found in the astral plane, and the consequences manifest in the physical plane. This is why men complain of headache, heartache, stomachache, etc. He who wants to heal must first find the cause of his illness in the astral plane. If he can discover it and eliminate it, the disease will leave him. If a disease has installed itself in the astral body, it gently passes into thought and from there into the physical body. In order to get it out of one's body, man must rid his spirit of this disease, that is, stop thinking about it. Bitter feelings or contradictory thoughts are the basis of physical diseases. Transform them to avoid disease. Many diseases are due to disturbances in feelings and disordered thoughts that cause consequences in the muscular system and lungs. Emotional disorders often attack the heart, liver, circulatory, and respiratory systems. Diseases and disease states are caused by the absence of music and harmony in the human body. If you have a headache, the cause is in your stomach. If you have a stomachache, the cause is in your head. Diseases come through the law of correspondence. There exists in nature an invisible thread that conveys the good currents and bad currents of all creation. This same law exists in every man. Every man is surrounded by bright currents and dark currents. If a dark current passes by him, he will be indisposed. If a bright current passes by, he will feel good. This exchange of bright and dark currents continually creates a succession of positive and negative states in man. The bright currents must bring victory over the dark ones. Moral feelings, the bright noble ones, are the fruits of the currents of light. There are invisible beings who have an interest in provoking man's energies in order to feed on them. When he is in anger, these entities use his energies and, as a result, he is weakened. I have observed how this happens. Often these entities come in groups, install themselves around man, and start suggesting negative thoughts to him until they condition him. After they have achieved their purpose, they move away and observe his behavior. Behind every disease are hidden entities of different levels of development. There are strong ones, weak ones, good ones, and bad ones. Most are bad entities from an inferior culture. This is not a scientific explanation, and most people will say it is a falsification of the truth. Be that as it may, I say that behind every disease are hidden entities that are backward in their spiritual development. When you commit a fault, you feel pain either in the stomach, heart, lungs, feet, neck, intestines, fingers, spine, or liver. The location of ailments and diseases in certain positions can give an indication of the fault committed. Nature's medicine is extraordinary and singular. If you make fun of someone's illness, this illness will also come to you. Then visit this person and make an apology. If you enter the situation of the sufferer, the illness will leave you. Most of your states and illnesses are foreign to you since they are felt through suggestion. For example, you see that someone has a broken leg, you impregnate yourself with his situation. Later, you are likely to feel similar pains in the same place. Since this pain has come through suggestion, it must go away in the same way. When a person scorns you, sends you lightning looks, a sickness may come over you if your nervous system is not resilient. Some people utter such strong curse words that their threats can come true. The earth, as a living entity, has its own astrological theme, its own personal path on which it is placed. In our days, as in the past, this path is not without obstacles. Sometimes the earth is crossed by certain disturbances that affect humans and are the cause of all kinds of epidemics that, in a short time, cause thousands and thousands of human beings to die. The doctor comes, obscures the sick person, checks his pulse, orders medicine, and leaves. Diseases should not be treated and cured in this way. There are some diseases that come from despair, some from overload, some simply from a cold. The cause of certain diseases lies in the back of the brain. Some are due to overdevelopment of man's destructive capacities. Others are due to disordered and overabundant nutrition. More diseases are caused by the mixing of incompatible foods, others by the disagreement between the intellect and the heart, and still others by the disregard of the law of love. Still thousands of other causes can be enumerated. The transgression of the law of faith causes disturbances in the nervous system. The disagreement between the sympathetic nervous system and the cerebrospinal system also causes imbalances. Discouragement, despair generate a disagreement between the muscles and bones, as certain points are more blood-flowing, others accumulate more energy. The cause of rheumatism is not due to the humidity in a room. If this were the cause, how to explain that even inhabitants of healthy and comfortable homes contract this disease? All diseases in the world are the result of failure to observe divine laws. Some illnesses come from a conflict with others or with oneself. When father and mother quarrel, children start to get sick. When there is love between parents, children are healthy. So you realize that it is not easy to be a real doctor. It is not enough to possess only a teachings or a diploma. It is necessary to search very far for the cause of diseases. If one lived in accordance with divine laws, one would be able to immediately purify one's body of all residues and rid it of all diseases. Some doctors think that if you subjected the human being to a high-voltage electrical discharge of 10,000 to 20,000 volts or even 100,000 volts, it would be renewed in no time. If you do not give free course to a divine impulse, you block your desire toward the good and cause a saturation of energies that expose you to all kinds of diseases. All diseases come from this blockage, caused by the non-fulfillment of the divine impulse that incites you to do good. Men are sick for only one reason: the severing of their connection with the divine world that deprives them of their own energy. There are saturations in the material, spiritual, and divine worlds. Everywhere you see saturated people, diseases arise from saturation. As long as man respects divine laws, every cell in his organism will renew itself, otherwise the cells will gradually begin to destroy themselves. Every negative thought and feeling causes specific shocks in the cells. All these shocks reflect negatively on the human organism. The causes of diseases are hidden in negative and distorted thoughts. Human thoughts penetrate the intramolecular space of the cerebrospinal nervous system, and feelings the intramolecular space of the sympathetic nervous system. It is precisely in this that lies the difference between human thoughts and feelings. If man blocks one of his thoughts and does not give it a chance to be realized, this causes an explosion in the cerebrospinal system. In the same way, a rejected feeling will cause an explosion in the sympathetic nervous system. Many people complain that they cannot withstand the power of the sun and say that it acts in a nefarious way on their organs. It is not the sun that is the cause of this, but the negative thoughts and feelings of human beings that form a gloomy covering around the sun and reflect their rays in such a way that they retain a large part of it. Reflected in this way, they form a kind of black light, and it is these black rays that cause numerous diseases as well as tanning, which is dangerous for the skin when it is excessive. From this fact, the conclusion can be drawn that the onset of numerous diseases is hidden in this specific inner refraction of sunlight. Light that is reflected at descending levels loses its qualities and always causes disease states. Never stay in the shadow of a tree or a man. This is a rule that everyone can experience. Many illnesses are due to shadows. Every ray that makes contact with a man is absorbed by his organism and resurrected later in part as dead light. In the shadow of a flower, a tree, a house, there is still light coming from the direct rays of the sun, but this light does not exist in the indirect rays, that is, the rays of the shadow. Never remain in this shadow, for nothing blossoms. It is not possible to have an idea without it producing a certain physiological effect on the brain and nervous system. When you know the force of your thoughts, feelings, and acts, be very careful toward them. A thought, a feeling, a word can cause such tension on the brain and heart of man that it is capable of unbalancing him. There is no stronger poison than negative thoughts, feelings, and states. Fear, hatred, doubt, suspicion are such poisons. They form residues that poison the blood. Is it possible to be healthy in such a state? Unharmonious thoughts unbalance the cerebrospinal system. Unharmonious feelings unbalance the sympathetic nervous system, and unharmonious acts unbalance the muscular and bone systems. Physical and psychic life are closely linked. Our impure thoughts and feelings sometimes form residues in our spirit. These same residues accumulate in the subtle bodies, causing inner disturbances and apparent states of illness. Certain diseases are nothing but the result of past curses. For every negative act, ill will, or injustice sent to someone, man receives back a curse that introduces disharmony into his system and predisposes him to illness. The good wishes, good or bad, that people send to their fellow human beings, it is toward them that they will ultimately return. Human thought is a great power. Words, thoughts, and coarse feelings cause jolts on the nervous system, similar to those of a car on a bumpy road. It is terrible to keep bad thoughts in one's head about someone. Unrighteous thoughts accumulate like debris and imprint themselves in the brain and intellect, causing great difficulty and suffering. They make man nervous and ill-disposed. The release of destructive thoughts and feelings calls for conscious work on oneself to learn how to master them and transform them into benevolent thoughts and feelings. If man thinks properly, he will know how to find the right place for each word, and by uttering it, he will never soil his tongue. If the tongue is clean, the body is healthy. If one introduces an unclean word into one's language, man introduces uncleanness into his thinking. And if the thought is defiled, it introduces into one's body a poison that can cause disease. Bad words reflect on the liver. Human hygiene prohibits the use of negative, bad, non-harmonious words. If man opposes this hygiene, he unbalances his liver. An unbalanced liver drags the imbalance of the nervous system and also defective assimilation of nutrition. In general, bad words have negative health consequences. If you want to preserve your health, use good and positive words in your speech. The heat and light formed in human thoughts and feelings have benevolent or destructive consequences. This depends on their vibrations. The higher the frequency and intensity of the vibrations, the more benevolent their action will be on the organism. Every unpleasant thought is nothing but a wandering soul that has sinned on earth, has not finished its evolution, and now cannot find its place. So sing a song to it. Address a good word to it. All the sad thoughts that invade you sometimes are like desperate souls who are bound between the astral world and the physical world without being able to evolve. In order to fulfill the divine law, man must think of himself 50% at most and 50% of those around him. He must never forget himself, but neither must he forget those around him, for this too will cause an imbalance. If a man increases his intellectual activity, he decreases the physical activity of his body. This is the cause of the nervousness of a large proportion of men today. The greater the intellectual activity, the weaker the body. In order for the nervous system not to become exhausted, some of the mental forces must transfer to the heart. The forces of the body are the result of the forces of the intellect and those of the heart. If you look for the cause of ear and eye diseases, you will find it in the back part of the brain. Malfunctioning of this part causes the ears and eyes to ache. If the temporal part of the brain does not function well, man complains of mouthache. Since you know that the brain is the source of most diseases, keep it in good condition. When we talk about the good state of the brain, we are talking about the thoughts that go through it, which is why we consider thoughts responsible for the good state of the brain and feelings for the good health of the heart. Every thought, every feeling, and every desire brings both benefits and poisons to man. Moreover, certain thoughts act immediately on the organism, others much later. I tell you that by introducing contradictory thoughts into the intellect of a man, even one with a strong psyche, he will surely shatter his nerves to pieces, for these thoughts arouse great anguish in his nervous system and unbalance his inner harmony. Put another way, in esoteric language, man's etheric double escapes from his physical body to make way for another entity. He who knows the laws well is able to return the etheric double to its proper place and thus restore the normal state. Two causes cause weakening of the eyes, restlessness, and not right thinking. If they can be overcome, eyesight will improve. God did not create men with glasses. The weakening of vision comes from the fact that contemporary men do not possess deep philosophical thinking like the early men of ancient wisdom. Today, men live without knowing why. They are disturbed and do not know what the next day holds for them. How would they answer the question, "Why do you live?" Some would say, "We live to perfect ourselves. We live for God." Well, but if you give them an examination, a test, will they pass it? If man lives for an idea, he is ready to sacrifice everything to it. That is why the idea for which he makes sacrifices must be worth it. The eyes serve human intelligence. If the intellect is functioning well, the eyes are also healthy. But if it begins to weaken, the eyes also begin to weaken gradually. If charity is well developed, the ears and eyes are in good health. Why does man become blind? Because he has not lived in accordance with the laws of nature. Great worries cause at first nefarious effects on the digestive system. From there, the disorders affect the lungs, from the lungs to the brain, and from the brain to the eye nerve. This weakens, and man gradually begins to lose his sight. To regain it, It is necessary to go the reverse way by restoring the normal state of the respective organs. First of all of the brain, then of the lungs, then of the stomach where the first stroke occurred. Finally, one must find the cause that caused this blow and eliminate it. If we refer to initiatory science, the blind, handicapped people one meets on earth are all disciples who have failed the examination and, as a result, have left the school. The neurasthenia now scattered throughout Europe is a weakening of the white race. All human brains are entirely occupied with thoughts of acquiring a home, money, comforts. Material goods have replaced the bright thoughts and pure feelings that give man strength. If the virtuous man allows himself to be perturbed, he will lose his health. If the corrupt man does not become restless and preserves inner peace, he will always be in good health. God has given man the intellect to think and not to torment himself. It has been observed that good thoughts and good feelings have salutary consequences on the digestive system. In contrast, bad thoughts and sad feelings have nefarious consequences. Gluttony and inordinate desire to obtain pleasures unbalance the digestive system, and when the stomach does not function well, the cerebrospinal system also becomes unbalanced. If you meet a man with a desiccated face, yellowish in color, ill-disposed to work, know that his digestive system is not in good shape. He is not fit for work, his look is gloomy, and he has lost faith in life. Headaches are due to transgression of the laws of right thinking. Rectify your thoughts and the headaches will disappear. Short-temperedness and nervousness come from an excess of intellectual energy that accumulates in the nose and unbalances the nervous system. Then do not unnecessarily overload your thinking with worries and pettiness. Do you wonder what the misfortunes in life are due to? One of the essential causes is the wrongful slaughter of mammalian animals and then the blind slaughter of human beings. When the souls of victims are in the astral world, they create conditions for the appearance of nervous diseases and imbalance among human beings. Murdered offenders move freely among weak humans and inspire them with feelings of revenge. Diseases, nefarious thoughts or feelings arising in you may be caused by the suffering of certain mammals. To free yourself, you need to soften and harmonize your relationships toward animals. Often the hatred of a dog can have an influence as great as that of a man. Do not believe that animal feelings are very weak. No, you are wrong. They are very dangerous for everyone. In the good man, the feet are in good condition. In the righteous are the hands. In the reasonable are the ears. And in those who love the truth are the eyes. In the man who loves God, the intellect will be well developed. When man forgets or loses one of these virtues, simultaneously the organ corresponding to this virtue becomes weak. If he falls into the field of sin, he becomes immoral. Man begins to progressively atrophy. Feet, legs, hands, then all other organs. Today, everyone suffers from different diseases, and because their causes are not known, they cannot be cured. The causes of diseases are psychic. For example, the cause of the appearance of cancer is hidden in the alteration of the expression of love. Another example, the appearance of greed shows that a group of cells differentiates and wants to live independently without submitting to the established order in the organism. By separating from the others, these cells create their own abode, form a new state with an independent government. Thus they work for days, months, years, until the arrival of the doctor who, with his artillery, begins to attack and bombard these disobedient citizens. But often the medicine fails to eliminate it, and then it gets worse, and the sick person goes to the other world. There is another method of healing, grafting. Like a grafting of fruit-bearing trees, one can in the same way graft the human organism, and thus force the juices to rise to the top of the body. When the energies are blocked in one place, there appears an excrescence that doctors call a tumor. He who knows the laws of grafting will be able to direct the energies and circulate them in the body through this excrescence, which will then disappear. If the new cells come to absorb the secretions that form the tumor, it will no longer have the conditions for development, and it will disappear completely. When the world becomes a servant of love, there will be no more sick people. If you have rheumatism, your love is weak. Every sickness is due to an inner insufficiency or insufficiency of light, goodness, or strength. Human love must be purified continuously, otherwise he will introduce impurities into the organism. It is it that is the basis of impurity in the blood. Purifying human love means replacing it with divine love. It is impossible to love and be sick. They are two incompatible things. If you love, your face cannot be gloomy, nor your eyes dull. Love brings life. When love decreases, phosphorus decreases in the brain. All elements in the physical domain, the mental domain, and the spiritual domain are subject to love. When hope diminishes, diseases come. When faith decreases, more illnesses come. But when love is lacking, the illnesses are even worse. If you strengthen hope, faith, love, diseases will leave you. Men get sick because they transgress the laws of truth. He who wants to restore his own life, his own health, must restore his own love of truth. Pride is the cause of many diseases that can be cured by its opposite, humility. Every physical defect has a spiritual origin. Feelings of hatred drag harmful consequences into the chest and lungs. Jealousy affects the heart. If one experiences envy, jealousy, doubt, suspicion, it is the liver that will suffer. Gluttony affects the stomach. Anger causes constipation, and if you promise without keeping your promises, a headache comes. When you find the cause of an illness, you can restore balance and harmony in you. If you have pain in your head, try to reestablish your relationship before the divine world. If you ache in your chest and lungs, reestablish your relationship to the spiritual world. If you have pain in your belly, reestablish your relationships vis-a-vis the physical world. Diseases do not come by accident. They have root causes. Contemporary science and medicine do not look for them yet. They observe facts and phenomena in nature and life only from the material point of view. Where do sudden pains in different parts of the body come from? They are due to the contraction of capillary vessels. It is known that the latter serve for blood circulation. They carry blood to all parts of the body. When the capillary vessels in the chest are contracted, the body's electricity, which supplies light, cannot circulate normally in the body and is blocked in certain positions. The excess energy that accumulates then acts like steam pressure in a steam generator, causing sore spots. Often, atmospheric electricity is associated with the electricity of the human body, and this encounter produces a small explosion that man feels as pain. What to do to get rid of it? Introduce more heat into the body. This means changing the nature of feelings and sending more blood to the painful part of the body. With warmth, the pains disappear. You also need to drink warm water and, at the same time, support yourself with strong, positive thoughts and feelings. Man must live normally by respecting the laws of nature to avoid causing the capillaries to contract too much, which causes inflammation and hence all the swelling, pain, fainting, etc. Every thought, every negative feeling shrinks the capillaries and interrupts the body's electrical and magnetic currents, changes their rhythm, arouses disharmony. And here is disease. Men represent a system of communicating vessels. So if one man gets sick and suffers, thousands of others suffer and get sick with it. Nature uses symbols and imprints. There are no faults or good deeds committed by man that nature has not imprinted on his body. It records all crimes and all virtues acquired. The cause of every disease is spiritual in origin. Incorrect relationships between neighbors, relatives, children, father, mother, brothers, sisters, groom, bride, cause different diseases. If these relationships are changed, the disease disappears. If there is a disagreement between parents, the children will invariably suffer health consequences. Children are healthy and well-behaved when the father and mother live in harmony and agreement. Some women have not been able to have children because they should not have married or married prematurely. If the son comes into conflict with his father and the thought of the father is stronger, the son will leave for the other world before the father. If you do not love your mother, she will leave prematurely. If she does not love you, you will not live long. Love your mother and father, your brothers and sisters to maintain your health, because if you provoke them with your hatred, their thoughts about you will destroy you. If you are the object of contempt, surround yourself continuously with prayers and formulas. In such cases, it is best to use the law of love. It is recommended to love your neighbor in order to be in good health. In a family, when everyone loves each other, sickness does not come, and even if it comes, it goes away quickly. Breaking with the animal kingdom immediately drags the imbalance of the digestive system. Do not try to get rid of your animal side. Be aware of your relationships with animals. There are 3 worlds: animal, human, and angelic. They are interdependent and interrelated. That is why the stomach must be in harmony with the lungs and the lungs with the brain. The point of this is not to liberate us from the animal side, but to regularize, educate, and subdue the lower desires and feelings to those that are higher. The cause of all small ulcers in the stomach lies in lying. Lying changes the chemical composition of blood and organic tissues. How to explain this modification? Through fear. The one who lies begins to be afraid, and this produces the narrowing of blood vessels and tissues. Any excess in the physical, spiritual, or intellectual plane brings a saturation that leads to states of sickness. It is said that man should work well but without exaggeration. Excess is also not allowed in work. Man must work as long as this is pleasing to him. True work is that which organizes the forces of the organism. There is a state of which you are not aware, and that is where you seek only to take, possess, and give nothing in return. In this situation, evil appears as a process that takes away what you have taken extra. It is necessary to give in order to purify oneself. It is necessary to give in order to rejuvenate. It takes giving to become great. It takes giving to be healthy. He who loves gives. God gives without ceasing. The divine law underlies a continuous disposition to give. What is the cause of insanity? When people are too close to each other, their doubles interpenetrate, and the shock caused by this collision can unbalance one of them. Those who lead a dissolute life become insane. It should be known that insanity can appear when the nervous system is greatly damaged or when the man himself leads a vicious life. In the man who leads a pure and healthy life, madness is absolutely excluded. The cause of today's men's madness is hidden in their past existences. In present life, only a pretext can resurrect madness as a result of the transgressions of other incarnations. Contemporary man suffers from gluttony from all points of view: nutrition, possession, pleasures. He is sick because he possesses more than he needs. The neck should not be thick because this spot encloses glands that have extraordinary functions. In order to allow them to function properly, fats should not be accumulated. These cause chest diseases, tonsil diseases, and other diseases related to the malfunction of these glands. The cancer and tumors from which humans suffer are due to hostile and contradictory feelings, disharmony between the main nervous system and the sympathetic nervous system, perverse living, and greed. Diseases are located where gluttony or greed is found. Deep inner unity is indispensable as well as harmony, bathing in sunlit water and bathing in the color violet. Also, every day eat onion. It is necessary to graft new cells exactly like grafting a tree. Men, women, and children all are nervous. Why? Because of their faults. It's my mother who gave birth to me neurasthenic, someone says. No, with your disordered life you created your own neurasthenia. When does man become nervous? When the burden he carries is heavier than his possibilities. To what is neurasthenia due? To the exit from the etheric double. Often the double moves an inch or two outward, sometimes more. When it exceeds the norm, the man becomes extremely impatient. To avoid becoming angry, he must clothe himself in an armor that is gentleness. That is why the more sensitive a being becomes, the more he must get used to speaking softly. Neurasthenia is due to ruptures in the nervous system from where energy escapes. In contemporary man, it is fear that causes these fissures as well as frequent anger. To get rid of neurasthenia, you have to stop these nervous energy outputs, then stop being angry and overcome your fears. But how? Appeal to your will, put it into action, and become gentle and courageous. Liver imbalance causes different diseases, one of the most common being neurasthenia. It reflects on intellectual abilities, feelings, as well as spiritual manifestations. The activity of the lower world in human thoughts and feelings affects the liver and destroys it like termites ravaging everything. Keep your liver in good condition to improve your thoughts and feelings. Many people become neurasthenic because of the heat produced by emotions located in the back of the brain. This heat reflects in a harmful way on the digestive system, as well as the lungs. Healing involves transforming this energy into magnetism that will increase the body's life force. There are magnetizing physicians who are capable of freeing man from the harmful heat of the organism. Water taken in homeopathic doses plays an important role in treatment. Taken to the brain, it decreases the burning and the disease heals. To have results in his work, the doctor must possess not only a degree from the faculty of medicine, but also a second degree, that of living nature, which assures him of perfect accord between the forces of his own body and those of nature. One of the causes of neurasthenia is the weak link between the body and solar energies. If you strengthen this bond, the neurasthenia will disappear. He who is linked to the sun leads a good life full of moral virtues. Man becomes neurasthenic when he cannot satisfy his feelings and desires. The greater and more numerous his desires, the greater his suffering. When desires are not mastered, anger arises. Anger is a misused energy. Place barriers to the realization of a person's aspirations, and you will find that he will soon become neurasthenic. Remove these barriers from his path, and his neurasthenia will disappear. In people who are too nervous, excess sugar is deposited in the blood. Those who are cheerful, well-disposed, have none. Too many desires also increase blood sugar. Man is free if he does not accept in himself a desire that subdues him. From the moment he accepts it and begins to feed it, he loses his freedom. Every desire that presents itself to you is an expression of an entity located at both lower and higher levels and influencing you. By binding yourself to this desire, you bind yourself to this entity and, as a result, become dependent on it. Every desire represents a bond with other entities living elsewhere. This bond is not merely outward. It deeply hides its roots in human nature. Today, many people complain of a bad disposition of spirit, exhaustion, nervousness. What is the cause of this? Their endless and excessive desires. Everyone has many desires and very few basic means to fulfill them. For a tree to become big, it needs soil to develop its roots. If man does not know how to well transform the energies of his lower feelings, he may become ill, and this will be reflected in his feelings and spiritual life. That is why, parallel to the anatomy and physiology of the physical body, the anatomy and physiology of the astral body must be studied. The diseases of people today are due to the misunderstanding of the law of transformation of energies. When you walk, when you talk, you gesture too much with your hands. You need to master the gestures. Why do you contract your eyebrows, contract your mouth, squint your eyes? With all these artificial movements, you deform your features, but you also cause yourself harm. By deforming your expression when you are restless, you reinforce the problems and cause the sickness. All mental illnesses come from the insufficiency of light. All diseases of the heart come from the insufficiency of heat. All diseases of the soul come from the insufficiency of truth. Hair sprouts under the influence of heat. When the heat begins to decrease, the hair begins to fall out. Baldness is due to a lack of heat, being itself related to magnetism. Hair falls out due to loss of magnetism, due to numerous worries, states of illness, or in case of serious diseases. When the head begins to unclutter, intelligence begins to dominate the heart. The brain becomes extremely active. Ingratitude weakens man and makes him grow old before his time. In contrast, gratitude vivifies, makes one great and rejuvenated. Why do men get sick? Because they are ignorant. What should be done to heal them? Apply gratitude toward life. Be grateful for the slightest good that is given to you. It is possible, by committing a fault, to cause the death of 50 or 60,000 cells, and sometimes even 100,000. Strong anguish or despair causes thousands of cells in the human organism to die. Doubt is a parasitic danger that multiplies rapidly. In 24 hours, it is capable of poisoning your blood. After that, you have to apply great efforts to purify it. Treatment of diseases must begin 20 years before they appear. Doctors of the future will be able to treat people before diseases appear. What is cancer? To what is it due? The causes of cancer lie hidden in the contradiction of feelings. If man begins to lead a disordered life, he will be a victim of cancer. When he closes himself off from the sublime ideas that inspired his life, he opens the way for chest diseases, becomes pessimistic, and causes tuberculosis to appear. As long as man's feelings are not mastered, memory will be weak. Memory is also weakened by great sadness and suffering, boundless fear, and great moral anguish. He who suffers palpitations in the heart is a proud man, the same he who suffers in the belly. He who suffers in the head is vain. Heart palpitations have psychic causes. They are the basis of the formation of numerous toxins, foreign elements, half-organic substances that have invaded the body and must be rejected. Heart palpitations are due to a multitude of contradictory thoughts, desires, feelings that are useless to the heart. To get rid of them, there are different methods. One of the new methods is healing through music. If you have palpitations, this shows that your feelings are divided, that there is a battle between two feelings. Stop the war and your heart will resume its normal rhythm. Just as excess nutrition is a danger, there is also a danger in feeling great joy, excessive joy. The nervous system is created in such a way that it is unable to withstand the vibration of such immense and sublime joy as evolved beings experience it. If man finds himself in the vibration of such a joy, his nervous system as well as his brain lose their balance, since they are not adapted to resist such vibrations, whether they are at a higher or lower level. With the effort of your will, you strengthen your body, and all organs will begin to work better. Weakening of the will is a factor in the appearance of disease. On the other hand, diseases are indispensable for forging the will. If one organ develops to the detriment of another, if one cell rejuvenates to the detriment of another, different diseases, such as cancer, appear at the reckoning. If certain talents or feelings develop to the detriment of others, the organism becomes equally ill. Often your feet get cold. Then introduce love into you, and the warmth will penetrate to the tips of your toes. When your fingers get cold, it means that your love is weak. Unfair feelings affect blood circulation. If the state of feelings improves, circulation improves, the toes and hands become warm. Today, people are very afraid of epidemics. In contrast, they are not afraid of sins and vices, which in fact are the source of them. The first cause of abnormalities in life is the falsified nutrition you put into your stomach. Meat nutrition has introduced such toxins into your body that it has accumulated a multitude of impurities. If your sense of smell was in good condition, you would keep a distance from those who eat meat. They give off such a bad smell. The first condition to improve the health of a sick person is to improve his nutrition. Fruit-based or meat-based nutrition contain different elements that, over time, produce different results. Contemporary man who eats meat suffers. Only a microscopic part of meat is assimilated. The rest is waste that needs to be eliminated. Although all of today's diseases are due to this waste, everyone thinks they need nutrition. No, less nutrition is essential, but of such a quality that it will give less waste. Poorly digested nutrition hinders blood purification. At that time, semi-organic materials in the form of residues accumulate around the joints. This malfunctioning of the body causes indispositions of spirit and pessimism. Work through your willpower to improve your digestive system and thus avoid pessimism and bad mood. If in our days there are so many nervous diseases, so much suffering, it comes to us largely from nutrition. The fruits of the earth are impregnated with the blood of millions of victims, both human and animal. The earth impregnated with human blood must be purified, and there will be a realization when it passes through the divine fire, through the fire of love. Neurasthenia also comes from excessive meat consumption. At present, the only healthy nutrition for man is plant nutrition that sweetens his coarse nature. In the future, mankind will reach such a degree of evolution that it will be able to extract the indispensable nutritional elements directly from living nature, and this nutrition will be pure, perfect, and completely healthy. At this stage of evolution, there will be no more animals on Earth. When man uses improper, falsified nutrition, many residues are formed in him that attract the bacilli of different diseases such as cholera, typhus, plague, and others. Those who have pure blood are not attacked by these diseases, since nothing touches the pure man. He can visit lepers, tuberculosis without taking anything because of his purity and faith. When nutrition is not well digested, it cannot penetrate the blood and cannot nourish cells. It forms debris around the joints, around the vertebrae, and also in the capillary vessels. They are called in medical language rheumatic diseases and in esoteric language of spiritual pains. The more nutrition is chewed in the mouth, the more easily some of the nutrients are absorbed. In this way, they penetrate directly into the nervous system. Juices not absorbed through the mouth descend into the stomach where complete digestion occurs. Where does the headache come from? From eating too much indigestible nutrition that overloads the stomach. In such cases, the purging of the stomach cannot be done properly, and then headaches and bad breath appear. The cause of headache has its origin in the small intestine and colon. If these organs are not in good condition, there will be problems in the head. To solve it, one should first take a warm foot bath, then empty the intestines. When the intestines and stomach are cleared, the headache will disappear. Dizziness often comes from the stomach as well. Sometimes you feel a heaviness in your stomach and do not know why. If you had the knowledge of the nervous system, you would understand that this imbalance in the stomach comes from your feelings, which are related to the sympathetic system. You have eaten nutrition whose vibrations are not in accord with your sympathetic system. As a result, you feel an unpleasant state. If in one way or another you get rid of this state, but you feel mentally ill-disposed, it indicates to us that the malaise has passed into the head, into the region of time where you feel a tension. That is why you have to be very careful in choosing your nutrition. Observe yourself to know the one that matches you. Overeating causes a blockage of the nervous system, and subsequently poor blood circulation. The brain's energy does not flow properly. Thus begins the process of hardening of the arteries, which lose their plasticity. The human spirit is then forced to leave its body. Bulgarians suffer from overnutrition. If they ate less, everything would settle down and regularize in their lives. Having reached the 20th bite, they must stop. Diseases are often produced through the inert matter accumulated in the body. Behind this matter is an entity of both good and evil intelligence. You will say that this intelligent entity, you do not see it. Seeing it or not does not change anything. For example, you see a man stabbed on the ground. The knife is inert matter, but behind the knife is the hand of a conscious being who manipulated it. The same is for microbes that cause different diseases. Behind them are hidden beings of a certain level of intelligence that act on man in such a way as to create conditions for the development of bacteria. Some diseases destroy the organism, others purify it. The criterion for recognizing good and healthy nutrition is to observe how it acts on your thoughts, feelings, and acts. If it causes a decrease in your intellectual life, this nutrition is not hygienic. For example, people love to eat pork. They eat it with appetite, but this meat introduces thoughts and states that they will hardly get rid of later. Nutrition mainly affects weak humans by nature whose energies are unorganized. On the others, who are more evolved, it does not have a great influence since they know how to use it. To restore memory, we need to get rid of lactic acid accumulated in the brain. How? Through brain and blood purification. It can be solved by a change in nutrition, through pure thoughts and feelings, and through good deeds. The cause of disease is also hidden in the obstruction of pores. Disease will appear precisely in the location of the body where pores are clogged, because the organism cannot stand any impurity, any foreign substance. When impurities accumulate somewhere, the organism becomes sick. Every disease demands the release of foreign substances. For example, if there are blockages in the channels of the spine, man loses his vitality. The spine has the property of absorbing air prana, which is vital energy, and transmitting it to the whole organism. When the blood circulation malfunctions, carbon accumulates in the blood in the form of carbonic gas, CO2, and makes it impure. The body's electrical and magnetic energies do not circulate properly, and the nervous system stores excess nitrogen. As a result, the body is saturated and the respiratory system is in trouble. Yellow eyes show the poor functioning of the liver. The liver is related to digestion, and digestion is related to blood circulation. On this depends the purity of the blood. Impure blood weakens intelligence and diverts thought. The cooling of the extremities of the limbs is due to the impurity of the blood, which produces electricity in the body. Pure blood produces magnetism. Electricity produces some cold and magnetism some heat. The more impure the blood, the worse the man is. Through breathing exercises, one purifies the blood. Exercises must also be found for the purification of thoughts. Diseases are due to impure blood, impure nutrition that brings bad dispositions of spirit, pessimism, laziness. He whose blood is pure is distinguished by great energy, great agility of body and spirit. He who breathes through the mouth cannot have good health. If you study the process of the human organism, you will observe that energies come out of the center of each cell and head toward the periphery, into space. Other energies come from outside and head toward the center of the cells. It is at the intersection of these two energy currents that the process of life is produced. If one of these energy currents, external or internal, becomes blocked, different states of disease appear. Each blockage interrupts the proper functioning of the blood circulation, which, for its part, causes disease. Where, for example, does the headache come from? From the accumulation of cosmic energies in the brain. The accumulation of excess solar energy in certain parts of the body creates for other organs different kinds of illness. In general, organs deprived of energy suffer. To help them, energy must be sent to them first through thought. You must study the laws of energy transformation and how to transmit them from one organ to another. Every disease arises from an unbalanced distribution of energies in the body, which affects the blood circulation. Today's human body shape represents nothing but prana in motion. Diseases appear when the circulating prana is not well distributed in the body. If it is not well distributed in feelings, discontent appears. Badly distributed in thoughts, it gives rise to stupidity, non-meaning. When the skin, a conductor of nature's life energy, begins to lose its fineness, the circulation of energies is disrupted, and people can become ill. But the color, roughness, or wrinkled or worn appearance of a skin does not allow one to judge its quality. There are other criteria. If we could observe with the clairvoyant's eye the nerves and arteries of a neurasthenic, we would see in several places cracks through which energy escapes. Such a man is weak. Why? In the first place, because of uncontrolled passions. Insanity is caused by the fact that the two parts of the brain are charged with the same electricity, both positive and negative. The normal state requires positive energy to circulate in one hemisphere and negative energy in the other. If someone becomes very aggressive, that is, electric, he must introduce into his left hemisphere some gentleness, some magnetism. Place your hands on the head of a healthy man, and you will feel two currents, one warm, the other cold, but on the head of an unbalanced man you will feel only a warm current. In order to help such a sick person, it is necessary to ask a healthy friend to place his hands above his head in order to regularize the energies of his brain. Try to transform the excess energy accumulated in you, especially that in the back of the brain, as it is the cause of a large part of your negative states and illness. Accumulated behind the ears and around the temples, the energy makes one overly nervous, irritated, excited, ready to argue with everyone, ready to insult others for nothing. Those who possess good self-mastery are able to assimilate the excess energy stored in their bodies, unlike the neurasthenics who cannot use it and let it escape and dissipate. What is the cause of disease? It is the weakening of vital energy that degrades into potential or passive energy. To heal it is necessary to transform potential energy into kinetic energy. It is possible with different remedies that stimulate passive energy. Sometimes the Bulgarians heal the feverish man by pouring cold water on his body. The strong reaction that follows transforms the stagnant energy, and the sick man is cured. Coughing is a cooling, and this constitutes a loss of initial strength, hence the decrease in vibration in which health can be maintained. Elevate your thoughts toward God, bind yourself to Him, to His source, and the cough will disappear. There is only one physician in the world. All others are his assistants. Coughing always comes when the body is demagnetized. Demagnetization can be partial or general. If someone becomes ill, his throat, his lungs, or his whole body is demagnetized. In the latter case, great fatigue is felt. Magnetism needs to be reestablished in the whole organism. If you have caught a cold, if you catch a cold, look for the cause, and you will find that the problem comes from the dominance of negative energies. You have nothing left but to transform them into positive energies. Every illness is due to the excess of negative energies. If you are unable to transform them into positive energies, look for reasons to reject them outside. Negative energy is an uninvited visitor that you must know how to get rid of. When the energy of one's body is directed toward the center of the earth, man becomes ill. To heal, one must direct one's energies toward the center of the sun. If a man's etheric double goes out and comes back in properly, then his stomach is functioning well, his brain is in good condition, and the person is in good health. Most indispositions come from an abnormality of the brain. That is why your first concern is to regularize your brain energies so that they circulate well. Frequently put your hands on top of your head or run them through your hair as if to comb your hair. Many diseases are due to the tension caused through electricity or natural magnetism on certain organs. When someone complains of headache, heart, or lung pain, it is the tension of atmospheric electricity that affects their organs. Sometimes it is excess magnetism that causes certain disease states. By studying our organism, It is understood that most bodily indispositions come from atmospheric influences. The changes that take place on Earth also take place in the human body. A large part of the body is composed of water, and many beings suffer from a lack of water. If water decreases, life also decreases. Lack of water cools the organs, excess heats them. As a result, thermal balance depends on the amount of water in the body. Water scarcity makes man nervous and desiccated, prone to irritation and aggression. How should one respond? Through hot water. Take some hot water and start drinking it spoonful by spoonful. If you do not have hot water at your disposal, try cold water. Observe after how many spoonfuls calmness returns. It is found that certain diseases such as dropsy, pleurisy, and others are due to excess water in the body. Increasing the temperature of the body gives an opportunity to eliminate this excess of water. In the same way, if there is an excess of iron, it is essential to put the sick person in such a psychic condition that the iron will melt and be eliminated. All diseases are due to disharmony between the sympathetic system and the cerebrospinal system. You say that the nervous system is unbalanced. I would rather say that it is not unbalanced, but blocked. You say, I have stomach pain. Why? The nerves in the spinal cord that conduct energy to the stomach and belly are blocked. Expose your spinal cord to the sun to unblock it. If they remain blocked, evil will inevitably persist. Diseases appear when energies have no clear path. Blockages occur not only in the physical body, but also in the subtle bodies. The force contained in nitrogen is related to the nervous system and the brain, which is why if nitrogen decreases, man begins to feel restlessness. Someone becomes insane or is stricken with apoplexy. It is because of lack of nitrogen. A lowering of nitrogen forces in the brain substance is produced, causing the organism to lose its balance. The blood circulation is done wrong. The excess blood coming into the head is not discharged. It blocks the brain centers, and man is stricken with apoplexy. Organs become paralyzed. Diseases that affect humans come from past and present faults. Nothing goes unpunished. The microbes that spread today are nothing more than the poisons of fear and hatred felt by oxen, sheep, and chickens when man killed them. Is this possible? Yes, it is possible. Just as an outrageous word poisons and destroys the human organism, in the same way the fear and hatred of the animals that man abates produce a similar effect on him. One must know that the organism is predisposed to attract such and such a microbe that corresponds to it. The latter then becomes its associate and begins to take its energies. Without realizing it, man falls ill and becomes its victim. It is impossible for a microbe to hide in your body if you are not in correspondence with it. The greater the amount of gold in a man's blood, the better his health. To increase it, he must lead a pure, noble life. Gold is the symbol of the sun, energy, health, and purity. In contrast, the insufficiency or lack of organic gold in the blood causes diseases. The predominance of iron in the blood produces a certain thought form, that of copper produces another. In general, each element, iron, copper, tin, lead, silver, and gold, that enter into the constitution of the body produce specific influences on human thoughts and feelings. For example, fatigue and anemia come from iron insufficiency in the blood. When a man's thinking is passive, it shows us that he has little phosphorus in his blood. Any imbalance in the physical body, whether in the sympathetic system or the cerebral nervous system, shows the insufficiency or absence of certain elements in the blood. The missing elements are supplied not only by the mouth and nutrition, but through thoughts and feelings. If you were to observe the human hand with the eye of a clairvoyant, you would notice another clearer and more fluid hand that is twice the size of the physical hand. As long as the double of the hand acts well, the physical hand is normal. If the double is hindered by something, the physical hand becomes hindered as well. Like the hand, the whole body possesses its own specific double. If during life the etheric double becomes partially or totally detached from the physical body, different diseases and handicaps appear. For example, general or partial paralysis is due to a kind of splitting, a separation between the body and the etheric double. This splitting comes from the poor reception of energies through the limbs, feet, and hands. The physical body lives because of its etheric double, and if the agreement, the relations between the body and the double are neither good nor harmonious, diseases arise. The etheric double is an instrument. a mediator through which the forces of nature are revealed. In the front part of the brain, there are white filaments through which the activity of human intelligence, linked to the etheric double, is manifested. In fact, the main cause of disease is the disagreement between these two bodies. If someone loses consciousness, it shows that the contact between the body and their double is broken, the bond is severed. Sufferings, more specifically in spiritual people, are due to their excessive sensitivity. Their etheric and astral doubles move outside the body more than normal. As a result, they receive more impressions and suffer because of this. The whole human body, inwardly and outwardly, is enveloped by a specific matter called the matrix. When the matrix is healthy, humans feel well-disposed, strong, and behave well. When holes appear in the matrix, numerous chemical processes intervene in the body and cause diseases. Superficial, artificial thoughts, doubts, suspicions, and slander are the origin of holes in the matrix. Many diseases or indispositions are due to the excessive contraction and dilation of capillaries under the influence of natural electricity and magnetism. At the origin of this pathology are man's negative thoughts and feelings. Every bad thought, every bad feeling, and every bad action constricts the capillaries and disrupts the body's magnetic and electrical currents that circulate in the specific meridians at a particular rhythm. When the movement of the lines form through the meridians and their rhythm change, discord is produced in the organism, and man becomes ill. Try to tune all your movements, those of the eyes, the hands, the whole body. Be alert to movements that are not harmonious, artificial, and extraneous, as well as imitations since they unbalance the organism, like inappropriate or poor quality nutrition. Observe children. Until the age of 6 to 7, their movements are beautiful, natural, but later between the ages of 7 and 14, their movements begin to become artificial. This often causes illnesses. Contemporary man's walking is not good. Walking shakes one's body and thus causes blows to the spine, which are transmitted to the brain and affect the whole nervous system. And then one wonders why man is so nervous. Eyes are weakened when humans misuse them. Most people do not look properly. Some people open their eyes a lot, but that does not mean their vision is good. When you want to see something, you should not turn your head, but rather direct your gaze in that direction. Direct your eyes downward, upward, to the sides, in the direction of the observed object. Weak breathing is one of the causes of colds. If they recur often, it shows that there are certain irregularities in the breathing process, both in the rhythm and in the quality of the air breathed. When breathing improves, the cold disappears. It is a natural sign for man to set to work in order to regularize his breathing. If he does not pay attention to this sign, fever comes. Some complain that they cannot breathe freely or have an irregular heart rhythm. They go to the doctor, take medicine, but no dice. In fact, the cause is in the diaphragm, which rises up and compresses the stomach, puts pressure on the lungs, the heart, and causes suffering throughout the body. That's why you need to practice your breathing. Fill your lungs well so that your diaphragm is well positioned. You suffer since you are in disharmony with the colors. The insufficiency of one color in the body is the cause of man's illnesses. If he lacks the red color of love, or the yellow of wisdom, or the blue of truth, man will certainly fall ill. That is why you must introduce these colors into your organism and psychism, that is, into your intellectual, emotional, and spiritual life. The science of future humanity, which is the science of the sixth race, will begin precisely with the law of coordination. Every human organ must be coordinated with all others. Through the law of coordination, man is expected to make daily walks of 2, 3, 4, 5, and even 10 kilometers. If he is afraid and does not do what nature demands of him, it will not be long before nature will teach him lessons. Moreover, nature has preconceived good, healthy, simple nutrition. It has also determined the number of respirations per minute. Some people receive air in a haphazard manner. Their breathing is irregular, what causes a disagreement between the organs. If there is not complete coordination among all organs, disease states will appear. 4. Diagnosis. Every hand line, every facial feature, every center on the head are evidence of man's life and activities from his distant past to the present. Defining the diagnosis 10 years before the appearance of a disease is an art of taking preventive measures. This art is accessible only to the doctor who knows the initiatory science. It is before it becomes serious that he needs to be told what to do. Sciences such as palmistry, phrenology, morphophysiognomics, graphology, Kabbalah, and everything derived from them will be studied in depth. These sciences, which are not recognized today, will solve problems in the future. In our days, if doctors knew these sciences, it would not be necessary to open man's brain and stomach to make the diagnosis of a disease. Only an observation of the iris of the eye, or a study of the hand, nails, or analysis of the horoscope would be sufficient to define the disease as well as the causes of its appearance. You could help yourself, prevent and avoid certain states that await you before you fall ill. For example, the science named phrenology can guide you in knowing the diagnosis and predisposition to certain diseases based on the measurement of the head and body and the relationships between its different parts. There are certain correspondences between organs and body parts. For example, the width of the base of the nose and the appearance of the temples show what the nature of the temperament is: sanguine, choleric, phlegmatic, nervous. The width of the nostrils is related to the width of the hand as well as the width of the face. The constitution of the stomach is related to the constitution of the fingers. He who understands the law of correspondences can define the state of one organ in relation to another. One should not only understand the act of drinking and eating as a physiological process, but also as a mental and emotional process. One who eats in excess in a field, whether physical, mental, or emotional, will suffer accordingly in this field. If you have committed a fault, you will feel pain whether in the stomach, lungs, feet, fingers, spine, or liver. The location of disease in the body gives an indication of the fault committed. Every transgression of the laws of the physical world produces an imbalance in the stomach, belly, and small intestine. Every transgression of the spiritual laws causes problems in the lungs and the heart. Every transgression of the laws of the mental world causes an imbalance in the head. When I look at your eyes, I think of your truth. When I look at your ears, I think of your wisdom. When I look at your mouth, I think of your love. When I look at your arms and hands, I think of the righteousness with which you work. When I see your legs and feet, I think of your virtues. It is enough to see a man's hand to know how long he will live on earth. The lines of the hand and their length and width determine the length of life. This is also indicated by the size and width of the nose. The opening of the nostrils allow for better inhalation and a factor in longevity. The smaller the amount of air inhaled, the weaker the oxygenation of the blood. This produces more carbonic acidity and therefore more residue and more disease. Too thin lips show that the man has curbed his emotions, that he can no longer give much. Such a man does not like to eat and enjoy himself much. The cells that make up your two lips are intelligent. You should keep your lips neither too tight nor too relaxed or open. They should be just close together and free, relaxed. The same for the eyes. Do not look at messy things or dirty, terrifying images. Never go to see how animals are killed or how murders or crimes are committed. If it were possible to observe under a microscope the nervous system or eyes of a man whose level of mind corresponds to Old Testament notions, and to compare it with that of a man whose level of consciousness corresponds to the New Testament, one would find a great difference in their constitution. One can know a man's past, present, and future from his eyes. Everything that can be produced in a man is written in his eye. The signs concern his qualities and talents, but also the trials, sufferings, and illnesses through which he will pass. Everything is written in the eye. The change in intensity of eye color is related to the state of the intellect. In fact, the weakening of brain vibration causes this change and is reflected in the state of the eyes and their color. The state of the eyes is used to diagnose the state of the mind. It also allows the state of the brain to be ascertained. The eyes are the mirror of man's inner life. Sometimes spots appear in the eye, like on the sun. One can divide the eye into 12 circles representing the 12 moving zodiac signs. Just as the spots on the sun are the cause of catastrophes and earthly suffering, the spots on the eye are indications to diagnose different disease states. The spots, opacities, and veils that can be seen in the eye indicate certain diseases that may reveal themselves 10 or 20 years down the road. He who understands the science of the eye is able to avoid these diseases. When I observe your ears, I can know how long you will live, what disease you will suffer from, and what you will die from. I can also know by studying your fingernails. Everything is written in man, as in a book. There are doctors who diagnose through the study of hands and nails. They recognize not only the present state of the sick person, but what may happen to him in the future. Before falling ill, man is warned by the appearance of spots on the hands and nails, CI, which proves that nothing is hidden. Observe your nails to prevent a disease state. A white spot on the nails signifies an indisposition or an imbalance that can manifest into illness. Spots on the left hand mean one thing, on the right hand another. In general, they show a great tension in the nervous system that causes illness. Since you notice their appearance on your nails, take precautions. Introduce into your spirit a sublime, grandiose idea capable of calming the nervous system. White spots also appear at the time of a great disturbance of the soul. They are not serious, but are signs that invite you to take measures against the disease states that threaten you. White spots are similar to sunspots. The more numerous the spots on the sun, the more energy it gives off, the more abundance there is in nature. It is the same in man. He who has white spots on his nails is overly active, dispenses more energy, and consequently becomes too exhausted. To get rid of these spots, he must learn to concentrate his intellect and master his thinking. Thus, in 2 to 3 months, he will be able to restore his calm and get rid of the stains. If you have a headache, it is the stomach that is in disorder. Head and stomach are related. The methods of their healing are so simple that everyone can easily apply them. A man whose neck is too wide, measuring, for example, 42 centimeters, is exposed to apoplexy. He must do something to decrease the width of his neck. For a size of 5 feet 6 inches, the neck girth should measure 36 centimeters. If, on the other hand, it decreases too much to less than 29 or 30 centimeters, the person is exposed to another danger and must feed better. By looking at the cheeks, you can understand the state of the stomach. If the face under the cheeks is hollowed out, the stomach is weak. To understand the state of the liver, observe the color of the face, the lightness of the eyes, and their liveliness. All these contribute to the beauty of the face. When the liver is functioning well, the face has a pleasant pink color. Nose of nervous people become too sharp. This should not happen. Having an awakened and sharp intellect is very good, but not too sharp nose. One of the simple methods to determine the length of the waist is as follows. Place your fingers on the skin and lean them lightly. If the skin marks a little and the mark endures, this man will not live long, but if the mark soon disappears, he still has energy and will live a long time. An excess of iron in the blood makes one irritable and aggressive. Too much lead makes one suspicious. Too much copper gives instability in feelings. The presence of gold causes aches or pains, but it generates the desire to possess, the need to accumulate more and more. In humans, all elements exist in the blood, nervous system, and cells, but in a disproportionate way, and that is precisely why various dissonances appear. Each person must therefore know how to regenerate and neutralize the influence of certain elements in the body. If a man is inspired by an ideal, he walks straight. From the moment he becomes materialistic, he begins to bend toward the ground. When he loses confidence in himself and his fellow man, he begins to bend. If someone is hunched, this always shows a defect of intellect. Every deviation, every deformation of the spine shows a certain defect of character. His normal position is upright. The good man is wrapped in a magnetic suit that does not let the cold through. If the feet get cold easily, it is goodness that is weak. If the hands grow cold, it is righteousness that is weak. If the eyes do not see well, this man has transgressed the truth somewhere, and if the ears hear badly, it is wisdom that is lacking. Wet hands show that feelings are not natural and spontaneous. If they are dry, it is intelligence that is not on point. If you carry a diamond and it becomes dull, that means you are sick. Stones are contaminated by men. Man can read not only in facial features but also in the colors around him. This is a power reserved for the clairvoyant and not for the ordinary man. The healthier a man is, the more spiritual he is. The higher his spirit is, the brighter and more pleasant the aura emanating from him. When he becomes ill, the aura becomes weaker. This opacity can be partial or total. The opaque part in the aura corresponds to the sick organ. By strengthening his thinking and intensifying his vibrations, a man can restore the light in his head, in his stomach, in the organs attacked by illness and thus heal them. 5. Heavenly bodies and health. Today people regard the planets as symbols, but in the future man will achieve a gargantuan development that will enable him to penetrate into their deeper meaning and understand their secret. He is still unaware that planets are living, superiorly intelligent beings directly related to terrestrial life and the animals they influence. Man does not yet possess the science of the stars and the knowledge of the beings that inhabit them. All planets are transformers of divine energy for all life forms. Each planet is populated by intelligent, conscious beings. The inhabitants of Jupiter have dignity, self-love. They are proud but merciful. Those of Saturn are philosophers. They are deep but suspicious. They possess critical sense but always doubt. They are among the oldest inhabitants of the solar system, after Uranus and Neptune, which predate Saturn. The respiratory, digestive, nervous systems. Each part of the body was created under the influence of the planets, each under different conditions and at different times. For example, the hands are under the influence of Gemini and Mercury, the feet under the influence of Pisces and Jupiter, the lungs under the influence of Cancer, and the head under the influence of Aries. Men today must study the dynamics of the human body in relation to the planetary influences exerted upon it. Thus man will understand that certain of his cells are under the influence of the Sun, others under the influence of Sirius, others under the influence of Jupiter, etc. In general, the more the human being is connected with the higher beings and planets, the more the matter of his body is elaborated and evolved. The more the matter of his body is elaborated, the more noble his life is. The level of human development is determined by the matter of his body. Human life is manifested through matter. The more human intelligence develops, the more man will bond with the stars and planets. When man can channel and utilize the influences of all the suns of the cosmos, he will achieve perfection. The human brain encloses a unique sun around which all the planets move. What is seen in the sky also exists in the brain. What is called the movement of forces and energy centers in the brain is nothing other than the action of the planets on the brain. Almost all the planets correspond with points in the human brain. Jupiter is located in the center of the head, where the fontanelle is. Saturn is in the upper two sides of the head. Venus is in the upper frontal part and at the level of the nape of the neck. Mars in the two parts of the head above the ears. Jupiter gives elevation to the head and makes the man active. Saturn increases the intellect, reason, and consciousness. Moon gives breadth of the forehead, so Mars. All planets, including the Earth and stars, influence the brain. Solar energies organize the heart and lungs, Saturn's energies, liver and bones, Mars energies, biliary vesicle and genital organs, Jupiter energies, stomach and solar plexus, Venus energies, kidneys, Mercury and moon energies, brain and nerves. The moon also influences the woman's genital organs. The spleen is a conductor of solar energy and is under the influence of the sun. Jupiter regulates the thymus, Mercury the thyroid, Saturn and Uranus the pituitary gland, and Neptune the pineal gland. The sun mainly influences the solar plexus and the sympathetic nervous system. In order to coordinate the energies of his body, man must link his muscular system to the cerebrospinal system, as well as the bone system to the muscular system. When he cannot give good expression to his spiritual energies, he becomes increasingly rough and coarse. Man's duty is to harmonize the forces of his organism and to establish right relations with all heavenly bodies. Due to the imperfect perception of the energy of the universe, there is an excess of energies in certain places of the organism, and in others it is lacking. This unequal distribution creates ailments, suffering, discontent. Even the subtlest energies accumulated in excess can create states of sorrow. When man becomes ill, he has to bond with the solar and lunar energies, either directly or through the intermediary of plants and minerals, which are good transformers of sun and moon energies. The sun is a living being, a collective being possessing cosmic intelligence. It is inhabited by thought. Under the influence of the sun, man's cosmic influence is awakened as well as his thought, and when man awakens, the sun begins to think about him. He preserves his health and prolongs his life. The thousand-petaled lotus is related to the physical sun, and it is from it that our whole being receives its vital energies. The divine spirit brings energies to the sun, and it transmits them to the brain, the larynxes, the heart, and the soul. The lotus of 1,000 petals also draws from certain light rays of Sirius and Orion. Through its colors and light rays, the thousand-petaled lotus expresses the celestial splendor of all the planets. It is linked to billions of centers in the brain, which emanate a light of 1,000 colors, the flicker of which is extraordinary. It is the most beautiful blaze. For its part, the sun is the representative of the thousand-petaled lotus for the solar system, which is directed by the divine spirit. The planets are related to certain elements and more particularly to metals. The moon is related to silver, the sun to gold, Mars to iron. If the blood does not sufficiently possess one of these elements, man becomes ill. When the necessary amount of an element is brought to the blood, the state of the body improves. The lack of elements in the blood can be filled not only by nutrition, but also and especially through thoughts and feelings. Sometimes the organism feels the need to get certain thoughts into its intellect and certain feelings into its heart. It is an absolute necessity. If you knew this, you would know how to apply astrology as a means of self-education and edification of your nervous system. Later, through thoughts or emotions, you will contribute to your blood all the elements it lacks. Similar knowledge will be acquired little by little. Plants and fruits contain energies in relation to the planets that influence them. For example, the cherry is under the influence of Venus. The planets, in turn, are related to the stars of the zodiac. If in one way or another you want to exert an influence on your character and body, then use the proper nutrition that will give you the desired energies. In the future, man will eat in accordance with the planets directing the days. On Mondays, you will eat the nutrition that is under the influence of the moon. On Tuesdays, that which is under the influence of Mars, etc., etc. If you knew the influence of the planets and stars on man, especially those of the sun, you would establish good relationships with them. If man is in harmony with the sun, he will be in harmony with the moon and the earth. The sun's good influence improves the state of arterial blood. The sun's influence on the quality of arterial blood is assured by the harmony between man's thoughts and feelings. The sun elevates human thoughts and feelings, so the blood is purified. Conversely, if man's thoughts and feelings are in harmony with the energies of the sun, moon, and earth, man rejoices in life and enjoys its benefits. Any blockage at the level of feelings brings an abnormality of the heart. Consequently, the pulse becomes unbalanced. To re-establish the functioning of the heart, man must restore harmony with nature and link his own heart with the pulse of the great cosmic heart. Each planetary system has its own heart, which for its part is linked to the cosmic heart. The heart of our solar system is the sun. Its rhythmic waves determine the rhythmic movement of our heart and blood. To bind yourselves to them, do morning, noon, and evening for 10 days a short meditation to enclose yourselves. I want the beat of my heart to be rhythmic, to function with the solar pulse and to send its energies into the whole world. Young people have not yet built the spiritual organs by which the planets Saturn, Uranus, Mercury, etc. could act on them in a beneficial way. Therefore, since they are under their influence, they use these spiritual forces for physical needs. As a result, they become more rustic. If man cannot give good direction to the expression of his spiritual forces, he will surely become coarser and less fine. Through physical efforts, it is impossible to achieve spiritual acquisitions. When you come to Earth, you have to know astrology very well and know which year, which month, which hour, which minute, and even which second to reincarnate. If you are not in a good moment, you will not get great satisfaction in your life or results in your activities. This is not to say that nature refuses to help, but that there is a difference between the choice of when you came into the world and planetary influences. When the sick person wants to heal, let him look at the moon during the descending phase and bond with it. In the crescent moon, it is best to close the curtains to prevent moonlight from entering one's room. The sick, but also healthy people, should expose themselves to the beneficial influence of sunlight in the morning. When a child becomes ill during the period of the waning moon, he will heal. If he gets sick when the sun passes through the southern hemisphere, after September 22nd, he will heal quickly. But even in such beneficial conditions, the mother is likely to aggravate the situation with her negative thoughts, restlessness, and anxieties. 6. Old age. Currently, one of the purposes of human beings is to prolong their lives. After the fall, man has shortened his life. He must now work to lengthen it and return to his original state. Consequently, if he wants to prolong his existence, he must lead a simple, healthy life, without extraneous influences, without sophisticated contributions. If you meet such a man, you will find that his life is simple. He is modest in his clothing, his nutrition, and his relationships. Is old age a natural process? No, old age is not natural. Man grows old for the sole reason that he does not respect the balance that is necessary for him. Aging is a terrible disease. Only thoughts on the subject of aging are like microbes that, contaminating man, cause him to grow old. Such microbes are like termites that ravage all that is sacred in man and leave him with only his bones. Sentimental men age faster than right-thinking men. The length of life depends on the human being's relationships with the primary cause, with his neighbors, and with himself. His lifeline, long or short, is determined by himself. When you study the law of heredity, you will find that whole generations have short lives and other long lives. Children born to parents procreated from families with long lifelines will also live long and vice versa. Currently, the lifespan of a human being is predicted to be 120 years. If he leaves his body, his used clothing early, it can be said that he departs prematurely. The most important work for one's own elevation and for the evolution of all humanity is done at the age of 50 to 120 years. He who has hatred becomes more energetic, bolder, more arrogant. His muscles harden. His face becomes coarser, harder. The appearance of the one who has love is imbued with gentleness, fineness. His life is prolonged. His body remains plastic. His muscles retain their elasticity. The sun has a strong influence on human life, and if it has a good aspect in the horoscope, the lifespan is long. If you think of yourself without love, you grow old. If one thinks of one's home, one's livestock, one's wife without love, one grows old. If one thinks of one's children without love, one grows old. Sadnesses prolong life. If they did not exist, human life would be harder and shorter than it is now. The higher the level of humanity's intellectual development, the greater its sorrows. The one who accepts suffering with joy will live long. The boy who remains faithful to his love will live long. He who does not mix food will live long. If you know how to suffer, you will rejuvenate. You grow old because you escape your suffering without appreciating it. But if you do not appreciate joy, you will also grow old prematurely. The same if you have not given thanks for all the good that has come your way. The length of life depends on lung volume and the amount of air received by respiration. On the other hand, in nature there is a pulse, a rhythm that maintains life. The fact that the heart sometimes has an irregular rhythm, is too fast, too slow, depends on this cosmic pulse. Transgressions cause aging, discontent, gossip, the one who accuses others, the one who complains incessantly ages faster. People age because of ignorance, too much restlessness, poor nutrition, excessive feelings. The aging process concerns the body and not the human intellect, which, on the contrary, rejuvenates. When the body ages, the intellect rejuvenates. Old age is subject to the law of aging of the spirit. If you hate someone, you shorten your life. Go to reconciliation to lengthen your life. If you can love all those who mistreat you, making all the sacrifices for that, you will stay alive a long time. He who hates his own father will not live long. If you start to get contrite, to get irritated over nothing, you will already enter aging. If your tongue turns white, you grow old. If your tongue is red, you rejuvenate. A white tongue shows that your digestion is not good. Do what is necessary to remedy it and purify your stomach, so your tongue will regain its color. If the solar plexus, cerebrospinal system, and sympathetic system are not functioning well, dark circles form around the eyes. An overly enlarged liver produces the same effect. The liver is a natural laboratory where all lower feelings are born. The bad mood comes from the liver. The liver has two functions. On the one hand, it facilitates digestion, and on the other hand, it helps to master our animal nature. For this, it must function well. Very often, elderly people suffer from impurities in their blood that causes high tension. This is due to a buildup of blood in the veins that disrupts good circulation. Such people age prematurely. The less your thoughts are negative, the less you will have impure blood. Good thoughts nourish arterial blood. What should one abstain from in order to prolong one's life? First, from overeating. One should always feel a little hungry after eating, so there remains an unused energy reserve that renews the body. Eating too much shortens one's life. During your meals, adopt a contented attitude toward nutrition. Don't binge too much and always eat with gratitude and contentment. Here are 2 rules that prolong life. 2 things prolong life: nutrition without excess, that is, adhering to a certain regimen, and normal sufferings. As long as you are tempted by too much good nutrition, you will be on your way to death. He who eats without chewing well shortens his life. He who eats fast also. Chew well from both sides, with all your teeth, left and right. When you are in a bad mood, angry, or sick, abstain from nutrition. Patience until peace is restored in you. To live long, one must know and understand plant life and know how to use their nectar. Music, songs influence the human psyche in a beneficial way. He who wants to live long must sing. Love renews cell life. Rejuvenation is an inner psychic process. In the brain and sympathetic system, there are specific glands that humans are not yet able to direct. Scientists do not yet know the role of these glands. In the future, when they understand how they work, they will be able to use them as a means of rejuvenation. Man can rejuvenate not only by alchemical methods, but also by his own thinking. Luminous thinking creates a pleasant atmosphere around him that makes him apt to feel the beauty and splendor of living nature. Young is the one who is ready at every moment to render service to others. Young is the one who bears all his difficulties and sufferings with joy, the one who studies, the one who never lies, the courageous one who works, the one who is just and conscientious. You eat bread without thinking what is its relation to the will. You drink water without understanding its relation to life, nor its relation to your heart. When you drink water to refresh yourselves, you say, "How water refreshes that my feelings refresh the weary and thirsty traveler." If you say these words every day as you drink, your heart will be renewed. It is one of the many methods nature uses to rejuvenate man and elevate his spirit. Keep neither your own defects nor those of others in your spirit. This is also a method of rejuvenation. Above all, do not think about the faults of others because they defile you. He who smiles rejuvenates. He who studies divine truth does not grow old. If you can read the Old and New Testaments until you are 99 years old, you will rejuvenate. Every morning as you get up, take your earlobe and lightly massage the bone behind your ear to intensify the circulation of life energy. Fasting is preconceived for the renewal of the body. After fasting, use as long as possible 1 food per day that does not require much energy for digestion and does not excite your appetite. Thus, your lungs will receive more prana from the air and water, and you will make better use of the juices contained in the nutrition. Do you want to rejuvenate? Then if you are 50, 60 years old, have the experience for a week of saying every night before you go to bed, "Tomorrow I will be 5 years younger than I am today." If you can introduce this thought into your subconscious mind, by the end of the week, you will really be 5 years younger. Proceed in this way for several weeks until you rejuvenate to 25 years old. It is love that maintains life. Losing love, one begins to die. People die from lack of love. Someone who loves no one will die soon. Death is nothing more than leaving one's old dress behind to put on a new one. It is impossible to have a new and clean dress forever. If someone loses half his weight, he dies. If the balance between the forces of the intellect and the forces of the heart is broken, death occurs. Death is the usher at the service of karmic spirits who are also called guardian spirits. They attend each deceased person and dispose of his soul. It is determined for each person when and how he or she will die. When man dies, he leaves everything on earth except one thing: capital invested in his brain. At the moment of death, the soul flies above his head and waits for his last sigh. Throughout life, it has worked on this capital by organizing it, transforming the lower into the higher. Now it returns to retrieve it and take it away. It takes only the essence of the brain. 3. Healing 1. General care and relief. In human nature, everything needs a certain inner vibration. Every suffering, every trial is given to strengthen your spiritual substance. Without trials, you cannot develop. There are multiple methods of healing. One of them is healing through nature itself. Leave the sick person in the hands of nature. It will not be long before he or she regains health. This is the best method. The second method appeals to the doctor who comes and recommends certain medicines, and sometime later improves the disease state. The third is the divine method. Through it, the sick person heals immediately, instantaneously. To be healthy, man must first rely on himself and direct contact with living nature. It will help him more than men. The first condition is unwavering trust in God, then trust in nature, then trust in oneself, and finally trust in one's neighbor. The most powerful medicines are light, air, the divine word. They are the breath of God. Plants also receive them, and that is why they possess medicinal properties due to the light, air, water, and nutritive elements they absorb. In the future, if physicians accept healing through natural concepts and methods, they will achieve very good results. One physician will be a conductor of light, another of air, a third of water, a fourth of nutrition. If man is not sweet like fruit, gentle like water, mobile like air and light, he cannot acquire great things. God entered bread, fruit, water, air, and light. Thus, he sacrificed himself. He who loves God and perceives him as a part of himself can heal. That is why you must eat with love, drink with love, receive the light with love. Man is in contact with God through four means: through light, air, water, and nutrition. Remember this definition. Man must love himself to heal his body and love his neighbor to heal his heart. He who wants to succeed completely in his work must first love God. All blessings and all riches are contained solely in love toward God. One day when men learn the laws of light and heat, they will heal all diseases through their energies. No incurable diseases will remain. If you were to follow the condition of a sick person, you would see that three factors contribute to its recovery: nature, the doctor, and the sick person himself. Nature gives it 50% help, the doctor 25%, and the sick person himself 25%. And it is to it that the last word remains. If he himself does not participate in the healing process, the help of nature and the doctor will remain without effect and will be lost. It is no small thing to heal men. Sometimes you help someone through a certain method, and instead of an improvement, you produce a worsening. In general, it is impossible to heal everyone by identical means. Specific methods must be used for each sick person. There are as many remedies in the world as there are diseases. So, if you want to help yourself properly and at the same time be useful to your fellow man, you must study the science that reveals the secrets of nature. If someone asks me, "Is it necessary to have a doctor come when you are sick?" I answer, "This problem is already solved. If you comply with the laws of the old culture, call the doctor. But if you comply with the laws of the initiatic school, don't call him." The doctor cures and heals the people of the world, but for a disciple, illness is not a fortuitous thing. It has its own function and role. For himself, for his soul, each person must seek his own inner doctor. It is true that it is difficult for man to transfer a thought from one place to another, while preserving his essence. Suppose the physician succeeds in getting the thought out of the sick person's head and transferring it elsewhere. Healing can be instantaneous. If he is not instructed to accomplish this, he will use one of the following two methods: either homeopathy with its minimal doses of medicine or allopathy with its strong doses. There is also another method: to let the disease evolve to the point of maximum crisis, and from there, to decrease it until it disappears completely. Every man possesses hidden forces that he must awaken. If you could awaken these forces, the sick person's situation would naturally improve. If the hidden forces in the body cannot awaken naturally through perspiration, walks, then the doctor will prescribe homeopathic or allopathic medicines. Sometimes doctors prescribe stronger doses than necessary, and instead of awakening the hidden forces, they block them. There are two main theories in the medical field today: allopathy, which advocates the use of medicines in maximum doses, and homeopathy, which recommends minimum doses. In allopathy, you can take a whole armada of medicine without any reaction of the body, without feeling any improvement, where with small, diluted doses, you can achieve great results. The law says, through small efforts, you get the same results as through big efforts. I recommend homeopathic treatment. Small quantities produce great results. Homeopathy makes use of infinitesimal quantities. A very small amount of a substance, for example, one followed by 60 zeros, is capable of exerting a great influence on the human organism. It is enough for the sick person to take a small drop of this diluted substance to heal completely, as this drop contains divine energy. If the sick person grows in the strength of this energy, in 2 or 3 days he will restore health. Today you cannot use all occult methods because among them there are certain ones whose results you ignore. Your organism, your brain, your muscular, arterial, nervous systems would not resist. They are not ready yet. Hindus have specific methods that they have been practicing for thousands of years. Western peoples cannot practice them because these methods are not, in a sense, appropriate to Western culture. For example, one of them is deep breathing. But the Universal White Brotherhood still uses other new natural methods that are excellent. For every man, there are 7 or 8 different methods of healing. Some are able to heal themselves by the spiritual means, but there are very few. Which ones are they? Only those who experience absolutely no doubt. The sick person must have absolute trust in his healer, and this must be absolutely true and sincere toward the sick. If trust, sincerity do not exist among them, no spiritual healing will be possible. It is necessary then apply a natural method. Water, medicinal plants, air, etc. There is another effective method, music. Nowadays, in all health spas in almost all European countries, electricity and magnetism are used for treatment. Through these methods, an attempt is made to awaken the forces of the organism and accelerate its vibrations. When the vibrations of the organism increase, man heals. Diseases such as cancer or tuberculosis can be healed in this way. Using certain treatments, the sick person goes through great crises before he improves his condition. If he resists the first crisis well, the following ones pass more easily, and they decrease until they disappear completely. Through successive crises, the body is purified, cleansed of all toxic and harmful elements, and the sick person regains health. To heal, a sick person must first purify his own blood and undertake this work himself. How? Through breathing pure air, exposing in the morning one's back to the sun, and having simple and healthy nutrition. There are other methods of purifying the blood. The result does not take months or years, but sometimes a single day is enough. It is up to man to choose the method that meets his level of evolution. The intellect knows the causes of diseases but cannot heal them. Only the soul can realize healing if it wants to. A true physician possesses the power to drive away disease and get harmful entities out of his patients by the power of speech, uttering formulas. Man can heal when the reserve of vital energy in him is awakened and goes to stimulate the action of his body. To apply natural treatments, especially take advantage of the months of April and May, when nature is rich in vital energy, prana. Every day in those months is worth millions. What man can acquire during this period cannot be obtained at any other time. Everything in the world is mathematically defined. Just as there is a time for sowing, there is a time for healing. It is a divine principle. Curing disease is not a simple matter. The most unhappy people in the world are the sick. Why? Because they expect everything from the doctor. If he cannot help them, they are discontented. In order not to face the discontent of the sick person, the doctor must know who to treat and how. For example, if the bones behind the ears are well pronounced, if the chin is wide and the lower jaw a little forward, this person resists disease well and can heal easily. There are 2 methods of healing. One is in accordance with nature, the other is the instantaneous, divine method. Instantaneous healing is possible for a virtuous man, but not for a sinner. In our days, man cares only for his physical body since he knows himself only partially. The apostles and disciples of Christ speak of the spiritual body. The sages and great masters speak of the 7 bodies that constitute the human being in its totality. Man has already begun to live in his own spiritual body, but he does not yet possess any notion of the other bodies. When a person becomes physically ill, his illness causes consequences on his etheric body and other subtle bodies and vice versa. If he only treats himself by physical methods, he will not achieve great things. At night, during sleep, man leaves his physical body, and at that time the body and all the cells are purified. In this process, the other subtle bodies participate. When everything is well purified, man reintegrates his physical body and awakens. If he has slept well and his spirit has regained strength, man awakens with a good disposition and full of energy. You can heal yourself with medicines, but if the light entities of the invisible world do not participate, you will not heal at any price. If you are sick, first turn to God, then to your soul, and finally to the doctor. Everyone does the opposite, which is why they are not successful in healing. A person who heals instantly shows that his spirit and intelligence are awakened. If someone has an illness to be healed, the intelligence of his body and spirit are weak. Even an animal whose level of evolution is lower than man knows how to heal himself, but we call the doctor because we do not trust the Lord, nature, or ourselves. It is necessary to have a clear vision of the disease in order to know how to heal. For example, the stomach is healed through truth, the lungs and chest through wisdom, the head through love. In healing, faith and will play a major role. Tears heal. They cleanse the intellect and consciousness. The length of earthly life depends on the relationships that man has created with his soul. It is impossible to reach a very advanced age for someone who lives solely in his personality. The more the soul manifests in life, the more resistant the organism is. When one wants to heal, one must seek the physician and remedies according to one's soul. Esoteric science provides different methods of healing, of transforming negative energies into positive ones. Study all these methods and experiment to know which one suits your body. If you do not find your method, you also risk aggravating your situation. This is why doctors do not accept being treated by colleagues. I have heard one doctor say, "I am afraid to consult a colleague who will give me medicines contrary to my temperament and organism. I know best which remedies are convenient for me." This means that each medicine, even if it is intended to treat a specific disease, acts differently according to different organisms. To heal, the best thing to do is to know and be able to surmount difficulties and contradictions from oneself. A difficulty as well as a contradiction can cause a disease. Transform them, eliminate them from your thoughts to free your spirit, thus you will make the diseases you suffer from disappear. The gospel contains remedies for all diseases and disorders of the soul, for unbelief and despair, but you must know where to find them and how to make use of them. If man were subjected to an electric current of 2,000 volts, he would die. But if he were subjected to the influence of an electric current of 20,000 volts and more, he would be renewed and purified without burning. Physicists say that the molecules of electricity of 2,000 volts are so large that if they passed through the tissue of the body, they would destroy it, and the man would die. In contrast, molecules of electricity between 20,000 and 50,000 volts are extremely small. They can therefore pass freely through the tissue of the human body, hit it, and instead of causing problems, they would renew and purify it. It can be said that there are several categories of energy that act differently on the organism: heat energy, light energy, and electric energy. The smaller the particles of these energies, the more beneficial the effect on the matter of the body. It will be vivified, purified, reconstituted through their action. No pharmacy in the world can give us what nature gives us, and the awakened man must accumulate his own magnetic energies. If it is the digestive system that is unbalanced, one must treat it through nutrition. If it is the respiratory system, one must treat it through light, heat, electricity, and magnetism. Finally, if the brain system is unbalanced, you must heal it with thought and feelings. To heal your brain, you must not accept any negative thoughts, based on the law that God is absolute love, absolute harmony. There are not only harmful microbes, but also microscopic particles that, when introduced into the body, can bring it improvement. In their practice, doctors of the future will learn to use the beneficial influence of these microscopic particles. If someone believes the methods and remedies of 10 doctors at the same time, he will never heal. To heal, one must believe in only one doctor. But the forces of healing are first of all hidden in water, air, light, and nutrition. Every man is a conductor between nature and himself. That is why it is possible for him to heal himself. By treating himself, the sick person gains confidence in himself and his own strength. If he is treated by doctors, he thinks that it is the doctor who does everything, and little by little, he loses confidence in his own possibilities. Diseases are nothing but problems that everyone has to solve in a convenient way. If you do not make up your mind to treat them yourself, real diseases will arise that are difficult to cure. Knowing this, do not be afraid of diseases. If you want to heal a sick person, You must sow in him the simple truth that will heal him. This truth will grow like a seed and bear fruit to him. If you sow in yourself the idea that you are healthy, you will be truly healthy. Neurasthenia shows an excess of electricity at the level of the nerves, a factor in the imbalance of the nervous system. You know that in your bath there is cold water and hot water. If you open only the hot water, you will burn yourself. If you only open the cold water, you will catch cold. You must gently open the two faucets at the same time until the water temperature becomes pleasant for washing. Cold water comes from the head and hot water from the sympathetic nervous system. It is therefore necessary to close the faucet of excessive knowledge a little and open the faucet of love. The mixture, the synthesis of knowledge and love produces a pleasant current. If you have rheumatism, open the faucet of love. A shoulder hurts, start caressing it, start loving it. Purity is a necessary condition for health, for thoughts, for feelings. To heal a man, one must rid him of all foreign elements, of all residues deposited in him. The sick person, in order to regain his health, must purify his blood by breathing pure air, exposing his back to the sun, and eating good, wholesome nutrition. One must start with very small, microscopic experiences and, little by little, move toward larger ones. Science already respects this method, so you apply it too. What is called bad eye exists. For example, someone casts a glance at you and you begin to feel sick, to have a headache. Some people can make an ox or a cow sick just by looking at them. The cause of this state lies in the force of the gaze exerted on you or the animal. Such an effect is due to the electricity coming out of the eyes that has been projected onto you, and you have not been able to assimilate it, so it reflects negatively on your body. There are grandmothers who know how to remove the bad eye. It is very simple. They take a whole egg and break it against the forehead of the affected ox or man, and by breaking it, the sick person regains his normal state. The egg has the property of receiving the excess energy, but this method can only be employed by people who are good conductors of electricity, as they alone are able to resist the emanation of the sick person. The same can be said for physicians. There are many physicians, but very few achieve results for complete healing. The true physician is a kind of channel, the means through which the disease can go outward. The physician must be able to take and give something to the sick person. Any bad physical or mental disposition is cured either by a method similar to the cause that caused it or by a method contrary to the cause. For example, icy hands and feet are cured by cold, not heat. Burns can be treated with olive oil since it has the property of absorbing heat and releasing the excess energy caused by the burn in the body. Create a harmonious environment for the sick person, and his spirit will calm down. The one who visits a sick person should not have any negative thoughts, any pessimistic feelings, as the sick person is extremely sensitive because of the enlargement of his etheric double, which makes him easily irritable. In neurasthenics, for example, the double is too wide and takes up a lot of space around it. To get rid of a disease, stop talking about it all the time. Joy brings life. To heal, man must be happy and sing, whatever his illness. Often, to heal, it is enough to bond with people who are healthy, good in nature, and full of love. Turning one's thoughts and feelings toward such people brings the greatest well-being. I do not recommend treatments with petroleum derivatives and all medicines that burn the skin. Do not allow them to caress or kiss your eyes. This will not bring you any happiness. The eyes are not meant to be touched. You must rejoice with your gaze from a distance. Do not treat your eyes with any product except pure water. There is a water full of life-giving magnetism that can purify and refresh them. A sick person needs to touch the underside of his or her ears often to strengthen his or her vitality. Everyone should know that his own organism represents a part of the divine organism, and if in order to preserve his own life man causes the loss of his brother's life, by that act he degrades his own life. Operations can be done, but not in a physical way. What is the point of suppressing the limbs of the human body? One must first start with the psyche, and then go toward the physical. The methods of surgery and modern medicine are not good. Before eliminating a part of the human body, one must find the cause that caused the disease and suppress it as long as the body can remain unharmed. Human body parts should not be mutilated. Cutting off someone's leg or foot is not a science. Taking out an eye is also not a science. Suppressing a kidney is not a science. Man can live with one kidney, but why then did nature give him two? Doctors say that man can live without appendicitis. Nature put it in the right place, and doctors take it away saying you can live without it. Surgery is an ancient science. Taking out the tonsils must be a method to be used as a last resort, because after their extraction, the condition often worsens. With what will the empty space be filled? Restore something. Rebuild it. This is a science. You can take out an eye provided you can put another one back in its place that restores sight. That is real surgery. Everyone can cut off a leg, but putting another one back in that place is not within everyone's reach. If you can, be patient to endure an operation without anesthesia, as it takes a long time for the body to get rid of the anesthetic products. Morphine is used to operate so that the sick person feels nothing, but afterwards the pain returns with more intensity. Nature does not like to have its energies blocked. Do not think that because of this you can be spared suffering. Do not sing when you visit a sick person. He is the one who has to sing if he wants to. Pray for him, and if he is willing to sing, sing with him. Know that a sick person who prays and sings softly within himself will recover. But the state is serious if he is not willing to pray or sing. He had better leave for the other world. His disposition in relation to prayer and singing is a diagnosis by which you can know whether a man is healthy or sick, whether he is good or bad. When he loses his taste for music, for prayer, man hardens, becomes bad, and then becomes sick. He regains his good disposition, starts praying, singing, and regains his health. If you have a headache, take a hot foot bath and gradually throw in even hotter water to raise the temperature as high as possible. Before taking a hot foot bath, do a bowel wash. If you have an upset stomach, go on a diet and eat very little. Every morning, drink a small cup of olive oil and a cup of boiling water. Then expose your abdomen to the sun, very early in the morning, 2-3 hours a day. For those who have a great fever, I recommend a strict diet. Not eating anything for 6 to 7 days, leaving the windows of one's room open and ensuring plenty of light, not sleeping much, staying awake and praying. If you have caught cold and are feverish, drink 1 to 5 cups of boiling water or herbal tea until you cause profuse sweating. Then remove your wet clothes and dry well, start drinking a few more cups again, then massage your feet and hands with olive oil and go to bed. You will then be out of danger. Another rule: take a purgative to eliminate all unnecessary elements from your intestines and stomach. Do not eat for 2 days, but drink 3 or 4 glasses of boiling water, then 2 cups of spinach broth, finally 2 cups of potato soup, and after that, eat less for some time. Man must perspire, not only physically, but spiritually, through suffering, which is also a kind of perspiration. If you fail to perspire physically, you expose yourself to all kinds of dangers. But even without suffering, one is exposed to dangers. In case of a cold, and if you have the chance, take walks in the mountains, climb mountains so that you sweat, but always change wet clothes for clean ones. Also drink 2 or 3 glasses of boiling water. This is very beneficial for those who suffer from asthma, or those who have a tendency to gain weight. If you do not fall asleep easily, the cause often comes from excess energy in the brain. To get rid of it, do exercises designed to direct this energy to other parts of the body. Focus your thoughts on the tip of your nose for 5 minutes, or even wash your feet with warm water to make the blood in your feet descend. What is the purpose of diseases in the world? They are a means of education. Through them, the unseen world corrects human beings. If today's doctors come to understand this, they will teach their patients how to live. It is not enough to merely palpate a sick person's wrists and prescribe medicine. No, it is necessary to take his hand and tell him, "I will heal you if you are ready to correct your defects and lead a healthy life." And if a sick person really promises to correct his life, the doctor is committed to healing him. Through this method, doctors will be able to bring much good to human beings. At present, they mainly study the symptoms of diseases, but a true doctor must first know the manifestations and signs of a healthy organism in order to compare them with those of a sick organism. It is an art to take preventive measures at least 10 years before a man becomes ill. This art is only within the reach of a doctor who knows spiritual science. In my opinion, a true physician is one who knows the causes of every disease and makes the sick person understand them. The physician is an assistant of nature who works in accordance with her laws. You have to learn the language of the organs. Each organ has its own specific language. The liver has its own specific language, the stomach another, the sympathetic or muscular system. They all have their own language and grammar. If you do not know how to speak to them, you will not understand them. There are occultists who know these languages, and if you also knew the language of an organ, you could suggest ideas to it. If your liver is unbalanced, you can send suggestions to it, and if they come, you will get results. To treat an organ, the physician must know its language. He who wants to become a true physician must learn well the language of each organ, whether that of the liver or that of the stomach, lungs, or nervous system. Are you sick? Detach yourself from your person and address the sick organ with these words. There is no need for you to be afraid. You will heal. You will heal. You will heal. Speak to it as a second person. If you say that it is impossible, you will influence the organ to continue to be sick. For example, say to it, "You will heal. I will put a bee on you, and through its sting you will certainly heal." Everyone can heal, but when? When you end up believing that. What is the vocation of the physician? It is to teach men the laws upon which their health and well-being are based. The vocation of a physician is not merely to prescribe healing methods. It is much more than that. It is to teach men to live correctly, in accordance with the laws of intelligent nature, which are the laws of cosmic intelligence. In the future, doctors will be paid for their advice. They will not visit sick people but healthy people once or twice a week to teach them how to live well and how to improve their lives. Without love, the power of healing is lost. Healing the sick means being able to remove the burden that weighs on their backs. In a way, it is a good thing that people get sick from time to time. Otherwise, they would risk facing far greater ills. No one can avoid the suffering sent by nature itself. If it happens to man to escape one suffering, 2 or 3 others will come upon him. Nature is very strict and demanding. If you visit a sick person, turn to the Lord and say, "Lord, please help me heal this sick person." If man can connect with cosmic intelligence, God will begin to work through it. It is enough for this man to visit a sick person, place a hand on it, that after 3 minutes the sick person can get up from his bed. Thus, this man will find that there is a connection between him and cosmic intelligence. When we engage in the healing of a sick person, we enter into contact with him. Do we not take part in its suffering, you will say? Don't think about that. Ask yourself the question, do I really have to engage in healing him? If you are certain that it is necessary to heal him, do not back down before any obstacle and do not be afraid of the consequences. But how to know whether you should commit to it? If you love this person, you must free him from his evil. It is not allowed to heal just anyone. If a spiritual healer frees a criminal, he will carry his karma. There are criminals, murderers whom no one can heal, not even a spiritual healer. Jesus Christ never healed unbelievers, murderers, or criminals. For this kind of individual, there is no healing possible. In antiquity, there lived an adept who had the power to heal all kinds of diseases. Deaf, blind, and mute people came everywhere, and he would free them. But to his amazement, instead of gratitude, the people freed from their evil responded with cruelty and discontent. He then turned to God. "Lord, for what reason do these people persecute me? I have opened their eyes, their ears, that they might see and hear. I have opened their mouths, and in spite of all this, they do not leave me quiet." And God answered, "I have closed the eyes, ears, and mouth of these people because their hearts are cruel, so that they no longer sin. I have deprived them of the abundance and sweetness of the outer world. You have entered my plan without my permission, and that is why you must bear the consequences of your attitude. There is a sense in opening eyes and ears to the blind and deaf only if they are ready to serve God. By healing for money, you take a great responsibility. Suppose you heal someone. You take his money, but then he dies. What will happen then? He will come and install himself in you, and you will risk carrying his karma. That is how you will lose more of what you have received. That is why if you heal someone, do it without asking for money. The hand of the occult disciple must be pure and unselfish. He who is convinced that he heals the sick by himself can take money. He who thinks that God heals through him has no right to take money. Nutrition, light, air, exchanges with good men will be your remedies in the future. The good man, the healthy man, will heal you without you knowing that your health comes from him. That is why doctors must be the best men, the most virtuous. 2. Healing through nutrition and fasting nutrition is a method of healing. There is no best method, but one must know what nutrition to take and at what time. During the period of illness and afterwards, people need specific nutrition to restore their health. For example, those who have had a fever will need to eat acid. If it is another disease, it will need gentle nutrition. One thing must be known. In nature, every fruit of the divine creation has a great predestination. Consequently, if you feed on apples, you will acquire a certain quality, and if you feed on plums, another quality. Man becomes what he eats. In general, fruit with an elongated shape represents intelligence, and fruit with a round shape represents life and feelings. Fruit is nothing more than a collection of energies circulating in a given shape. Potatoes give a certain quality to humans. They make them satisfied with a few things. Apple brings qualities such as sweetness, kindness, indulgence to others, and also a fresh complexion. If you want to be good and kind, eat grapes. In general, nutrition influences character considerably. If you want to improve your blood circulation, eat some cherries. What does the cherry hide? Some deep feelings and the law of freedom. What do dogwood fruits give? They bring iron to the blood. If you have a weak and sluggish character, eat its fruits, which give stability and stamina to the character. If a child is anemic, give him pears. If he is hard of character, give him apples. If he lacks nobility of feeling, give him cherries, which with watermelon, cucumbers, and squash also regularize the stomach. In general, fruit develops nobility of feeling, only there is no need to abuse it and overload the stomach. Some say they are neurasthenic, then let them eat peas. Others complain of hypochondria, then let them eat some corn. If someone is too susceptible, give him some corn. To another who cannot take responsibility, give him some rye. Rye that grows tall contains something ideal. Well assimilated, it can create a high ideal in man. According to their species, certain colors predominate in fruit. For example, red predominates in the cherry. So, when an anemic person knows the law and eats cherries in a new way, that is, with understanding, in a good disposition and not mechanically, he will receive absolutely everything his body needs. The cherry also acts on the intestinal tract. It equally represents a symbol of nature. The red cherry, as well as all red fruit, comes from heaven. The apple was created in the astral world, the pear and lemon in the mental world. The shape and color of the tomato show that it is retarded in its development. It has not gone farther than the life of the stomach. Materialists are similar to tomatoes. Cucumber is very beneficial for the nervous system. The anemic person should also eat cucumbers, but in the morning and at noon, since they are poorly tolerated by the stomach in the evening. In general, in the evening you must eat before the sun goes down. If you have not been able to eat before, it is preferable not to eat at all. Take a glass of hot water or herbal tea and go to bed so you will have a pleasant sleep. Raw onion baked or cooked in water is very healing, but do not eat fried onion. Only tuberculosis patients can use the latter as a medicine. When you chop the onion very finely and revive it, it loses its magnetic force. He who wants to be healthy must eat nutrition prepared by a person who loves him. Against colds and flu, use the following method. When winter arrives, make a stockpile of at least 1,000 leeks and eat one a day. If you happen to catch a cold or the flu, eat leeks 3 or 4 times a day. By nature, the Bulgarian is spontaneously practical and always seeks natural remedies, so eat many leeks in winter. When your tonsils hurt, take strong, spicy garlic. It is good for the tonsils, a disinfectant for the throat. It is also an excellent remedy for insomnia. Many people, especially Bulgarians, eat strong chili peppers. These are good against febrile states, but for healthy humans, they are not recommended, nor is overly sugary or overly acidic nutrition. If you feel too nervous, ill-disposed, eat 2 pears or 2 apples. Whether small or large, it matters little. Strength lies in the number 2 as a principle and not in volume. The number 2 is magnetic. It softens energies. For the eyes, eat lentils. For kidneys, green beans. For a beautiful complexion, small peas. Eat more nettle and spinach to keep your hair color. If you are physically ill-disposed, you should drink the juice of 2 or 3 lemons with some sugar, and afterwards drink the juice of a few oranges. Lemon and orange juice restores the good disposition of the spirit, improves the state of the stomach. If your stomach is disturbed, bake some dogwoods or eat them fresh. The cherry, on the other hand, has a laxative action. Any exaggeration can drag negative consequences. You have read that lemons are useful, and you undergo treatment with lemons. The acidity of lemons is good, but you need to know how to use it. It can cause some cooling as it removes heat from the body, capillaries contract, circulation becomes unbalanced, and people become ill. 1 lemon a day is enough. Squeeze it, add a cup of warm water, and drink it. It is not necessary to drink the juice of several lemons. As for grains, it is not the same to use wheat, corn, or oats. The energies of wheat are radically different from those of other grains. He who wants to become idealistic, let him also eat oats. If you want to acquire good health and strengthen your muscles, eat some wheat. For the time being, the nutrition that gives the most strength, the healthiest, is wheat. Sugary nutrition brings sweetness of character. Sour nutrition increases action capabilities and strengthens willpower. Cherry and peach possess healing qualities. The cherry is recommended against anemia and neurasthenia. In spring, you can eat as many as you like, but with love. To take full advantage of the virtues of fruits, they must be grown by a good man. Apples act on tonicity and the nervous system. Walnuts act beneficially on the brain, wheat on the heart. Each fruit possesses a healing power that must be well utilized. For example, if you are excited and nervous, 3 small St. Peter's apples will calm you down. These apples ripen in late June and early July. He who wants to be happy, full of life and cheerfulness, eat the first cherries. He who wants to be philosopher, wise, eat late fruit like grapes. He who has great difficulties, eat radishes. They help to fight against many diseases, symbolize overcoming difficulties. When your business is not going well, eat radishes. He who suffers from neurasthenia should follow a pea-based regimen. He who suffers from hypochondria, let him eat wheat. Irritable people should eat corn and unstable people rye. Rye creates conditions for the development of the high ideal. Small plants are related to small ideals, large ones to high ideals. Rough farmers will have to employ more rye to become more idealistic. He who wants to disinfect his mouth and improve the state of his stomach and lungs must eat garlic, but I prescribe it to the sick and not the healthy. If you want to become beautiful, eat peas. He who eats white beans learns the law of generosity. White beans bring stability and endurance. Fruit ripened in the north promotes bright thoughts. Fruit ripened in the south brings nobility of heart. And fruit ripened in the east brings nobility of character. Finally, he who wants to gain knowledge and understanding in life should eat west-ripened fruit. If man is suffering from arteriosclerosis, simple and healthy nutrition consisting of cooked wheat and rice and fruit is recommended. If you are ill-disposed, do the following exercise. Take a pound of good cherries and go out at 10 o'clock in the morning. Turn toward the sun and start eating your cherries slowly, leisurely in half an hour, eating nothing else. Against coughs, use black horseradish juice and drink a small coffee cup every night. This juice is also excellent for the stomach. You can take a drop of garlic with a little salt every night until the cough stops. If the sick person eats gratefully and is aware that it is God who is taking care of him, in a month his situation will improve. Men shorten their lives more by saturation than by lack of nutrition. Some sick people heal with fasting, but it cannot be recommended for every disease. Fasting acts well on the sick person in good health when it is felt as an inner need. Some submit to fasting consciously but become afraid and stop. From it, certain toxins may appear in their body. Fasting is an inner stimulant that strengthens, renews the organism, but if it is practiced with fear and doubt, a contrary reaction may arise. Fasting is recommended for the sick, for sinners, and not for the healthy and virtuous man. It is necessary to fast when one is sick. The healthy man must eat without saturation. One must know that one can live with little nutrition. He who eats too much transgresses the laws of nutrition. That is why one must fast. The purpose of fasting is to filter out thoughts and feelings. On the other hand, it is indispensable for the rest of the whole organism. Fasting is especially recommended as a means of health recovery. During fasting, the fire of the organism is more intense. Thanks to it, greater combustion of all the wastes that cause the different illnesses, indispositions, and discontents takes place. Not to soil one's tongue with coarse words is a kind of fasting. Not to soil one's intellect, one's brain with bad thoughts, is also a fast. Not to soil one's heart with bad feelings, nor one's will with reprehensible acts, is also a fast. Abstaining from negative thoughts and feelings is fasting that conceals within itself a magical power. He who wants to purify his nervous system must fast at least 4 times a month, but to know how long, and when is all a science. If you purify your nervous system, you will gain more light energy in your intellect. To rest your stomach, you must fast at least once a month. He who practices a fast does not have to walk. It is a rule. On hikes, he must carry at least some water and bread with him and give thanks. When you hike in the mountains, you must feed yourself. Leave the sick person without nourishment for some time in order to awaken in him a stimulus for life, so he will recover faster than you think. In our days, humans satisfy their hunger with physical nutrition, but it is also possible to feed on air in a specific way. How? Through the pores. Unfortunately, contemporary men's pores are blocked. As a result, they are unable to use air as nutrition. If the pores are open, air infiltrates and nourishes the body. This is how, with little nutrition, one can gain great strength. Fasting renews and rejuvenates the body. After a fast, use as long as possible a very simple and dissociated nutrition. That is, consisting of only one food at a time that requires little energy for digestion in order not to cause appetite. Such nutrition is able to give the lungs a chance to develop, receive more nutrients from the air and water, and extract more juices from nutrition. Through fasting, the essential thing is to receive more strength, more health, and to get to feel better. But above all, don't boast and don't be competitive. After a 10-day fast, you can realize many things, and he who fasts 20 days will be freed from many illusions. The main idea of fasting is to awaken the energy hidden in the cells and to renew the body. But it is necessary for this work to be reasonable and conscious. In practice, one must do fasting in a gradual way. There are laws and rules to be followed. If one decides to do a fast without knowing why, it is not beneficial. In addition, one must know at what time to do it respecting the seasons and days of the week. For example, if you start the fast on Monday, you will get one result, on Tuesday another. If on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, the results will be different. Also, if you start fasting in the morning, at noon, or in the evening, the results will still be different. If you do not fulfill the divine will, even a 20-day fast will be useless. On the other hand, if you fast 10 days and take to the poor the nutrition used habitually, this fast can help you greatly. If the fast is intended to rid you of a defect, to acquire a good disposition of your soul to purify your thoughts and feelings, this fast is justified. Fasting for 24 hours, but done in full consciousness, can renew cells throughout the body. If you want to fast, start when you are in an ascending state of spirit. You have to heal your diseases and defects by fasting and prayer. If you are well disposed, you can practice fasting longer, but if you feel worn out, stop. The abdominal region is related to the sympathetic nervous system. It should not be cluttered by an excess of foreign elements. If this is the case, a fast must be imposed to restore the normal state. This fasting should be moderate, conscious, until fats and waste are eliminated. Since ancient times, human beings have employed fasting for healing. You fast to restore your health, but also to raise the vibration of your body and your life. A young man once told me that in the past, he was afflicted with an incurable disease. For a time, he thought he must die, but after finding a booklet on healing through fasting, he practiced a 22-day fast and told me about his experiences from the first day to the last day. He proceeded with great faith in his intellect and heart. The result was that the disease disappeared completely. I recommend that sick people fast for at least 2 or 3 days. After that, they can eat 2 or 3 tablespoons of plum compote and a few hours later some bread. Later, when the sick person regains some strength, I give him a good untreated apple with the skin on to chew well to absorb all its juices. Then he can resume his usual diet. All your diseases come from nutrition. If men knew how to fast, they could live well and happily. There are physical, mental, and spiritual fasts. To get rid of stomach acidity, drink warm water several times. If this is not effective, fast for 2 or 3 days. Fasting cleanses the stomach and rids it of acidity. When you have a wound, an ulcer in the body, on your body, or internally, it would be good to practice fasting for a few days. Fasting is a method by which man can solve major existential problems. But in this case, one must fast not 1, but 40 days. During this period, the intellect, heart, and will are totally purified. Some have fasted 10 days and believe they have already accomplished something great. Others have not eaten grilled chicken or drunk wine. Is this a fast? When you start a fast, open the notepad of your memory and every day erase something negative. Forgive everyone. Forget the debts of your debtors. Fast and pray. Through fasting, man strengthens his will and frees himself from the fear of starvation. Fasting heals. For example, rheumatism can be healed completely. Fasting purifies the body, pores open, breathing becomes deeper, and the light of intellect increases. It is good from time to time to eat only raw wheat. I will give you an experience to do. Those among you who have weak stomachs and lungs can follow a wheat-based regimen for 1, 2, or 3 months at most. During this period, you should eat nothing but raw, well-washed wheat, not even bread. If this experience seems too difficult and too long, do it for 1 week. In the evening, soak 100 g of wheat in pure water the next day. Divide it into 3 equal parts, which you will eat in the morning, noon, and evening, chewing it well. If you feel thirsty during the day, you can drink at will. If you had already followed this regimen, you would have very good teeth, and your nervous system would be better. This experience applies only to calm, well-disposed people who truly have the will to heal. If you experience a state of disharmony, it is best to stop the experience. 2. Healing through water. If you knew the qualities and properties of water, you could heal through it all diseases. The water used for healing must be absolutely pure. A large part of the human body is composed of water. Many humans are sick from lack of water in the body. Moisture, water, is the basis of the body's temperature. Lack of water cools it, excess warms it. Man must live well, consciously use the energies that come from the sun to create a healthy and pleasant atmosphere around it. If he leads a convenient life, man draws the solar currents toward him and becomes a kind of oasis, a source of life and strength. If you require medicines, either as remedies or as means of purification, I recommend the following. Drink 2 or 3 liters of pure, warm water in the same day. If you can walk, go yourself to find water at the spring. Taking water from a mountain spring has a very beneficial influence on the body. Apart from that, take deep breaths to enlarge your lungs. Boiling water taken in small sips purifies the nervous system from the residues that block human thoughts and feelings. This water frees man from tensions caused by blockages in the nervous system. I tell you that the most powerful remedy in the world is hot water. If you know where the best springs are, go there and take this water, even if it is 5-10 kilometers away. Men of today do not know what strength is contained in water. Contemporary man does not know how to drink water and what amount. In order to drag in the moisture it needs, the organism needs a certain amount of water in relation to that contained in the cells. If the organism loses this moisture, it exposes itself to desiccation. Such men are habitually nervous, thin, and easily irritated. Without inner and outer moisture, a man is unable to purify his organism of the wastes accumulated in it. The deposits that remain cause diseases and undesirable states. If you want to be healthy, maintain in your intellect the idea that the action of water on your organism is beneficial. Drink water consciously, without thinking about disease. Nourish your intellect with thoughts for the health, beauty, and greatness of life, and do not be afraid of anything. Nature has installed in the organism billions of windows through which vital energy enters and constantly renews it. These are the pores. They must always be clean and open in order to ensure good exchanges between the outer and inner air. If they are polluted, blocked by all kinds of deposits, the body is already exposed to disease. The body's pores are open through perspiration. In water is hidden a magical force. It cleanses, transforms the organism, dilutes sediments. It is a good conductor of magnetism. In certain diseases, massage is recommended to achieve perspiration. Sweat is caused by an intelligent force that wants to show you that all the pores of your body must be opened. Before causing perspiration, the first thing you should do is to wash your body well, then take boiling water and drink 1 to 10 cups at most. When you drink the boiling water, it comes out through the pores, opens them, and restores well-being. Pores are conduits, openings of the soul. The soul breathes through the pores. Through the lungs, main respiration takes place, and through the pores of the skin, general respiration takes place. When lung respiration and general respiration function in parallel, man is healthy. Water is intelligent because it is related to cosmic intelligence. Future physiologists will explain the great properties of water by which human beings can treat and heal themselves. Many neurasthenics suffer from lack of water, lack of moisture. Others suffer from stagnant water in the body because the body is blocked. Fill a glass with water, look at it, bring it close to your lips, and take a sip of water. As you drink, think solely of it. It is only in this way that it can truly purify your body and bring the benefits of heaven. Take water as a means of inner purification. In our days, everyone takes outward baths, but the results obtained are weak. You cannot count on good hygiene of life if you do not regularly take an inner bath with pure water. That is, drink warm water at least 3 times a day, in the morning, at noon, and in the evening. In the same way as you receive water, you must also receive light and air. This is what will ensure your good health, well-being, and enjoyment of life. As a result of living a life not in accordance with nature, humans have accumulated acidity in their bodies in their urinary tissues, which has detrimental consequences on the heart and circulation. As a result, one sleeps hard, turning over hours in one's bed before finding sleep. How can one sleep like this? Good sleep requires improving blood circulation through good breathing at least twice a week. Drink a few cups of boiling water, in which you can add lemon juice. Cover yourself well to sweat, then dry your body well with a damp towel and change clothes. If you perspire a second time, dry yourself with a dry towel and start again, if necessary, several times until perspiration stops. Afterwards, drink 1 more cup of boiling water, which will release the rest of the accumulated acidity in the blood. There is no better method in the world than hot water, but you have to know how to boil it. Attachment 1B. It is the safest medicine. Quinine is worth nothing compared to water. Use pure spring water. Boil it in a gold vessel at sunrise or when the est is at its zenith. Other medicines stop the disease, but the most powerful remedy is water. One should know that water is the primary element in life. Always drink pure, fresh water. Life is hidden in it. When water disappears from the body dries up as well as the skin. Men of prickly character have little water in their bodies, and phlegmatic people have stagnant water. In the body, water must always circulate. Quinine stops the fever but does not eliminate the cause. To replace it, drink boiling water for 3 days without eating. Colds can also be cured in this way. Water cures all handicaps in the world. Observe the influence of water on an irritated, angry, or ill-disposed organism. How to proceed. Have people drink boiling water and wash the body as well. Plague is also cured by boiling water. One should isolate the sick person and give him every hour a cup of boiling water. Through this medium, the blood serum on which the microbes feed is diluted and prevents their multiplication. During this period, one should never complain, but maintain a very strong bond with God. This bond is a force that acts on microorganisms like electric lightning. Attacked in this way from both sides, through shooting and fasting, the microbes die and stop multiplying. An intensive 24-hour fight is sufficient to force the plague microbes to leave the organism. Diseases are nothing but a struggle between man and lower entities. Cholera is also cured by boiling water. Give cholera patients 4 or 5 cups of boiling water, and the next day they will be cured. This boiling water dilutes the serum that feeds the bacilli, and in 24 hours these disappear. When you are ill-disposed or fatigued, take a hot water bath. Water has a magnetic action on the body. If you have caught cold, apply hot water compresses to the cooled spot. Soak a cotton cloth in the boiling water, and then on the sick spot for 2 or 3 minutes. Change the compress about 10 times and the ache will disappear. It is preferable to wash locally rather than totally. For weak and fatigued people, Louis Kuna recommends half baths or washing only half the body. One day you wash below the waist, the next day above the waist, or in the morning the face and in the afternoon behind the head. In this way you achieve better metabolism. If you wash your feet well, this will reflect favorably on your hands and vice versa. Also, when you wash your feet or hands, do it without haste, since by washing quickly. With haste, you show your misunderstanding of the rule. First, dip your feet in the water and remain in this position for a while. At first, wash them with thought until you feel a reaction in your hands, a kind of pleasure, then begin to wash them slowly. In this way, the body's forces are distributed correctly. Sometimes, someone takes a hot bath and afterwards a cold shower. Such brutal changes on the body are not intended for ordinary man, but only for deities. He who is not healed must take hot baths and then let the energy of heat act on his body. Cold showers found in nature are good, but only in specific cases, more precisely rain baths in May, June, and until mid-July. Getting wet in this way, it is preferable to wear light clothing rather than being naked. If you do not have the opportunity to take rain baths, take showers or baths at a temperature of about 34 to 40 degrees, which is closest to the natural body heat. Under no circumstances should you wash your feet in cold water, especially after eating. If the amount of salt in the body exceeds the norm, it is imperative that the excess be eliminated. Eat very little salt. Some recommend cold compresses, others hot. Applying cold compresses to the diseased spot causes a narrowing of capillaries, thus a particular reaction of the body. In contrast, hot compresses bring beneficial reactions. Hot water dilates the blood vessels and in this way improves circulation. Cold showering is only recommended for people who are excessively irritated, nervous, excited. This water releases them from the excess energy accumulated in the body. For choleric people, the water temperature should not exceed 10 degrees. To master one's anger, one should take at least 6 cold showers during the year, thus balancing the forces of one's organism. The choleric loses some of his body's energy, which is then difficult to recover. The reasonable, conscious man maintains his energy, not wasting it haphazardly. The choleric ages more rapidly. For a cold, it is necessary to inhale several times in a row through the nostrils of salty, slightly warmed water. Repeat this 2, 3 times in the evening and morning, after which the cold stops as the salt water prevents the multiplication of the microbes that caused it. If you have trouble falling asleep, rub your body with a towel soaked in the warm water and go to bed. It should be known that July rain in the mountains is a blessing. Getting wet in such a way is equivalent to 100 normal baths. In July, every raindrop is filled with electricity and magnetism. In May until mid-July, whenever it rains, expose yourself to the rain until you get well wet, then quickly go back inside the house and dry your body with a clean towel. Change your clothes and drink 1 or 2 cups of hot water. Morning dew, collected very early in clear and beautiful weather, is very beneficial for health. You can fill small bottles and seal them with lacquer wax. The best time is before the rising of the sun with the crescent moon in May and June. How can an alcoholic recover? Force him to drink 2 or 3 liters of water a day, and he will recover. For this, the sick person should start with a small amount of water and gradually increase it. The first day, drink 1 cup of water, the second day 2 cups, the third 3 cups, then 4, 5, 6, up to 15, 20 cups of water a day. If he does this, he can give up alcohol in no time. When a drunk starts to love water, he will stop drinking wine and alcohol. Washing is a sacred act. One must wash oneself slowly and be well concentrated. Take a clean basin, pour lukewarm water into it, wash your face vigorously and lightly wipe off the moisture with a gentle towel as if you were stroking yourself. The face is sensitive and delicate, which is why you should barely touch it. After washing it, look at yourself in the mirror, and if you are not happy with your face, wash a second time. Before and after every job, wash your hands and face. Wash yourself about 10 times a day. Throw water which is served on flowers, trees, but under no circumstances in busy or dirty places. When you are near a pure spring, take water in a container and wash your hands, feet, but stay away from the spring so as not to soil the waters. Wet your head, drink some water, but you have no right to throw stones or objects into the spring. The same rule also applies to rivers, lakes, and wells. Washing the different parts of the body produces psychic changes in the brain. For treatment and healing, it is possible to make use of water, not only in a physical way, but also with thought. It will produce the same effect. For example, you will be happy to heal your spine with water. Then imagine a fountain or spring that is far away from you. Then imagine that you go near it, get some water in a container, and then return home. Take off your clothes, pour this water on your spine, and remove the imaginary moisture with a gentle cloth. 4. Healing through breathing. Air is the repository of divine energy. It is the greatest reservoir in which life has stored its energies. First, the air, the carrier of divine thoughts, passes into the respiratory system where it is transformed, and from there it goes to the brain through the blood. So, man does not receive divine thoughts directly from the brain. It is the air that is the main carrier of them. Under the present conditions of life, if man is deprived of air, he will not be able to pick up any thoughts. In this sense, breathing is a sacred act. That is why one must learn to breathe well in order to be able to pick up the divine thoughts contained in the air and then transmit them to the brain. Any divine energy that descends must first pass through the respiratory system and from there go up into the brain and then descend into the heart. Everyone's breathing is different and corresponds to man's degree of evolution. Usually the sick person breathes rapidly like animals, while the healthy man breathes regularly, calmly, and according to his personal development. Whatever illness you are suffering from, seek help in deep breathing. There is no disease that cannot be cured through breathing. A long life is the result of deep, regular breathing. Breathing itself depends on right, positive thinking and the quality of emotions. Breathe deeply and think that divine blessing comes to man through the air. Breathing is a dual process, physiological and psychological. Its ultimate goal, as a psychological process, is the purification of thought. The lungs represent a complicated laboratory within which multiple energies come together. Prana from the air penetrates the lungs and helps ozonize the blood, even where air hardly reaches. In the blood thus purified, elements of life are deposited. Since air contains some light and prana, when he breathes, man receives these two elements that are indispensable to the blood. In addition to the stomach, humans feed through the lungs and brain where they receive nutrition superior to physical nutrition. In the future, human beings will feed only through the lungs and brain. When humans become ill, their respiration speeds up. This fact is especially observed in people in whom the pulmonary constitution is weak. They consciously accelerate their deficient respiration, believing in this way to help themselves. In reality, their condition becomes even more aggravated. Normal breathing should correspond to the natural rhythm, the heart rhythm. It is this rhythm that is good for health. Good breathing depends on the quality of the air taken in and how long it is retained. The longer air is retained in the lungs, the more effective it is. The success of one's endeavors also depends on this. Some adepts have gone so far as to hold air for half an hour and even an hour. Those who have lost their balance breathe too fast. When breathing is rapid, blood is oxygenated very quickly and its purging is partial. This is why most people have more venous blood, that is, impure blood. Because of this too rapid oxygenation, combustion in the body is done irregularly. Some of the materials that are intended for it cannot be burned, and they accumulate in the arteries and veins in the form of residues. In addition to the lungs, which have a direct relationship with the air, man possesses 7 million pores through which he is bound to it. If a man does not breathe well, the skin on his face and hands ages prematurely. Wrinkles are due to liver imbalance and poor breathing. Concentration of thought is related to breathing. The deeper a man breathes, the more easily he concentrates. For each man, there are particular breathing methods. Everyone can choose the ones that suit him, recommended by his teacher or inner doctor. Learn to listen to your inner physician, that is, the divine that dwells within you. Now, when I talk about deep breathing, I do not intend to recommend special exercises as the Hindus do, since they are not applicable to Europeans. I simply tell you to breathe deeply while striving to maintain a regular rhythm. You have to know one thing. Many of the Hindu rules and methods do not correspond to the rules of universal living nature. For example, if you apply for us Westerners the science of breathing used by Hindus, the results obtained will be contrary and negative. Why? Because it was acquired during the descent of humanity, that is, in accordance with the law of involution. Hindus work intensively on deep and full breathing, thus accumulating a lot of energy that Europeans would not know how to use. In the end, instead of doing themselves good, they would do themselves harm. It is said in the Holy Scriptures, "And God breathed into his nostrils a breath of life, and man became a living being." Therefore, by inhaling the air, man received divine life. That is why, when he is in trouble, he must breathe in, since air is a carrier of electricity and magnetism which, passing through the nose, renews the nervous system. Through breathing, you can force your brain to think right and your stomach to work normally. Irregular breathing is at the root of many diseases. You have pain in your feet because you are not breathing properly. The same for your head, heart, or spine. Rapid and shallow breathing is dangerous. It leads to various diseases. The life-giving force that heals is prana diffused in the air. There is a force between love and life. It is prana. It renews thought. When you breathe, think you absorb prana from all your cells. Do not think about your wife, your children, what is of secondary interest. Leave aside your oxen, your bees, your nutrition, your daily worries. Through the concentration of your thinking, you can heal any illness to protect yourself from the maladies that threaten you. Sicknesses move like bullets. By moving out of their trajectory, even slightly, they will pass without hitting you. The more you hold air in your lungs, the more energy you receive. Thus, even polluted, the air will have no negative influence. When the number of breaths decreases, life is prolonged and vice versa. If you get to 1 breathing per minute, you have already acquired a lot. Breathe joyfully, lovingly, your face smiling, take good posture. Your spine should form a parallel line with that which joins the center of the sun to the center of the earth. Your chest forward and not withdrawn inward. By breathing in this way, you connect with the rhythm of nature and strengthen your bodies and spirit. There are plant cells in the lungs that need carbonic acid. Deep breathing with retention facilitates the accumulation of carbonic acid, strengthens plant cells, and prolongs their life in the lungs. If it makes them stronger, man is healthy. Health is linked to conscious breathing, which is why at least 3 times a day, in the morning, at noon, and at night before going to bed, man should consecrate 10 to 15 minutes of breathing and do exercises. He must give thanks for the air absorbed as well as for the good he has received from it. And this is conscious breathing. Breathe deeply to receive as much life-giving prana as possible. It contains different properties: physical, emotional, mental. Without prana, thought cannot form, emotions cannot manifest, and will cannot act. Each person, in accordance with his or her development, will receive what he or she needs and express his or her potential. When breathing, man must feel that air is an invaluable commodity. Through his own lungs, man binds himself to love. He who loves at the same time expands his own lungs. When I talk about regular wrists, rhythmic beating of the heart, the question immediately arises: what is good and deep breathing? Almost everyone breathes poorly. One inhales and exhales air only with the upper part of the lungs. Because of this shallow and weak breathing, there is a lack of strength to completely reject the air outside. As a result, some of the stale air remains in the lungs and forms residue. If one wants to regularize one's blood circulation, it is essential to first inhale air deeply, hold it for some time in the lungs, and then slowly expel it. When man practices breathing properly, he renews himself and frees himself from disease states, both physical and psychic. There is prana that can be assimilated through the left nostril and prana that can be assimilated through the right nostril. Through the left nostril, one receives the magnetic current related to the solar plexus and called solar current. Through the right nostril, one receives the electric current related to the brain and called the lunar current. When you want to develop your intellect, you have to inhale air through the right nostril and exhale through the left nostril. When you want to develop your brain, you have to inhale through the left nostril and exhale through the right nostril. By alternating breathing through the left nostril, then through the right nostril, you harmonize the 2 currents and assimilate electricity and magnetism in a balanced manner. So breathe deeply and consciously. If you are ill-disposed, sad, breathe deeply. If you have pain in your spine, in your back, breathe deeply. If you have pain in your feet, in your hands, breathe. Stomachache, headache, bellyache, always breathe deeply. Breathing exercises. 1. Inhaling. Bring your arms very slowly to the side and horizontally. Holding the air, extend the movement to vertical. Exhaling, pass your hands behind your head and bring your arms down to their starting position. 2. Breathing in. Raise your arms slowly in front of you to above your head. The gaze accompanies the movement. Hold the air for a moment. Exhale slowly, bringing the arms down gently. The gaze follows the movement all the way down. 3. Starting position. Both arms are horizontal to each side of the body, palms open upward. Inhalation. Inhale slowly by bending all fingers, thumb over middle finger. At the same time, Imagine that with the air you receive divine love penetrating everything, including the air, for God penetrates everything, for God is love. Retention. Hold the air as long as possible, thinking that you are assimilating the love that penetrates all of nature. During retention, slowly fold your arms, keeping your hands still and bringing them in front of your chest. Exhalation. Slowly fold your arms at each side of your body to the horizontal, then slowly open your hands. During the exhalation, think about sending the light, which comes from your love, to the whole world. 4. Inhalation on 16 times, retention on 16-time units, exhalation on 32-time units. Do this exercise 3 times a day, in the morning, at noon, and in the evening, 6 times in a row. Inhalation is done through the left nostril and exhalation through the right nostril. Practice this exercise for 2 to 3 months. 5. Breathing exercises aim to increase air retention. In this exercise, we do not use time units. One must inhale slowly and deeply, retain air as long as possible, and exhale as slowly as possible. The time of retention can be increased by 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, etc. 6. When you are nervous, irritated, angry, do the following exercise. With the index finger of your right hand, close the right nostril and inhale through the left nostril, counting 7 time units. Hold it for 10 times, then close the left nostril and exhale in 9 times. This exercise helps to regularize the nervous system, calm the brain, and strengthen memory. If you do this exercise in the morning before noon, inhale through the left nostril and exhale through the right. In the evening, inhale through the right nostril and exhale through the left. Do this exercise 21 times a day, 7 in the morning, 7 at noon, and 7 in the evening. Recommendations: 1. During the breathing exercises, you can mentally utter certain formulas. Example: I thank you, Lord, with all my heart, with all my spirit, with all my strength, for the blessings you have given me. Say this formula the time of a complete exercise: inhalation, retention, exhalation. 2. You can mentally recite the Lord's Prayer during complete breathing. Do this exercise 10 times in a row, in the morning, at noon, and in the evening. 3. On inhalation, mentally say the words strength, life, health 3 times in a row, so also during retention and exhalation. Repeat this exercise 10 times in a row in the morning, at noon, and in the evening. 4. Inhale mentally, saying the word life. Hold the air while thinking strength and exhale with the word health. Do this exercise slowly, calmly in accordance with a steady rhythm, meditating on the words life, strength, and health. The living energy that regenerates our bodies comes through the spinal column. The spinal cord possesses the power to absorb prana from the air and transmit it to the whole organism. Take note of the formulas and mentally pronounce them in the 3 phases of breathing: inhalation, retention, exhalation. Example 1. Inhalation. Thank you, Lord, for the divine life that you have spread in the air and that we receive through the air. Retention. I receive divine life through the air. It penetrates all my cells and brings strength, life, and health. Exhalation. This divine life strengthens me and I manifest it through my acts. Through divine life, one understands prana. One must powerfully imagine prana as a drop that is transmitted from cell to cell, organ to organ, and penetrates everything. Example 2, inspiration. May God's name be glorified in me. Retention. May God's kingdom and his justice be established in me. Exhalation. May God's will be done. You can do this exercise 5 times by inhaling through the right nostril and exhaling through the left nostril. Then 5 times by inhaling through the left nostril and exhaling through the right nostril. Example 3. Inspiration. Lord, I thank you that you come into me. Retention. Lord, I thank you that you dwell in me. Exhalation. Lord, I thank you that you give me your blessing. Example 4. Inhale through the left nostril. The right nostril is closed. At the same time, utter the formula, only divine love is love. Hold the air for a moment and start breathing in while uttering the same formula. Do this exercise 3 times a day, in the morning, at noon, and in the evening, when you are well disposed and when you have time. Repeat each exercise 3 to 10 times in a row. Healing through the sun. The energy of our physical, mental, and even moral life comes from the sun. It is it that brings life. Only solar energy can restore human strength and health. There is no disease that cannot be cured through the sun. The sunbeams represent millions and millions of intelligent beings who come to Earth as if on an expedition. Each of these beings deposits its signature on the faces of humans. The sun is the life-giving source of energy for the entire solar system. In relation to the Earth, solar energy is positive. It develops into positive and negative electricity and positive and negative magnetism. Earth energy is negative in relation to the sun. Actually, the Earth possesses two kinds of energy, but mainly negative energy. The sun also possesses these two energies, but mainly the positive energy. Life on Earth is produced through the meeting of these two energies. The mediator that connects, transforms these energies is called ether. It spreads through space and penetrates the Earth. Spiritualists call it living plasma. Mystics call it spirit. The sun contains in it all medicines. No disease resists the action of its rays. To cure himself, man must pass the sun's rays through different prisms, both material and imagined by his mind. Solar energy descends to the Earth as a broad stream, enveloping it from the North Pole to the South Pole and back to the sun. It is transmitted to plants through the life-creating plasma. When plants feel the manifestation of this potential energy, they prepare themselves and begin to form buds. When the energy intensifies, they blossom, striving to assimilate it totally to make it bear fruit. If man finds that his organism lacks a particular energy, if he is awakened, he looks for it in the sun. He knows that the sun can give him all the energy he lacks. The energies that the Earth receives from the sun are considerably modified by penetrating into the Earth's inlets, as the latter absorb all the nutritive elements. All that remains, then, are the unusable energies which, thus modified, contribute nothing for our development, and that is why they are sent back from the Earth toward cosmic space. Later, through specific pathways, they return toward the sun, which sends them back toward the central sun for further transformation and to restore them to their initial rhythm. The energy the Earth picks up from the sun can be compared to arterial blood, and the energy it repels to venous blood. Our sun plays the role of a heart. This role is even better expressed through the central sun. Just as impure blood from the tissues comes toward the heart, and from there returns toward the lungs to be purified, so the Earth's energies return toward the sun to regain their initial rhythm. From midnight to noon, the Earth is negative, in fact, in certain places only so mostly receptive. From noon to midnight it is positive and gives the most. From midnight, the Earth begins to send negative energy into cosmic space. Then it receives positive energy from the sun. The process of rejecting the Earth's positive energy back into cosmic space begins in the afternoon. When the Earth has rejected enough of it, it again becomes negative. That is, it mostly receives energies. We are a part of the Earth's organism. When the latter receives, our organism also receives. This is precisely why the first rays of the sun act with more intensity, since at that time our organism is more receptive to their energies. In the morning, the life-giving prana is always more abundant than at noon, and the organism absorbs the most powerful positive energies until noon at the latest. After that, the ebb begins, reaching a maximum as the sun sets. Thus, during the 24 hours of a day, solar energy goes through the following cycles. From midnight to noon, influx of solar energy, with the maximum at the rising of the sun. From noon to midnight, reflux of terrestrial energies. An hour before its rising, the sun exerts a psychic influence on our cells and gives a new impetus for their work. It is before the rising of the sun that the rays refracting through the atmosphere act mainly on the brain. At the time of sunrise, they arrive in a direct line and act more on the respiratory system and sensitivity. At noon, they exert an influence on the digestive system. This is why the healing power of the sun's rays differs according to the time of day. Before sunrise, it is good for the nervous system and brain. At sunrise, for the improvement of the respiratory system, and between 9 a.m. and noon for the digestive system. In general, after noon, solar energy has very few therapeutic properties. This is the period when the absorption capacity of the Earth is the weakest, and it is the same for the human organism. Attending the rising of the sun means consciously binding oneself to it to give its forces the opportunity to circulate in the organism. If man is able to bind himself to the sun on the physical plane, he simultaneously binds himself to the other two suns, the sun of the spirit world and the sun of the divine world. If man does not witness the rising of the physical sun, he cannot be in good health. This law is known not only to human beings, but also to all living beings. The cause of sunburn is as follows. Our thoughts, feelings, and desires produce a kind of evaporation that forms an opaque deposit around the earth. This is why the sun's rays are refractory and burn our skin. If you study the influence of light, you will find that at certain times of the day, the sun's rays are beneficial to the earth, mainly in the morning until noon. At other times, these rays are not beneficial. They are called the black rays or negative rays. To avoid their influence, beware of sleeping during the course of the day and precisely when the sun's rays are active. Otherwise, you will feel ill-disposed, tired, your spirit weak. You can expose yourself to the sun's rays at all times of the day as long as you have a focused, positive spirit and are able to receive only the positive rays. Concentrate well, but be careful not to fall asleep. The black, negative vibrations of the sun are also mixed with earth vibrations that act negatively on the organism. Until you are well acquainted with the laws of reflection, beware of these vibrations. This is why it is recommended to expose yourself to the sun in the morning hours and no later. Beware of the rays in the afternoon. The best time for treatment through the sun's rays is between 8 and 10 in the morning. When the weather is dark, treat yourself in your room. For example, treat your wounds with olive oil or onion, but in good weather, expose them to the sun's rays. If there is a good exchange between the solar energies and your own, you will always be healthy. Only healthy people can understand the ideas of the new teaching. Christ recommends the sun as a method of healing. God put the sun in the sky for you to receive its light and warmth, but you are looking for doctors in order for them to prescribe treatments through artificial light. That is not a treatment. By exposing yourself every day to the sun for half an hour, but consciously, with the participation of your thoughts, you will receive more than from the remedies you seek in books and from doctors. If you are stricken with paralysis, whether of a leg or an arm, if your eyes or memory become weakened, all there is due to insufficient energy, insufficient circulation of blood and nutrients to these organs. The awakened and conscious man will not say, "It is God's will," but will go to work to get what he needs, and thus accumulate energy to heal. Failing to get a tan shows defective health that the sun cannot heal because good exchanges between the sun and man are necessary. The obtained tan shows that the sun absorbs all your residues, all the impurities of dense matter. If you do not get a tan, this matter remains in the body and creates disease states. If you get a good tan, it shows that the sun, by giving you its energies, has placed its signature. The sun cannot heal the man who does not possess gold in his blood. As much gold you have in your blood as you can possess externally. The amount of outward gold is proportional to the gold contained in the blood. When the blood contains gold, the body is healthy. Thinking is clear, feelings are noble. Gold is the condensed solar energy that Hindus call prana. When the sun rises, about 10 minutes is enough to receive what is indispensable for the body. Do not look directly at the sun for more than about 10 seconds as you risk ruining your eyes. Its light is not bad, but too much. It is strong for the retina that is not used to this intensity. Knowing these things, you will be able to receive a lot of energy from the sun, and you will be able to heal from every disease. If you know how to use the energy from the sun, you will be able to act on the grains of wheat until they grow as big as eggs and even more. If you know how to use the energy introduced into the grains of wheat, what work you can accomplish. You have to study the energies that come from the sun. In being aware that at the time of the rising of the sun, you receive more divine love and divine life, the sun rays will exert a better therapeutic action on you. If you are not connected through thought, if you are not present, the rising of the sun becomes a mechanical process that will not bring great things to you. Our body is composed of billions of cells that possess, like the earth, the property of capturing the sun's rays, transforming them and retaining only the prana necessary for their regeneration, their healing. If you are ill-disposed, go out, expose your back to the sun, and you will receive from it what no philosophical thought can give you. When you take a sun bath, it is preferable that you are dressed in white or light green since these colors are very beneficial. What is important is perspiration. When you want to heal yourself through the sun in the open air to cause perspiration, cover yourself with a waterproof fabric or dress. It is necessary to concentrate your thoughts, to bind yourself to beneficial nature so that it will heal you. Sunbathing in the mountains is preferable because at altitude the rhythm of solar energies is not unbalanced by the clouds of astral thoughts enveloping the city. According to the seasons, the sun's rays act differently. In spring, they have a greater healing capacity since the negative earth captures them better. Starting on March 22nd, the earth gradually becomes positive until summer, when it is already very positive. During this period, the sun's rays act more weakly. For regeneration, the best epoch begins on March 22nd and continues throughout April and May until June 22nd. From that date, growth stops. Some days in September, the power of living energy is as effective as that of May. Take advantage of the sun's rays at that time. You will also notice the presence of luminous beings around you. Many diseases can be cured through solar energy. Moreover, it is proven that there is a propitious time for the healing of each disease. Some are easily eliminated in May, others in June, July, etc. Between 8 and 9 a.m., the action of the sun is most healing. At sunrise, the rays are very beneficial for anemic people. Around noon, they are too strong and do not act well on the body. There is also a certain angle under which one must expose the back to best benefit from solar action. By changing this angle, one will not benefit from the intelligence of the sun's rays. When we talk about the sun, we are not only talking about the physical sun, but also about the spiritual sun, as a manifestation of the forces endowed with intelligence, as an expression of the beings bearing love and wisdom. In the future, when human beings come to this knowledge, they will treat diseases only with the sun's rays. They will know which rays are appropriate for a given disease or defect and how to make use of them. Under the influence of the sun, man's cosmic consciousness will awaken. The energies coming out of the sun possess great reserves of living and healing forces. If one wants to take advantage of them consciously, man must expose his back to the rays in the morning and even before the rising of the sun. The energies he receives at that time are equal to the energies he would have received by exposing himself all day to the sun. Even in cloudy weather, you can go out before sunrise, concentrate your thoughts, meditate by turning toward it. Clouds only prevent you from seeing the sun, but its life-giving energies are present and pass through everything. No obstacle can prevent the penetration of the sun's rays. If you suffer from eczema, if you start losing your hair, if you have rheumatism, if your abdomen is swollen, build yourself a glassed-in sun terrace, of course if you have the means. Strip naked to the waist, stretch out, your head to the north and your feet to the south. For half an hour, expose your chest to the sun, but protect your head. Then turn over with your back and stay like this for half an hour. You can continue in this way, alternating back and chest until you cause good perspiration. If you can take 20, 30, 40 such baths, all illnesses and indispositions will disappear. Thus, you can expose your whole body, provided it is before 10 a.m. If these sun baths cause a reaction on your spine, your brain, your lungs, your whole body will benefit. The brain is like a battery. If it starts to receive well and fill up with the solar energies, then they will spread to all parts of the body, which will gradually heal. The more sunlight you receive, the more your gentleness will increase, and magnetism will develop. When man opens his own hands, palms face to the sun, his whole body can warm up. Go out every morning between 7 and 8 o'clock, expose your back to the south first, then a little to the north, and a little to the east. Direct your thoughts toward the Lord and say the formula, Lord, enlighten my intellect. Give health to all human beings and with them, also to me. Start thinking about the most beautiful things you know. By having this experience for 1 year, you will notice 99% benefits. The good influence of the sun on man is expressed through the quality of one's arterial blood. The sun elevates thoughts and feelings, that which purifies the blood. Certain diseases are not treated with any medicine but heal under the gentle influence of sunlight. For example, all swellings and growths will disappear in 2 or 3 months. When man is connected to God, the divine light penetrates him. The bumps and tumors subside until they disappear. The best surgeon I know is nature, the sun rays. It perfectly dissects and removes only the rotten flesh without touching that which is healthy. If you want to heal yourself, expose your back to the sun's rays very early in the morning. If you want to acquire inner peace, expose the back to the hot sun, face turned to the east. I often tell you that man must learn to converse with light. You have back pain, expose yourself to the sun, think about sunlight, what it contains, and the pains will disappear. All diseases of the intellect come from insufficiency of light, those of the heart from insufficiency of heat, those of the soul from insufficiency of truth. A person who becomes ill must link to the energies of the sun and moon. If she cannot do this directly, let her use the plants and minerals capable of transforming these energies. There is a special way to catch sunlight, not only through the eyes. On the other hand, do not look at the sun when it is very strong, but only at its rising. Very few people know how to use light, air, and water well. Most only breathe with their lungs and ignore the astral body and the etheric double through which one can also breathe. Expose your back to the sun. Your indisposition will disappear, whatever the cause. If it is due to negative thoughts, expose your back to the south and your face to the north. You have a cold, or have caught cold feet. Then turn your back to the sun to the south. If the energies that caused your indisposition are positive, expose your face to the south and your back to the north. The sun's rays heal all illnesses. Healing through colors. Every disease is curable through light rays. Red, blue, yellow, orange, violet, and according to the disease, choose a color. For you, the important thing is not to live in the different colors, but in the energies of these different colors. He who wants to transform his life must bind himself to the light itself and then to its energy. You will find the most beautiful colors in plants. They represent the greatest artistic display. They are pages from the divine book. The external, visible light is the result of the thoughts of the higher entities. They come from their eyes. As for animals, they receive the light that we project. The effects of color depend on their vibration. The more intense the vibration of a color, the better the result. When you are unwell, you need to know why, which colors you are in, and which one can restore you. Light manifests through vibration, but vibration is still not light. Although thought is manifested through the brain, it is not the brain which creates thought. Man recognizes only 7 colors of light, without assuming that there are still 5 to be discovered. On Earth, man would have the ability to see 12 colors of light. The more yellow rays there are in the brain, the healthier man's thoughts are. When one's thinking is not awakened, man is deprived of yellow rays. The first 3 rays of the spectrum influence psychic life. The next 3 influence spiritual life. Through the spiritual life, man's awakened intelligence is understood, which includes the consciousness of what is happening in him, in both physical life. Before becoming ill, each person should undergo the light rays. The 7 rays represent 7 worlds of cosmic intelligence, each sending its own light ray. All 7 colors represent the solar spectrum. The stronger the color, the closer to us is the world it represents. According to the 7 colors of the rainbow, we can recognize which field we are heading into. What is the dominant color on Earth? Green. All beings on Earth are immersed in the color green. At the same time, we are connected to the planets and the sun, as well as the beings that inhabit it. Scientists are beginning to understand that each color has a definite role. For example, green is the color of matter. Red is an active color. It is more related to the animal world. Orange is the color of extreme individualism. The colors that correspond to the evolution of humans in our time are light blue and light yellow. On the other hand, the red ray is also composed of 7 shades, each with its own vibratory intensity and different numbers of vibrations. The man who possesses a well-developed eye is able to recognize the 7 different shades of the color red and consciously use them. When they are negative, he can turn them into positive. The shades of colors represent a book to be deciphered and interpreted. He who can differentiate the 7 shades of red and use each of them in accordance with their properties will arrive at perfect well-being. Are you ill? Your illness is due to an insufficiency of light in your body. How to heal it? By receiving the light that is indispensable. Each disease will heal through red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet light. You will choose the color according to the disease. If you suffer from insufficiency or excess of light in your organism, you are exposed to the imbalance that will manifest on both the physical and psychic planes. The 7 rays of light exist in the different worlds, in different octaves, and they differ through their action and meaning. In the physical world, they signify one thing. In the other worlds, other things. In its lower manifestation of the octave, red light expresses the struggle, the violence of the elements. All beings who, in one way or another, have a reserve of this light in their blood are extremely active and brutal. Cold is the sign of a weak amount of light. Behind ordinary light, there are energies of a higher origin, and behind them there is an intelligence. Pure red color is able to produce life, vitality, and joy of living. Pure orange color gives noble individualism in the service of God. Impure, it causes doubt and disbelief. Pure yellow brings balance to feelings, peace, silence, intelligence, but in its lower manifestations, it causes affected feelings such as greed. Pure green gives birth to everything. In its lower expression, it promotes attachment to material things and feelings of preservation. Clear light blue gives faith, an elevation, a broadening of feelings to the most sublime. If it lacks purity, it brings doubts, vanity. The color sea blue brings calmness, solidity, stability, determination. In its impure shade, instability. Pure violet is related to the spirit force needed to realize higher purposes. In its impure expression, this force is used for personal interests. Light speaks to man simultaneously in 7 different languages that correspond to the 7 colors of light. The one who understands all these languages is healthy, omniscient, full of strength. The sick, the ignorant, the weak can heal through the rays of light since each is related to the specific energies of the human organism. Thus, the red ray is related to the energies of the heart, the orange to the energies of the intellect, the green to the energies of the will, the yellow to the energies of the soul, the blue to the powers, the forces of heaven, the violet to the forces of the spirit. Many people suffer and are addicted to drugs, alcohol, wine, tobacco, etc. In psychic life, there are also intoxicating things such as certain thoughts and feelings that have the same effect as alcohol. He who does not distinguish them absorbs them and becomes ill. He suffers until the moment he gets rid of them. Sometimes the cause of illness is caused simply by the lack of a certain color in man. If he lacks the red color of love, the yellow of wisdom, or the blue of truth, he will definitely get sick. Colors can be carried in the physical as well as the psychic organism. The more intelligent a man is, the brighter his light is. If his intelligence decreases, his light is tinged with a bluish hue, then a faint yellowish hue, and so on. Through color, you judge the level of human intelligence. When you consider the heart where the center of love is located, you see a color of a very sweet pink hue. At the same time, you detach an irradiation of a pleasant sweet color. Finally, for that which is the will, there emanates from man a white light that is the color of virtues. Between the 3 main colors, bright, white, and pink, interpenetrate the other colors. This set of colors is called the human aura, through which the clairvoyant recognizes man's level of spiritual and intellectual development. The color red affects man's aura and makes him active. Orange influences private life and makes man individualistic. Yellow brings space and calm to the intellect. As they become darker and darker, colors change their specificity. For example, blue can be considered as the basis of spiritual life, but somber blue incites sadness and promotes soul worries. Light colors, light yellow and light blue, calm the nervous system. The color green binds to growth by regularizing magnetic and electrical currents in the human organism. He who wants to grow, to be in good health, must bind to the color green. Violet relates to the will. Here is what I recommend for healing and rejuvenation. Buy a prism 1/2 meter long and 20 centimeters wide, install it in your room, and focus your attention on one color, according to your illness. If you suffer from anemia, mentally isolate the red color of the spectrum and imbue yourself with it for about 10 days. If your stomach is disturbed, take the green color of the spectrum. If your nervous system is, focus on the color blue. The colors of light have the power to heal all diseases. Work with the colors with their different shades as suitable methods to heal diseases, but also to provide the energies that your body lacks. Not everyone needs the same energies, which is why we are drawn to different colors. If you do not possess objects that link you to the respective colors, work with your thoughts by saying words that awaken images in you that evoke that color. For example, if you say blue, imagine both somber blue and light blue. The somber color is that of the depths, which is why it leads you downward, to the valleys of life. The light blue is reminiscent of the sky, the summits. It leads your thoughts very high to the mountaintops. Each color causes different spiritual states. He who has developed too acute a sensitivity will suffer from neurasthenia. He must use the blue color of light by mentally pouring blue rays of light onto his head, chest, and stomach every morning. In general, man must direct colored light rays to his organs in order to balance energy currents, since energy blockages are produced in certain places in the body that bring abnormalities. So, work by pouring into the body light rays, whether blue, yellow, or others. You can receive them from the sun, but you must first employ the prism with the help of which you will get the pure colors of the spectrum on the wall. Next, you will focus your attention, for example, on the blue color and try to introduce it into yourself. Then you will close your eyes to try to visualize that color in order to impregnate your brain with it. After doing more such exercises, one will be able, through one's will, to reproduce the chosen color and come to heal oneself. As you do all these experiences, at first you will notice a great darkness in your brain. After a while, as on a screen will appear like a sunrise rising on the horizon, a small light will appear in your brain and gradually grow until it becomes so intense that it will be able to heal the disease. Purity is the best remedy against all diseases. The main hue underlying life, red, cannot be acquired otherwise than through purity, which is its conductor. The color red brings the materials needed to ground life. The visible red color is merely a shadow of the true red light. The red of the rainbow is not yet the basic red color. Red will bring you joy, light, strength. If you can grasp it, you will get a considerable contribution of the beneficial forces. The red light brought into the body of an anemic contributes to the multiplication of his own red blood cells and the increase of his vitality. Introduce orange light into man, and he will become independent, begin to think freely. Introduce green, he will begin to build, to create. In each color, nature has hidden a very particular kind of forces. Knowing this, the awakened man can acquire those he lacks. Through orange light, one can succeed in giving one's face a beautiful and healthy expression. There is no better cosmetic than the action of red light on the body. There are no simpler and more natural means than the color red to improve the state of health and acquire vitality. In contrast, red on the lips, creams, powders clog pores, atrophy cells, and damage them. One can use certain powders only on the irritated skin of an infant, but not on that of a healthy man. The face should be beautiful, expressive, and radiant. Until man comes to enter the red light, he is exposed to multiple states of disease. If he is not fit to receive the orange light, he loses his autonomy. If he does not receive green light, his growth stops. Poor reception of yellow light blocks mental evolution. In the same way, when blue light is received poorly, spiritual understanding is distorted by it. The lack of violet causes the loss of willpower. The color white, which is the basis of good health, brings well-being in man, while the color black brings negative states, pessimism. When a man is ill, he should wear white. Let him change colors often, since they give movement to life and influence in a different way. All shades of the color range should be used. Also, one must know how long to stay in the vibration of each color, since exceeding the time needed in one color may cause saturation. Black is the color of rest, of concentration. After working all day, man should enclose himself and give nothing outside himself. Black is not a bad color. From a psychological point of view, it can have a beneficial action, as it preserves energy. When someone is very nervous, it is recommended that they wear black clothes so as not to dissipate their energy. It is good to have children wear white clothes because they possess a lot of energy that they project around them. If the heart is sick, if thinking is disturbed, to establish balance, let the red ray penetrate the body. In case of liver imbalance, you must know how to introduce the green ray. All colors can be picked up through the prism. Behind every ray of light is a force of nature's spirit. If red light is in excess and the other colors are lacking, humans are predisposed to anger. When suffering from headaches, eye aches, rheumatism, or other diseases, have experiences with light rays to see how they affect the body. There are numerous ways to heal diseases, but healing through light rays is one of the most effective. Do you want to get rid of a certain defect? Pass bright pink and yellow colors through your brain. Bright luminous colors such as light blue and light yellow, for example, calm the nervous system. Bright green regularizes magnetic and electrical currents in both nature and the human organism. Fear is a weakness that comes from the lower intelligence. If it is very strong in someone to heal themselves, the use of the color orange is recommended as a means of harmonizing forces. You are discouraged in a state of mental confusion, use the color yellow. Get the yellow ray out of the prism and try to feel it shining in your intellect. Blue brings calmness. Sky blue is especially beneficial to the nervous system. He whose faith is weak must evoke the color blue to eliminate unbelief. Strength of character comes from the violet. Use the pink light when you are unwell and the bright red to gain health. It is not recommended to observe a particular light color for a long time. It would be good to carry a small notepad with you and hide 7 silk threads between the pages, corresponding to the colors of the spectrum. According to your indisposition, cast a glance at one of the colored threads in relation to it. Nature heals through colors. I tell you this, in the same way that human beings dress in clothes of a certain color, so every feeling or act is clothed in different colors. 7. Healing through music. In the physical world, music is indispensable for establishing order in disorganized matter. The physical world is disorganized. Through music, matter vibrates harmoniously. Music is a divine method of calming the world. Through music, higher entities can come to us. If you sing, you attract the evolved entities who come to help you. If you do not sing, they are not interested in you. Esoteric science recommends chanting as a method of transforming negative energies into positive energies. Music organizes the human body and, from the body, thought. Cells organize from thought. Music increases and intensifies the vibrations of the organism. Since ancient times, music has been used as a method of healing and transforming energies. Even today, humans can use music to heal and transform themselves. Certain states cannot be changed in any way except through music. Singing is a call of the human soul to nature. As this is benevolent, it in turn sends its intelligent and creative forces back into man for the recovery of his health. If you ask the sick person to sing a little every day, he will recover. Conversely, if the well person stops singing, he will become ill. Music is at the frontier between the physical world and the spiritual world. Through it, man can transform his energies. Through singing, a specific vital energy is introduced into the human organism. If you are nervous, irritated, ill-disposed, start singing, your state will immediately improve. Through singing, you can develop such abilities and talents that would not be accessible by any other means. In order to be healthy, normally developed, man must acquire an inner balance between the forces of matter, of which his body is composed, and the power of his thoughts and feelings. Music is a means of maintaining this balance. He who knows the laws of nature's music is able to block the destructive action of the parasites in his body and restore his own well-being. Chanting is not entertainment, but a method of harmonizing energies. It is necessary to chant in order to acquire energies. If the sick person does not sing, he will die before his time. He must sing to provide his body with lost energies. When man sings, the soul and spirit must empathize. Thus, the vibrations change, their intensity increases, and everything is reflected in a beneficial way on the organism. When you sing, love, wisdom, and truth must take part in your singing and express all that God has laid down in you. Today, many Western doctors treat their patients through music. By nature, the Bulgarian is pessimistic, which is why in order to transform this predisposition, he composed songs to sing in groups. Cheerful music acts on health. Certain sad songs can make a healthy person sick. Bulgarian songs used for folkloric dancing are beneficial. You do not yet make use of music as a means of healing and developing your possibilities and talents. Through music, you can produce forces in you, eliminate your discouragement, and make your pains disappear. Sing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times the same sound, the same note, or the whole range, and you will see that your state will improve. You have been robbed. Why go after the thief and tell right and left what happened? To overcome your perturbed state of soul, say instead, sing and give a little concert. Musical sounds are related to the human organism. The brain has its own sounds and vibrations, as do the heart, stomach, liver, muscles, and bones. They all reason and vibrate in specific ways. In the future, music will play an essential role in healing. The sick person must sing all day long to get well, and the healthy person can preserve his or her health. By practicing the D sound and in singing it better and better, the condition of the lungs is improved. The heart is related to the sound do, the respiratory system to the sound re, the liver to the sound me, the kidneys to the sound fa, the spleen to the sound sol, the gallbladder to the sound lay, and the digestive system to the sound say. When the respiratory system reacts musically to all notes in the range, this means that it is well developed. At the slightest imbalance, the sound proper to one of the organism's systems changes, passes into another. This already creates a certain disharmony of the organs, which is called disease. Stomach diseases come from the loss of intensity of its vibrations. The same for the lungs. So you can use music to raise the vibration of your body and heal it. There are musics that can tame beasts. Certain songs can heal and even drive away death that runs away because it is afraid. People who sing are rarely sick. If he gets sick, he gets well easily. That's why music is a good healing method. Sometimes I visit a sick man left alone. In his loneliness, he weeps. But I notice that even his tears resemble singing. They are like music. Then I say to myself, this man will heal. If he stops singing, he will not heal. If he sings, he will heal. Without music, without singing, the body becomes demagnetized. The soul harmonizes with music. You often complain about your illnesses and sufferings. Then I say to you, sing to your sicknesses and sufferings. If you are sick and cannot move your legs, sing. Sing the whole day, the whole year. Sing to your illness, and you will see the results. By knowing how to sing well, you can heal yourself and heal your neighbor. All diseases, migraines, lung diseases, rheumatism can be healed by different music. The material world was born out of chaos, which is why it is not organized. The solar world itself organizes chaotic matter. Rheumatism is disorganized matter accumulated on the joints, preventing good blood circulation. It is to this matter that you need to chant. Chanting creates a movement that frees you from pain. It is a powerful current that purifies the whole organism, but only singing in which every cell, every fiber takes part. Nature sings, birds sing in the spring. The scent of flowers is also singing. When you feel that you are going to get sick, do not be afraid. Do not immediately seek outside help, but start a dialogue with your illness. Ask where it is coming from and what it expects from you. When you understand its intentions, do not drive it away immediately. Start humming a song. It will stay with you for a while to visit you and then leave. Everyone wants to be in good health but does not know how to get it. Some diseases heal with the sound of the violin, others with the guitar, a third with the flute, etc. Different instruments have a specific influence on each one. If the sick person loves the violin, play the violin for him, but music whose vibrations are ascending, not music in the minor range. Accelerated palpitations of the heart heal through chants that begin with the C sound, not the C taken through a tuning fork, but the natural C. If you get it right, you will immediately feel a state of calm, a small inner joy, as if you have acquired something. Though small, this joy brings a light to your soul, a brightening as if the sun has risen in you. The main do tone is a key to life. Each person can experience it to verify this truth. When someone wants to sing, he must first tune to the natural sound. In the natural key, he must stand, lying down about 10 to 15 minutes until he gets rid of all difficulties and contradictions in his mind. Start meditating on the intelligence of life and chant afterwards. This will prove that he has succeeded in turning the musical key given to him, that the sun has risen in him, and that his organism has the ability to circulate the energies of nature. If the C sound were taken well, man would be able to receive the living energy of the sun and transmit it to his organs. If you are anemic, sing the DO sound often. It is the sound of life. Through it you bring some gold into your system. He who is somewhat hard and brutal in character, let him play the music of Chopin. It will convey sweetness to him. He who has lost the meaning of life, let him play Bach. He who loves neither reading nor thinking, let him play Beethoven. He who does not love poetry, let him play Mozart. All music is like a good fruit, and you have to choose one or the other according to your state. It is not the same whether you eat apples, pears, cherries, grapes, or other fruits. In initiatory music, the words zun, mezun bring into balance the forces that regularize everything. Thus, one who wants to balance the forces within himself can sing Sila Jiva Izvorna Techochts. Tell a sick person to particularly chant Sladko Medeno or yet other chants, and he will heal. When you cook, you must sing. When you work in the vineyards, you must sing. When you sow during harvest, sing. Singing is like a magic formula. It is the right thought. If you are sick, if you are hungry, sing the song Blagost. After a disturbance, an illness comes. When two people have offended each other, argued, a chill, infection, or injury may come. In this case, sing Sladko Medeno. In any case, music does not heal all illnesses. If you are sick, poor, and cannot go to the doctor because of lack of money, sing a song like Krasiv iz Jivota, Nanashata Docha, Chito iz Peulnia, Tsalata Zemia. Sing it 3 times and you will heal. Then sing Venachalo Beslovoto. Say to yourself, but if I sing, do I really heal? And if you do not sing, will you heal? Then sing and do not ask the question. If you sing, you will heal. In the future, doctors will heal with music and songs. Today, you can laugh about it. Human beings do not even suppose how ridiculous and deformed they are without music. That is, music in relationships, movements, feelings, thoughts, acts. 8. Healing through thought. It is possible to heal disease through thought. Intense thought is able to drive disease away from the human organism. Like speech, thought is very powerful. When man wants to prove the power of his thought, it is enough for him to consciously apply it with faith. For this, the will is indispensable. If man can believe in the power of thought, through it he is able to perform miracles, but on the condition that he has a very powerful, determined will. People suffering from terrible, incurable diseases can heal through thought. If man knew the laws that direct thought, he would master all his infirmities. There is no weakness that thought cannot correct. It is not only beings from other planets and civilizations that exert influence on Earth, but also the 3 billion humans. Note, early 20th century. The set of human brains acts on the whole Earth. The energy emanating from human brains can dissolve a rock. If humans focus their thoughts on a definite point, they would be able to make what is their melt. They could make all their ailments and all their diseases melt away if they knew how to concentrate their thoughts. Under healthy conditions, the organism has its own particular vibration. Each different disease possesses its own, but it always weakens that of the organism. In this case, the heat must be increased. Specific thoughts, recitation of phrases and formulas are able to change the vibration of the organism. This is achieved through the contemplation of beautiful images, beautiful landscapes, the starry sky, which are true remedies. Let the discouraged or sick person observe the twinkling stars in the night sky. Thanks to their light, he will gain courage and take the first steps toward healing. Every word conceals a certain strength. If you focused your attention on a word, your brain would bind to its specific vibration, and you would feel enlivened or weakened according to the nature of that word. There are words of such a nature that once spoken, they should not be spoken a second time. Why? Because these words have a harmful influence on the brain. For example, if you repeat over and over again, "I will get sick," you will suffer the effect of those words, and it will not be long before the organism gets sick. For example, on the contrary, if a tuberculosis patient repeats with conviction the words, "I will get well," he will really get well. Man can heal through thought. The stronger and more focused his thinking is, the more easily he will overcome his own illnesses. For this, it is enough to utter a word. There are words whose vibrations exert a magical action on man, but one must know the exact moment to utter them. Everything must be accomplished in the right place and at the right time. Diseases are due to the accumulation of foreign substances, but through one's own thought and will, man can reject them outside his body and heal it. The higher the thought, the more it conceals possibilities. In initiatory science, each word has its own key. If you find the key to the word health and pronounce it 3 times, the sick person will certainly recover. You will test the power contained in the words by pronouncing them properly. Powerful thought heals all diseases. According to Kabbalists, thought is able to change the vibrations of the human body. When man is sick, his vibrations have a lower frequency, but by means of thought, he can intensify and increase them. Colds, for example, are caused by certain viruses that have elected residence in the nose. If the vibrations of the body decrease, they find conditions for their proliferation. As they multiply, they irritate the mucous membrane of the nose, and to get rid of that irritation and reject it, the nasal glands secrete a lot of mucus. The increased vibration of the body facilitates and accelerates the rejection of foreign substances. For example, humans can also accelerate the development of a cold, which, having reached its maturity, will begin to diminish and disappear. A cold should last no longer than a week. On Earth, the matter of the physical world is under the dominion of the human will. It itself is directed by certain laws that you must know in order to apply them in matter, for these obey thought and consequently the power of your will. Through thought and the efforts of the will, you will be able to reject all foreign elements from your organism. During the time these substances dwell in you, you will be ill-disposed physically and psychically. You can force all foreign elements to leave your body in the form of a boil, for example, which by breaking will release impure matter. As disciples, you should work through thought, have rehearsals, experiences to get out. So I tell you that the disciple must concentrate, develop his thinking, but not in the way of yogis. The means and methods used by yogis are numerous, but if you do not understand them, you can become completely unbalanced and remain outside the laws of nature. The laws of living, intelligent nature are relentless. The methods I give you involve minimal risks to the human intellect, while those of the yogis involve great ones. Concentration should be done with open eyes. It is with your eyes open that you should treat and heal yourself. Think of your hands, your feet, your legs, your mental. Think of going through the nervous system, the stomach, the intestines, all the parts of the body, like a master assessing the situation in his property, checking what state each part is in one after another. This is what concentration is all about. When Hindus concentrate, they don't think about their wife, their children, their bees, or secondary things, but they think about prana. The Bulgarian thinks about his calves, his wife, his children, and that's why he doesn't have good results. He doesn't come to concentration. Through concentration of thought, you can heal, avoid a sudden accident that comes upon you like a bomb. You can stop a beast that attacks you. Human thought is related to the natural electricity of life. Positive thoughts attract life forces toward them, but when the thoughts are negative, these life forces are dispersed. They move away from man, and as a result, illness arises. For example, if your opponent's thought toward you is very strong, it may make you negative and thus cause illness. The law is as follows. If you become ill because of it, the illness will return toward it. You can send your positive thoughts, your warm feelings, your good wishes toward a sick person with absolute faith, without any hesitation, without the slightest doubt about his recovery. So to heal a man, send him a current charge with life force. When he receives your thought and wish, he will feel better. In this kind of relationship, good friends always represent good protection for health, and bad ones always bring disease and suffering. When the will intervenes, you are able to heal yourself from yourself. When the will participates, you can expose yourself for many hours to the cold in very light clothing without getting sick. Through thought, man can create around him a warm and magnetic garment in which even in the greatest cold, he will not tremble. Without such a magnetic garment, and without the participation of the will, even dressed in the warmest clothes, he will catch cold. If someone is suffering from rheumatism, you have to take it in your hand, shake it a little, and start telling it that it has taken the wrong path and needs to leave your body. For example, if the rheumatism is in a shoulder, you have to lead it to the neck, then to the hands, and finally get it out of the fingers. This is how diseases can be treated without medicine. Thought can drive away any disease. Its power of action is strong. A sick person who, after his recovery, thinks of devoting his life to the realization of a grand and beneficial work will heal in a short time, as that thought will work on him. If an idea gives good results and brings healing, this also shows that that idea has begun to be realized. Every idea, every virtue that is manifested and realized, first improves man's health. Hindus to heal sores, they know how to collect nature's prana, and with the help of thought, they direct it to the diseased spot which will heal in 20 minutes at most. As long as you live in the world of contradiction, you should know that you are under the law of suggestion. No one, mortal or immortal, is free in relation to that law. Knowing this, keep positive thoughts and feelings in your intellect and heart to get rid of the multiple states of illness that are not your own. For example, if you attach yourself to someone who has foot pain, you will feel the same pain. So, if you want to advance in life, apply the law of suggestion. When it comes to your neighbor, you apply it successfully, but when it comes to yourself, you do not know how to take advantage of it. For example, if one of your friends is discouraged and afraid of failing an exam, start encouraging him, influencing him, and suggesting his success, so he will feel reassured. But for yourself, in the same situation, you will find that you are not so effective. Nevertheless, learn to apply this law well both for yourself and for your neighbor, but always for good. This law works everywhere. Consciously or unconsciously, animals and humans make use of it. As intelligent beings, you must make use of suggestion at every moment of your life. For healing, to strengthen your memory, to take courage, to endure evil and suffering, etc. Suggestion is the weapon by which man can fight against evil, against negative forces in the world. Now, contemporary men are living in hell. As disciples, apply the laws of suggestion to influence you in a positive way. If your memory is weak, work with suggestion to strengthen it. If someone likes to sleep a lot and cannot get up early in the evening, self-suggest to get up at 5 a.m., for example. The law of suggestion makes sense when applied to acquire something creative, positive, such as a quality or virtue. Consciously or not, everyone uses suggestion as a method of working, even animals. There are some days and times when suggestion exerts a harmful influence on man. At that time, neither he nor others should use it. On the contrary, they should close themselves to it. Man must protect himself against suggestion, as soldiers barricade themselves against enemies. If a tumor appears in your abdomen or elsewhere in the body, do not be afraid. This shows that an excess of energy has accumulated and will have to be evacuated. You must stimulate the healthy cells surrounding the tumor through strong concentration of thought in order to make them able to drive out that energy and restore the normal state. When there are no other exits, the operation can also be performed. Powerful and concentrated thought can make a tumor of any kind disappear even in 24 hours. By putting the sick person into a magnetic sleep, you can get the tumor out in 3 days. Through thought, therefore, any tumor can be eliminated, but everything depends on the quality of thought. During the healing of an illness, you must use certain magic formulas and more exactly during the waning moon. For example, in case of joint rheumatism, take ½ kilogram of rock salt, sea salt, or rock salt. Every day, get up very early before sunrise, put a piece of salt in a container filled with spring water and pronounce, "As this salt dissolves in the water, so let it dissolve and my rheumatism disappear." If the result is not immediate, repeat this experience for 2 weeks until the waning moon. However, if the rheumatism resists, have the same experience at sunset or the night under the moon. Experiences of this kind should be kept secret. Do not tell anyone about them before you have obtained an end result. The important thing is for the man to be persistent and tenacious until recovery. If you have a cold, think of health by saying to yourself, "I am healthy," and the cold will soon leave you. When the healthy man thinks of sickness, he attracts it. Do the opposite. Think of health to attract it and strengthen it. Awakened intelligence, goodness, greatness of mind, nobility are able to fight the microorganisms that cause disease. Make a habit of choosing and employing benevolent, positive words and thoughts. Use them as formulas through which you can suggest yourself and influence others. To know whether your will is developed and whether you are capable of applying an initiatory formula, have this experience. In case of stomachache, spasms, try to react through the will. Place your left hand behind your back and your right hand on your belly. Concentrate your intellect and say the phrase, "I pray that the illness will disappear," or "the illness has disappeared." How are tuberculosis patients treated today? They are put to bed, not allowed to move left or right, given special nutrition and nothing else. No, one lets the sick person go free. If he wants to stay in bed, let him stay there. If he wants to walk, let him walk. But during the course of the day, let him say the words, "I will heal," increasing the number of times a day up to 1,000, 2,000 times a day. On the first day, he can start saying this phrase 100 times, on the second day 120 times, on the third day 150 times, up to 1,000 or 2,000 times. This is how one can heal all sickness, all discouragement. In this way, the heavy, gloomy atmosphere surrounding the sick will lighten, become pleasant, and they will feel an improvement day by day. They will be better off. Then healthy people will begin to attend them. Suppose you have a small difficulty. You have pain in your finger and you cannot stand it. In order to heal yourself, or more exactly to come to bear the pain, imagine that a big nail is driven into your hand. An even bigger pain replaces the smaller, real pain. If you can mentally create this blow in your hand, a transformation of the pain in your spirit will occur. If you are sick, do not rush to call the doctor. First, put into practice 1, 2, 3 methods. Focus your thoughts on the pain and repeat several times, "I will heal." In some cases, saying these words a dozen times only may be enough to heal you, but in other cases, it is essential to repeat them several times, even up to 1,000 times. No matter the number, do not be discouraged. Continue with conviction, and you will have good results. In this way, you can heal yourself and also your neighbor. If you know how to pronounce the words like life, goodness, love, wisdom, truth, source, Christ, Spirit, you will create an extraordinary atmosphere around you. Your eyesight is not very good. So every night before you fall asleep, say, "Tomorrow when I open my eyes, I will see better." He who believes can see everything. Suppose a person has a wart or redness. In Bulgaria, there is an ancient custom that advises you to go to a grocery store and steal a piece of salt. Then, when the moon becomes waning, you make a circle around the wart with this piece of salt, saying, "Just as the moon wanes and this piece of salt melts, so my wart will disappear." Then you throw in the salt, and sometime later, the wart will have disappeared. How to explain this? It can be explained this way. The stolen salt served as a channel through which the currents that feed the wart escaped. You want to be intelligent, healthy, good, pure? You can achieve these qualities if you know how to pronounce the word love. This word possesses a powerful force even before God, angels, or men, provided you know how to pronounce it. It is the magic word that raises the dead, worth millions and billions. Everything tilts before its power. One has to have experiences. For example, if 10 people get together and focus their spirits on a sick person, they can heal him through the power of their thoughts and prayers. In order to master the currents of energy flowing through you, you will need to study the rule of concentration. Begin by focusing your gaze on an object without squinting for 1 minute. Repeat this experience by gradually increasing the time. This also helps to strengthen your eyes. During the duration of the exercise, your spirit will be calm, focused, and do not allow any scattering of thought or consciousness. Try to heal yourself mentally with the participation of your will. Mentally apply an onion poultice or other remedy to a pimple and observe the result. If your thinking is strong, the pimple will soon disappear. Conventional medicine recommends medicines to the insomniac, but he himself cannot rest. If he wants to act with the methods of initiatory science, he must say to himself, "Since I will be in bed, I will fall asleep at once, and after 6 hours of good, deep, restorative sleep, I will awaken." Contemporary medicine recommends quinine against fever, but initiatory science recommends the use of thought. Order the microorganisms of fever to leave. Microbes, I will not give you more than 25 minutes to get out of my body because I am busy, I have to work. Man can be his own doctor and heal without the help of a scalpel. Through thought, he can get rid of all the excrescences in his own body. How? By moving from one point to another and then outward. If it is superficial, it is even easier. If you knew the respective properties of hot water and cold water, you could heal yourself through more subtle methods. For example, even without drinking but through imagination and concentration of thought, you can cause your capillaries to dilate and your blood circulation to improve, as if you were drinking hot water. Do you want to strengthen your hair? Direct your thoughts to their roots often. In a year, you will gain a lot. Your hair will become thick, sprout, and become stronger. What is the reason for hair loss? To an inner restlessness or lack of moisture in the body. To restore their color, it is essential to bring bright thoughts to your intellect, noble feelings to your heart. At the same time, wash your hair 1 or 2 years with an infusion of nettle roots to help restore its color. All possibilities are contained in thought. It regularizes the functioning of the organs of the body. Negative thinking causes multiple states of illness. Harmonious thinking is capable of transforming all these states. Does someone fall ill, and do you want to help and heal him? Every night, while he sleeps, send in the direction of his subconscious mind good healing thoughts, and you will see that his condition will soon improve. If you are sick, imagine the sunlight falling on you like a bright shower or bathing you in a sea of light, health, strength, power, goodness, as if you were immersed in God Himself. If the disease is in a specific place in the body, you have to give it the following order. Get out of here. I have to work. I have to serve God. Go away. If the disease affects the whole body, say, get out of me. Accompany these words with movements from top to bottom with your right hand. Then put your hand near your mouth, exhaling vigorously 3 times. Shake it downward 3 times in succession. He who understands the hidden power that the circle contains will use it for healing. For example, by circling it, you can make a wart on your hand disappear in only half an hour. Do you have a boil on your neck? Draw a circle around it, and a short time later, it will disappear. In this way, you can prove the strength of your thinking and the strength of your faith. If you say you have faith and are unable to heal the slightest disease, it proves to us that your faith is still in its embryonic state. I will give you a method to act in case of imbalance in your liver. Put your right hand on your belly, palm turned inward, and your left hand on your waist, palm turned toward your body, and mentally direct the energies of the sun toward the center of the earth. 10-15 minutes later, your state will improve. You will be better. You will be happier. It is always possible to save a sick person, even if his pulse decreases to a minimum number of beats per minute. With this pulse, he can still live up to 3 days. If his neighbors pray for him and continuously keep positive thoughts, his pulse will accelerate little by little, and the sick person will be out of danger. In cases of fever, doctors routinely prescribe 30 centigrams of quinine per day. Suppose the sick person is poor and does not have enough money for medicine. What must he do? To get well, he must apply the law of suggestion. Mentally go to a pharmacy to buy 30 centigrams of quinine, let him imagine that he has taken this amount, and then wait for the results. In this way, he will heal twice as fast as through the actual intake of quinine. But this experience of suggestion demands intense thinking. If the thought lacks intensity, even if he goes 10 times to the pharmacy, with suggestion, he will have no results. If I were a physician who really wanted to heal his patients, here is what I would do. I would prescribe the sick person different liquids and powders that, coming into interaction with each other, would begin to act in the body as life-giving elements, but only on the condition that after each medicine, the sick person would repeat, I will heal, I will heal. Then I would call up 100 poor people and give them 5 levas, each ***, lev, leva, Bulgarian currency, to go and visit the sick person, convince him of his good appearance and of his imminent recovery. No doubt the sick man gave 100 levas for the medicine I prescribed as a doctor, but to make him hear words of encouragement, I would give more than 500 levas ***, plural of lev, the Bulgarian currency. Taking this figuratively, in order to heal one's sick, the physician must be ready to give more than receive and to work with one's own energy and thinking. 9. Healing through movement. Each of our outward manifestations is an expression of what is happening in our inner whole at the subtle level. Every disharmonious movement in the physical world is reflected and produces disharmony in the astral world. In the same way, any disharmony in the astral world is reflected in the mental world. When the inner world is balanced, the harmony of movements, that is, the physical plane, is restored. Thus, thought is reflected on movements and movements are reflected on spirit. Every movement creates clichés in the invisible world. Each cliché is an imprint whose consequences are expressed in the human world either as joy or sadness. Man regularizes the energies of his body art through his physical movements, which, by moving air around his body, create vibratory waves. Those are transmitted back to the physical body through the etheric double. The etheric double is an antenna through which the human organism receives impressions from the outside world. It is for this reason that it envelops the physical body in order to protect it from nefarious influences. The healthier and more balanced the etheric body is, the better the impressions of the outside world are perceived. Regularize your etheric antenna often. Movements inspired by luminous thoughts and harmonious feelings are always beautiful. The more balance is installed in the spirit and soul, the more beautiful man's gestures and movements become. Hand gestures exert an influence on the brain and nervous system. Regular movements related to letter writing have a beneficial effect on memory and intellect development. They develop gentleness and stability of character. In general, all gestures define man's state and character. The right movements are those where the whole body participates. When walking, the legs and head participate simultaneously, and the whole body gets into wave-like motion. By walking like this in the mountains, you will never feel tired. Conscious movements help humans avoid multiple states of disease. They regularize the nervous system, and soon, all the functions of the human organism fulfill their tasks. No physician is able to rescue the man whose nervous system is defective. If you do not know how to walk, how to put your feet on the ground, how to move, you will lose all the conditions you acquire through breathing, through air, and through nutrition. From the way he walks, you can already tell if someone is doomed. Observe how animals, birds, move. Your movements should be beautiful, regular, natural, aesthetic. In the morning getting out of bed, the foot you need to put on the ground first is important. The same when you go to work. Which foot do you start with? Which gear do you adopt, slow or fast? How do you move your arms, your legs? How do you look? Because you do not pay attention to all this, many misfortunes happen to you. You are capable of healing with the movement of your hands, through touch. But if you are ignorant, you can also create handicaps for yourself. You must know how to stretch your arms, how to bend your legs. You can pick up certain currents of the earth through the extension of your legs, and thus, you will transform your state. For example, you are sad and desperate. Extend your left arm and your left leg. The earth will absorb all your heaviness, and you will feel better. Then, extend your right arm and your right leg. When walking, all contemporaries first rest their heel and then their toe. This step produces a jolt that unbalances the spine and the back of the brain, nefariously affecting the nerves. This is why everyone is nervous today. One must walk by first, advancing the tip of one's toes and maintaining regularity of step. The airy, light step depends on thought. If the thought is material, the step will make the earth tremble and show that man is more bound to the center of the earth than to the center of the sun. The toe represents the field of angelic action, the middle part of the soul represents the human field, and the heel represents the animal field. He who beats hard on the heels wants to impose himself by force. In the human world, rights return with intelligence. In the angelic world, they return with love. The divine world encompasses the rights of all creation. In the future, scientists will invent spring heels so that the step will be cushioned by the elasticity of the springs, what will facilitate the tension-loosening movements of the legs and feet. Today, the heels of shoes make the step heavy. In the long run, the repeated shocks on the spine shake the brain and the whole nervous system. All movements are subject to certain rules and laws, including walking. For example, to go somewhere, you have to start with your right foot and then adopt a light step, toes, then heels. It is best to start walking slowly, leisurely, then gradually quicken your pace. By conforming to these rules, you will end up with a quick, light step as if you were flying. You aspire to beautiful movements whose aesthetic lines reflect beneficially on the human body, bringing it health. By studying them, you connect with the spiritual world, the thoughts and feelings of luminous beings. Consciously aspire to harmony and aestheticism of movements in order to tune into the ebb and flow of cosmic energies, as the state of your health, as well as the state of your thoughts and feelings, depend on it. A person communicates with you at the level of feeling if he or she touches you with the left hand, while if he or she touches you with the right hand, communication is done at the level of thought. With the two hands, transmission takes place simultaneously through thought and through feeling. This means that in nature, every movement, every transformation has its profound meaning. If anyone among you is ill, let him focus his thoughts on the illness and conduct it outside his body. If he cannot get rid of it in this way, he should not submit to the illness by staying in bed. On the contrary, he should walk, make movements in any weather, whether it snows or rains, without being afraid, since it is in the fearful that the disease finds a favorable basis for its development. Paneurythmia * renews and rejuvenates man. It heals not only diseases but all bodily and psychic indispositions. By practicing it, the whole human organism vibrates musically, and in the musical world there is neither illness nor disease. That is why, through these exercises, one can leave the world of disorders, defeats, discontents, restlessness, and anxieties and enter the world of harmony. He who practices the paneurythmy exercises with conviction for 1 year will improve his health, get rid of all illnesses, and overcome them through increased vitality. 10. Healing through gymnastic exercises. In one half of your body, negative energy first accumulates, and in the other half, positive energy, which you will be able to keep in balance through morning gymnastics exercises. In the healthy man who thinks and feels correctly, the energies of the body balance themselves. In the sick man, however, it is the nora that accomplishes energy rebalancing by causing certain illnesses that cause different movements in the body. When man is sick, his movements become disordered, he fidgets restlessly, he gets up, he goes to bed, and so the energies regularize little by little. If the energy circulation is restored, the man heals, but if his organism fails to have energy balance, he dies. To make contacts with the unseen world, when you do gymnastic exercises, you have to pull your muscles well. If your body, arms, and legs are relaxed, soft, you will not receive anything. Know that through every movement you are bonding with the currents of nature. Through the simple act of extending your arms and keeping your mind focused, you are already linked with these currents. The extension of the body's limbs allows you to establish a circuit with both terrestrial and solar magnetism. So at every moment you can bind yourself with the energy of the earth or with the energy of the sun. Magnetism in general is linked with prana, that is, with the vital energy contained in nature. Thus, through the extension of the arms and legs and through concentration of one's mind, man utilizes this vital energy and becomes healthy and strong. With a soft position of the arms, one cannot take advantage of the forces of nature. Conscious movements regularize the nervous system that carries vital energy. All the functions of the organism are accomplished correctly when the nervous system is in good condition, since it is it that receives the forces of nature. In all physical exercises to attract the energies that are indispensable to you, let your intellect and will participate. Moving your hands mechanically will not bring you anything, but if, for example, you pass your thoughts through your index finger, you can acquire more nobility, more benevolence, dignity, and mercy. You want to increase your chances of discernment and righteousness. Practice with the middle finger. For beauty, artistic sense, musicality, pass your thoughts through the ring finger. If you want to regulate your affairs well, have good relations and easy communications with your interlocutors, practice with the little finger. And to acquire something divine, practice with your thumb. What great wealth for the hand! It is also good to make energy regularizing movements by chanting the vowels A and O, which are powerful sounds. Opening one's arms is a calming movement. The opposite movement, that is, bringing the hands back against each other, causes the reverse effect. To balance the effects of the two movements, one must later bring the arms back upward. A few exercises by way of example. Exercise 1. Raise your arms on each side of your body to shoulder height, palms turned downward. Then slowly bring your right arm up to 45 degrees in relation to your shoulders, while simultaneously lowering your left arm to 45 degrees. In this position, concentrate your thought and direct it to the front of your brain and perform it slowly 6 times. This exercise helps regularize energy circulation in the frontal part of the brain. Second exercise. Perform it like the first exercise, but this time the left arm is raised to 45 degrees and the right arm lowered to 45 degrees in relation to the shoulders. During the 6 movements, direct your thoughts toward your heart. 1. Now I will give you an exercise that goes with the sound pronunciation of the vowels A and O. The 2 arms are horizontal and forward. The left hand grasps the right hand underneath. Starting from this position, bring the hands up to the left shoulder while singing the A sound. Then with the right hand, grasp the left hand below and bring the 2 hands up to the right shoulder, chanting the sound O. Do this exercise every night before going to bed 10 times in a row, 6 times in the morning, a total of 12 movements. Always start with the left hand alternating with the right hand. The movements of your arms and hands exert some influence on all your organs and will. Assume that you are very disturbed. Then do the following exercise. Put your hands in front of your chest and bend your arms slowly to your sides in a light, undulating movement by turning your hands around your wrists. Then, bring your hands back in front of your mouth. Repeat the exercise 3-4 times, meditating on the words love, joy, gaiety, so your indisposition will pass. This exercise is an aeration, a psychological treatment, and with the pronunciation of the 3 words, it becomes like a key. 2. If confusion perturbs your thoughts and feelings, do the following exercise. Sitting with your spine straight. Place your left hand loosely on your knee. Bring your right arm horizontally sideways, then upward. Let it descend forward to the bottom. Then pass it back and bring it back horizontally again. Repeat this arm rotation several times. Do the same movement with the left arm, then with both arms together. If you experience confusion in your thoughts, do the exercise with your right arm. If it is the feelings that are perturbed, do it with your left arm. Always finish with both arms. 3. The next exercise is to raise your 2 arms tightly up to the top, the ends of the fingers touching. Concentrate your thoughts and mentally direct the solar energies through your fingers, hands, and arms, and let them flow into your body. In this position, utter the formula, I am in harmony with living nature. Let divine love circulate in me. Then lower your arms. 4. Left arm outstretched upward, right arm outstretched downward. Try to mentally perceive the 2 currents, that of the sun and that of the earth. Through the right arm, receive the earth currents, and through the left arm, the sun currents. Stay in this position 3 minutes and try to feel the effect of the currents through your arm. 5. Raise the right arm up. The left arm is down. Bend slowly until it touches the earth with the end of the fingers of the left hand while uttering the phrase, through the bond that I contract with the center of the earth, let evil come out of my left arm. Rising up, hold the arm position and say, I bind myself to all intelligent forces, all luminous beings, all divine entities, and God Himself. Let the divine energy flow through my whole body. This exercise is repeated 3 times by mentally uttering the formulas in one's inner whole with sacred respect. 6. The negative state aggravates the disturbed spirit. Aggressive emotions are regularized by the following exercise. A. The palms of the hands are against each other, the ends of the fingers touching. B. Hide the fingers of the left hand on the palm of the right hand up to the wrist, and then position the left hand at 90 degrees in relation to the right hand without stopping the movement. C. Place the right hand on the left hand, placing both arms in front of the chest in a horizontal position. D. Hide the palm of the right hand on the left hand to the end of the middle finger, E. Eventually fold both hands back into the initial position, palm to palm. Repeat these movements several times, and all negative states will disappear. I draw your attention to practicing the gliding and angular position of the hands without interrupting the movements. Nature does not like interruptions. Repeat successively with the right hand, then with the left hand. With this exercise, you can polarize yourself. 7. Left arm in front of the body, slightly inclined, palm down. A. Slide the right hand over the left arm, starting from the shoulder while chanting the wow sound. B. Arrived at the wrist level. Sing the vowel A, reaching to the fingertips. C. Finally go up again with the right hand to the elbow, chanting I. The part between the shoulder and the wrist represents the material, physical world, the stomach. The part between the elbow and the wrist represents the spiritual world, the heart. The hand from the wrist represents the mental world, the intellect. Perform the exercise in the same way, but switch arms, the right arm leaning forward and the left arm above. By practicing this exercise in the morning and evening, up to 10 times a day during a week, you can improve the functioning of your stomach, lungs, and brain and heal them. If you want to be healthy, sing. Sing even when you are sad or ill-disposed. Sing and glorify the Lord in your soul. 8. Right leg forward, gently tilt your body forward toward the ground, then begin to stand up imagining you are lifting a 1 kilogram weight. Each time, increase the weight from 1 kilogram to 50 kilograms. If you practice regularly lifting a 50 kilograms weight, you will be able to actually do it. When you are weak or ill-disposed, do this exercise and you will discover what strengths are hidden within you. It is necessary to exercise the eyes so that they do not weaken. There are exercises that make the eye muscles move. When you are hiking, for example, you are in a hurry to get to the goal, to the top of the mountain. You do not hurry. You walk with a regular pace, rather slowly, and look around you. Down, up, left, right. When the sun rises, stop for a while, watch its movement, and continue on your way. If you hurry too much, you will grow old quickly. One of the causes of weakening of the eyes comes from the fact that you do not exercise them to move. When you want to see something, you turn your neck. I recommend an exercise for you to do in the morning and sometimes during the day. Close your eyes and start moving them, looking inwardly as high as you can, then down, then left and right as far as you can. Repeat this very slowly several times. During the day, when you want to look at something, do not turn your neck. Keep it still, but turn your eyes. This will become a natural means of observation. This concerns the physical side. The inner process is as follows. You make one mistake and do not correct it. You make another and do not correct it, then a third, a fourth. So you get into the habit of not correcting your mistakes and your eyes begin to weaken. Here's another cause. You love someone. You forgive his faults and minimize them. That is, you don't want to see very far, and myopia begins to manifest. Or you do not love him, do not forgive his faults, and also magnify them. You will become presbyopic. Disturbances, restlessness, disharmonious inner states also weaken the eyes. Through the exercises you do with your hands, you receive solar energies by raising your hands upward, earth energies through your feet. For example, one symptom of neurasthenia is cold feet. It is recommended that neurasthenics walk barefoot on sand or dew-soaked grass. Thus, they can invigorate and heal themselves through direct contact of the feet with the life forces of the earth. Do gymnastic exercises in the morning and pick up solar energies. In the evening, do purification exercises to get rid of the energies accumulated during the day. In the morning, bind yourself to the forces of the sun, and in the evening, send the excess toward the earth. 11. Spiritual healing. There are two methods of healing, the ancient and the new. People today generally heal themselves with the help of medicine, baths, and so on. These healing methods are slow and give microscopic results. I, too, have practiced and obtained healings through these methods. I have not yet applied the new. Why? Because men are not yet ready. The new method will be spiritual healing. If today I heal someone through spiritual means, but he is not yet ready to lead a pure and healthy life and transgresses laws, because of his behavior, even greater difficulties will arise. Spiritual healing gives immediate results for the one who is ready. Succeeding in spiritual healing means being able to first find the root causes of the illness and removal from the affected person forever. To heal and provide relief through divine methods first requires you to completely transform your way of life to be in perfect accord with nature's laws. When you are sick, you turn to God, next to your soul, and finally to the doctor. Instead, you proceed in reverse, which is why you cannot heal yourselves. In order to be healthy and heal your illnesses, turn your heart and your thoughts toward God, toward the sun, toward all creation. From there, relief will come to you. Clay poultice, milk tablets, leavened dough, onion poultice, all these are good methods, but temporary. Love is the cosmic force distributed throughout the universe that can vivify and systematize the vibrations of the human organism. It is the remedy against all diseases. Even in its lower manifestation, love is that force that harmonizes the functioning of organs and gives an impulse of life. Love is the cause, the source of light, warmth, science, knowledge, and good creative relations among men. It is the engine of the impulses of all nature and all humanity. Only the impulse of love will improve the world. There is no disease that cannot be cured by it, but it must be believed. If you do not believe this, it is the doctor who will come to cure you. He will help you temporarily, and probably 3 or 5 months later, you will need him again. If God loves you and you love him, he will heal you immediately. Divine love is manifested through air, water, light, plants, animals, but also through human beings, angels, archangels, principalities, virtues, powers, dominations, thrones, cherubim, and seraphim. Love heals all diseases because it increases the vibrations of the organism. What makes it able to resist external influences, nefarious entities, attacks of microorganisms? Diseases are living entities that help you understand your faults, your wrongs, your insufficiencies, but simultaneously they decrease the vibratory intensity of your organs. So you need to know how to dialogue with them. When man is demagnetized, he loses his vital energy and easily falls ill. Each demagnetization causes tears in certain parts of the etheric body where some of the life energy escapes. If such tears can be closed quickly, man heals. Every word that comes from love acts as a conduit that closes the slightest lack in the nervous system. It is said in Scripture that he who is weak in liver must eat cabbage, and I say to you that he who is weak in health must love. The law is as follows. Love makes all weaknesses, all insufficiencies, all diseases disappear. It is a cosmic current that passes and circulates through all living beings. If you suffer from rheumatism, fever, or other diseases, start loving someone. The better you manifest your love, the faster you will heal. If you have an ache in your stomach or belly, love human beings, and you will heal. If you have a headache, love God. All illness comes from transgressing the laws of the physical, spiritual, or divine world. Human beings are conductors of nature's energies that regularize the stomach and the whole digestive system. Angels are conductors of nature's energies that regularize the respiratory system. Through the divine world come energies that regularize the whole nervous system. So love humans, angels, and God so that your digestive, respiratory, and nervous systems are in perfect condition. If you want to restore your health, meditate on the love of minerals, plants, the love of stars and planetary systems. Meditate on the love of light spirits, and finally on the love of human beings. Meditate on the subject of your love and the result it can produce on plants, animals, and humans. Do you have pain in your left foot, and more exactly in your big toe? Start thinking of it as an individual being. Love it, and the pain will disappear. The parts of the body that you do not love are in pain. Begin to love them. Pain in the organs shows a lack of love. Love your body and all its parts to preserve them from disease. A sick person's first job is to turn to God and pray to Him to show him a good method of healing, that God will show him what can help him heal. If we work for Him, the Lord gives us everything we desire even before we ask for it. Spiritual healing methods yield results, but those who appeal to them initially go through multiple successive crises. So if you are faced with an illness or suffering, do not rush to call the doctor nor philosophize too much, but direct your thoughts to God, to your intuition, and from there you will receive all the advice on what to do, how to proceed. Do not be afraid of illnesses. They are often privileges that make you great. A sick person who refuses the visit of a doctor, his mother, and his neighbor, but in his solitude turns to the Lord and promises Him to fulfill His divine will, if he is ready to sacrifice everything to God, he will be inwardly transformed. His health will begin to recover. If he is ready to fulfill the divine will without hesitation, he will recover. If he doubts and backslides before his promises, he will leave for the other world. To heal, pray sincerely. Powerful prayer directed toward God is able to eliminate all illness. The ordinary disciple, to heal himself, can choose whatever methods he wants, but the advanced disciple must be able to heal through the power of his prayer and thought. Turn to the Lord through prayer 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and he will send you what you need. He will tell the Son to meet your needs. If you are sick, you will be healed. In the case of serious illness, turn to God through sincere, ardent prayer and say, Lord, in this difficult hour, help me to deliver myself from evil, so that I may serve you in joy. I want to consecrate my life to the service of love and to fulfill your will. Every answer to your prayer will show that you are connected to God. Prayer only helps if you have worked in the Lord's field, and then God will also work for you. If your heart is pure, if your words are imbued with the highest vibrations, your prayers will rise above the earth's atmosphere and reach their destination, that is, from God. 1. Prayers. When you pray, call up the image of God in your mind. Prayers for the healing of others. 4. First prayer. In your name, Lord, omnipresent and infinitely good God, speak to your servant, heal him through us, your servants, for the glory of your name. We thank you for listening to us. You alone are our Lord, we have no one else but you. You, Lord, you are the one who always heals, and your healing brings health to soul and body. Restore the simultaneous action of intellect and soul, soul and body. Direct the impulses of his heart toward good and the forces of his body for beneficial work. May our suffering brother or sister receive your mercy so that we may all rejoice together through the presence of your strength. Amen. This prayer is to be recited every Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday from 7 to 9 a.m. Second prayer. Lord of powers, you who are our refuge from generation to generation, we glorify your clemency forever and ever. Thou hast empowered thy elect, for thy hand is strong and mighty to grant forgiveness to those who know thee through thy name. Lord, turn your gaze toward the suffering brother or sister, and grant them your attention to sustain them in their sufferings. We believe your words when you said, Call upon me, and I will answer you. For I am your Lord who upholds your right hand, and I tell you, do not complain, I will help you. Do not complain about anything, because I have chosen you. I have called you through your name. Thou art not alone. When thou passest through the water, I will be with thee. When thou passest through the fire, thou shalt not burn, and its flame shall not smite thee. In thy helplessness, be not afraid, for I will be with thee. And now hear our prayer, Lord. Pour out on him or her your unlimited grace. Amen. Vi. Prayer for one's own healing. Lord, you who are the source of life, send me your living power, your spirit, that they may heal my spirit, my soul, my intellect, my heart, my will, and my body. May I be healed of all mental or physical illness, of all suffering. Give me the gift of health, strength, and life, and grant me the virtues and qualities so that I may live, learn, and serve you. Amen. In addition to the given prayers, everyone can turn and pray to the Lord in their own words. The greatest physician is in you. When you have an illness, say, I want to live. I have a lot of work to do. I have not done great things up to now. I must live to finish my work, and then I will leave. This is how you should speak to higher beings, and they will help you, not dismiss you. The psalmist also says, Lord, do not forsake me in the midst of my existence. Grant me time to understand your law and merit your blessing, to mend my strays and vices and live as long as it is due for your glory. If you are sad, sick, or perturbed, say the word Aum often, even if you do not understand its meaning. Aum is a word that belongs to the spirit world. Your spirit will understand it, and that is enough. In a time of trial, difficulty, suffering, repeat, fen, tau bi aumen, or again, without fear and without darkness, with life and light, onward in infinite love. Love heals the most incurable diseases. If you suffer from rheumatism, heat some water, wash your feet, legs, anus, and say, In the name of divine love, may rheumatism leave me forever. By appealing to love, every disease, every difficulty disappears. They are given to you as conditions to develop your concentration and to establish links between the human soul and God. Never be afraid when sickness comes upon you. Place your hands on the sick part and say, It is eternal life to know you, the one, the true God, and the Christ, whom you sent us. If you properly pronounce the word lubov, love in Bulgarian, you can heal. For example, You suffer from rheumatism in your legs. With great faith and hope, turn to the Almighty in your inner hole and say, God is love, and in love, diseases do not exist. After repeating this formula 2 or 3 times, your pains will disappear, and you will regain your well-being as never before. Do not expect help from outside, as you will only solve your problems in a mechanical and temporary way. 3. Formulas for healing. As an example, here are some formulas you can use in case of illness or problems. 1. Lord, I hope in you. Help me. Come to my rescue. I promise to serve you, to consecrate my life to you forever. 2. Lord, I consecrate my whole life to you. I will work for you. Leave me on earth to serve you. 3. I, who serve the Lord, want my body to be healthy because it belongs to the Lord. It must be pure and healthy since it is a cell of the great universe. 4. I believe in God outside me, and I believe in God inside me. My Father and I are one. 5. God is love, God is light, God is life. May his name be blessed today and always, forever and ever. 6. God is love, God is life, holy love, most holy love. 1. Prayers. When you pray, call up the image of God in your mind. Prayers for the healing of others. 3. 4. First prayer. In your name, Lord, omnipresent and infinitely good God, speak to your servant, heal him through us, your servants, for the glory of your name. We thank you for listening to us. You alone are our Lord, we have no one else but you. You, Lord, you are the one who always heals, and your healing brings health to soul and body. Restore the simultaneous action of intellect and soul, soul and body. Direct the impulses of his heart toward good and the forces of his body for beneficial work. May our suffering brother or sister receive your mercy so that we may all rejoice together through the presence of your strength. Amen. This prayer is to be recited every Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday from 7 to 9 a.m. Second prayer. Lord of powers, you who are our refuge from generation to generation, we glorify your clemency forever and ever. Thou hast empowered thy elect, for thy hand is strong and mighty to grant forgiveness to those who know thee through thy name. Lord, turn your gaze toward the suffering brother or sister, and grant them your attention to sustain them in their sufferings. We believe your words when you said, Call upon me, and I will answer you. For I am your Lord who upholds your right hand, and I tell you, do not complain, I will help you. Do not complain about anything, because I have chosen you. I have called you through your name. Thou art not alone. When thou passest through the water, I will be with thee. When thou passest through the fire, thou shalt not burn, and its flame shall not smite thee. In thy helplessness, be not afraid, for I will be with thee. And now hear our prayer, Lord. Pour out on him or her your unlimited grace. Amen. Vi. Prayer for one's own healing. Lord, you who are the source of life, send me your living power, your spirit, that they may heal my spirit, my soul, my intellect, my heart, my will, and my body. May I be healed of all mental or physical illness, of all suffering. Give me the gift of health, strength, and life, and grant me the virtues and qualities so that I may live, learn, and serve you. Amen. In addition to the given prayers, everyone can turn and pray to the Lord in their own words. The greatest physician is in you. When you have an illness, say, I want to live. I have a lot of work to do. I have not done great things up to now. I must live to finish my work, and then I will leave. This is how you should speak to higher beings, and they will help you, not dismiss you. The psalmist also says, Lord, do not forsake me in the midst of my existence. Grant me time to understand your law and merit your blessing, to mend my strays and vices and live as long as it is due for your glory. If you are sad, sick, or perturbed, say the word Aum often, even if you do not understand its meaning. Aum is a word that belongs to the spirit world. Your spirit will understand it, and that is enough. In a time of trial, difficulty, suffering, repeat, fen, tau bi aumen, or again, without fear and without darkness, with life and light, onward in infinite love. Love heals the most incurable diseases. If you suffer from rheumatism, heat some water, wash your feet, legs, anus, and say, In the name of divine love, may rheumatism leave me forever. By appealing to love, every disease, every difficulty disappears. They are given to you as conditions to develop your concentration and to establish links between the human soul and God. Never be afraid when sickness comes upon you. Place your hands on the sick part and say, "It is eternal life to know you, the one, the true God and the Christ, whom you sent us." If you properly pronounce the word lubov, love in Bulgarian, you can heal. For example, you suffer from rheumatism in your legs. With great faith and hope, turn to the Almighty in your inner hole and say, "God is love, and in love, diseases do not exist." After repeating this formula 2 or 3 times, your pains will disappear, and you will regain your well-being as never before. Do not expect help from outside, as you will only solve your problems in a mechanical and temporary way. 3. Formulas for healing. As an example, here are some formulas you can use in case of illness or problems. 1. Lord, I hope in you. Help me. Come to my rescue. I promise to serve you, to consecrate my life to you forever. 2. Lord, I consecrate my whole life to you. I will work for you. Leave me on earth to serve you. 3. I, who serve the Lord, want my body to be healthy because it belongs to the Lord. It must be pure and healthy since it is a cell of the great universe. 4. I believe in God outside me, and I believe in God inside me. My Father and I are one. 5. God is love, God is light, God is life. May his name be blessed today and always, forever and ever. 6. God is love, God is life, holy love, most holy love. Recommendations for the practice of mystical healing and psychic healing. 1. First of all, imagine the sun, the light. Imagine the sun's rays pouring down on you like a shower, and you are bathed in an ocean of light, of health, of strength, of power, of blessing. Meditate on the light, the bright rays of the rainbow. 2. Meditate on the reason for this illness. Elevate your thoughts toward God and pray to him to show you the causes and the laws that have been transgressed. 3. Recite the good prayer. 4. The disciples' sacred formula. Merciful and holy Lord, immensely good, manifest thee in the light of thy face that I may do thy will. The formulas are uttered inwardly, the soul filled with veneration. This healing is possible only to the one who has arrived at great purity and holiness of spirit. In the name of my Master, who has shown me the way to God through his holy name, you must get out of such a sick organ. I must serve God. Go away. Specify the painful place or sick organ. If the disease is generalized throughout the body, say, "Leave my body." Saying these words, pass 3 times in a row with your right hand over the diseased part from top to bottom, then bring your hand toward your mouth. Hold it in front and exhale simultaneously. Repeat the formula by passing it 3 times. The one who believes will have good health. Faith is the link between God and the human soul. The fervor of faith is a continuous growing force that, as it magnifies, transforms into knowledge. Through faith, man heals all diseases. To clean all the residue in your body and get rid of the acidity that corrodes, focus your thoughts on God. To be healed through God, have full trust and absolute faith in him. Turning to God, leave no room for doubt, for the slightest hesitation can prevent your healing. Deposit your love and faith in the primary cause that is at the origin of everything and think of nothing else. After praying to God, say, "Get up and walk. Faith heals." For example, do you have leg pain? Speak to your rheumatism. "I give you 7 days to leave my legs," and nothing else. Say this and forget the rheumatism. If it disappears, you have the strength of faith. Otherwise, your faith is weak. Christ says, "Whatever you ask in my name will be granted to you." I believe in the power of faith that heals all diseases. During this experience, do not take any external medicine or remedy. Have absolute trust in your faith. Let it be your foothold. On it depends your health, but also the development of your intellect, the state of your heart. On your faith also depends your position in society and also your future. It is nature that heals, not men. It is not quite right to say that healing comes through prayer. When he prays, man is merely an assistant. The Christ who knows the law said, "Let it be given you according to your faith." So the main factor is the power of faith. There is no disease that faith cannot overcome. After regaining your health, do not be in too much of a hurry to tell everyone how you got well. Respect a certain amount of quiet time. Apply this rule for other people you have managed to heal. Otherwise, it is possible that the disease will return. All blind people cannot regain their sight, nor can all handicapped people regain their movement. Only those who are pure in their thoughts and desires, who are free from the bonds of the past, regain their sight or walk again. If the person you wish to heal through a spiritual means is not connected to the causal world, you cannot heal them. To get results, it is faith that counts. Children who have not yet developed faith heal through the magnetism of their parents. The mother can heal the daughter, the father the son. As long as the sick person doubts, he puts barriers in the way of his recovery. If he stops doubting, the disease will disappear. The law is as follows. Man is sustained by the object of his thought. If he does not constantly seek it, he loses his strength. What he believes in exerts a force on man. Suppose a rheumatism appears on your shoulder or leg, what will you do? If you have understood the new methods, you will turn to God with gratitude. This rheumatism has been sent to you to instruct you about something. Then bless God, the saints, the angels, men of goodwill, and by binding yourself to them, you will not even realize how the rheumatism has disappeared. Everyone should aspire to the unity of his or her spirit with cosmic intelligence as a method of working on self, but also as a method of healing. Whatever your illness, it is enough to re-establish this unity to get you out of bed healthy and well-disposed. The higher forces of spirit then move toward you and begin to act on your organism until they cause a transformation by which all energies converge in the same direction, upward. At that moment, the foreign elements at the origin of this disease will immediately disappear as the dust on the surface of the drum disappears at the first blow. For a man connected to the divine spirit, it is enough to place one's hand on the head of a sick person to heal him and get him out of bed. Although the words of the Holy Scriptures are not living, their content awakens life-giving energies in the human body. Turn these energies into life, and the sickness will heal. In a good disposition of spirit and with love, place your hand on the head of the sick person and observe how this act reflects on his or her condition. He who falls ill but fulfills the divine will needs no medicine. If he is in unison with the divine laws, he will direct his thoughts to all good and generous men on the surface of the earth, to the luminous spirits in heaven who receive his thoughts and rush to his rescue. The suffering human body can be healed through truth. Until one loves the truth, the physical body cannot be healthy. When man begins to love the truth, he restores the health of his body, which then acquires a specific fragrance. In the deepest part of his soul, if he decides to love the truth, and if he absolutely excludes falsehood from himself, whatever the illness, he will heal. You have pains, for example, in your belly. In your place, here is what I would do. I would prepare a good dish, invite a poor person, and feed him well. During this time, I would not eat but observe and pray inwardly. You can also appeal to a child or some good eater. What matters is to feed someone well. Until today, I have not known anyone who has fed others to heal his bellyache. When you have a cold, do a minimum of good to an unfortunate man you meet, and you will observe the evolution of your cold. Act in the same way for headache and stomachache. Bright thoughts, elevated feelings regularize the nervous, blood, respiratory, and digestive systems. 6. Healing through plants. 12. 7. There are plants that can heal even the most dangerous, incurable diseases. He who does not know these plants will suffer. This is why it is said that ignorance causes suffering. Study plants and their therapeutic properties. Some can replace even great surgeons. It is enough to know them and how to use them. Study their magical power. Plants hide gigantic strength in their leaves, roots, and flowers. You can make use of them to heal, but if you are not familiar with them, they can unintentionally cause you ailments. So if you sweat and lie down near the roots of a plant or tree, for example, a nut tree, since it loves water, it will absorb moisture, but at the same time, also the juice of life. That is why you must never fall asleep in the thick shade of trees. Prefer light shade, interspersed with light. Harvest the medicinal plants very early in the morning during May and June, on sunny days. Then dry them, place them in tightly closed glass jars. Expose them to the sun for some time, still open. Sometimes a very small plant or a small flower can replace larger doctors. If you have a cough, take yarrow, make an infusion, and drink it. In summer, everyone should pick white and yellow yarrow to have it available. If you cannot heal through willpower, drink this herbal tea. Also collect blue gentian asterisk. These plants are magnetic and provide many benefits. Also gather some thyme and serpil, the green leaves of woodland strawberries asterisk, as well as chamomile, small. These are beneficial plants, so you can make yourself a whole pharmacy of tightly sealed bottles. Do not keep them in a damp place. To rejuvenate, simply drink infusions of toxylagine, knowing on which day of the year to harvest it. Is it at flowering time or not? In my opinion, the time is well chosen when the plants are at their strongest, when the toxylagine is happy and content to give. The one who harvests the plants will harvest them very early in the morning, at the rising of the sun, with a sky without any clouds. At the slightest cloud, the remedy fails. If all conditions are met for harvesting, the plants will enclose the greatest healing properties. If you knew the art of harvesting, approaching the plants, you would experience joy and be in a harmonious vibratory state. I agree that it is difficult to find an ideal day when all conditions are present for good harvesting, but in any case, do not harvest plants on gloomy or misty days. There will come a day when this knowledge will be within your grasp. You will acquire it only through the way of love, the love that penetrates the whole human being and inhabits it, that is, divine love. This quality of love can renew humanity. If you have stomach pain, drink yarrow infusions. Against coughs, make herbal teas with blue gentian. If one of my friends goes through hard times and is in pain, I recommend that he take a pinch of wormwood flowers asterisk, boil them 5 minutes in water, and drink the herbal tea without sugar for 10 days in a row at the rate of 1 coffee cup a day. Your condition will improve by 75%. Against inflammation of the mouth, prepare an infusion of walnut leaves asterisk and circulate it around the gums for a moment before swallowing. Remember that all 5-petaled flowers have laxative properties. The number 5 indicates certain properties. Your hair will regain its color if you eat nettles asterisk for a year. If you are indisposed, take on the tip of a knife some maple wood ash asterisk. Put it in a glass of water. Wait for the ash to settle and drink the water. Man can heal himself by binding himself to the magical forces of flowers, plants, fruits, trees, and their roots. In every garden, I recommend planting garlic, onion, and parsley. They are very beneficial plants. Their flowers possess great therapeutic power. It is recommended that the anemic person grow red flowers. Their strength invigorates the nervous system. Carnation also heals nervous diseases. If someone doubts, he should cultivate blue flowers. Due to their qualities and virtues, rose, saffron, snowdrop, dahlia, and other flowers heal different kinds of diseases and, as a result, promote the development of the corresponding qualities and virtues. To be healthy, grow flowers either in pots or in the ground and take care of them. It is also recommended to grow fruit trees and vegetables and study them to take advantage of their hidden strengths. If you have a garden at your disposal, you can get rid of your negative states by growing various flowers as well as fruit trees and vegetables. Against anemia, it is recommended to grow cherries and to strengthen the liver to have cabbage in your garden. These are outward means that strengthen energies and harmonize them. The scents and aromatic substances of flowers, especially carnation, can be used as remedies but in precise amounts. The scent of roses and carnations should be breathed in from a distance. If your eyes are weakened by restlessness and worries, look at yellow flowers. In summer, walk barefoot on grass and stones. 13. Healing through magnetism. There is a school of magnetism that teaches healing through the laying on of hands. At first, this treatment causes crises, and one may get worse, but after some time, an improvement is produced, followed again by a weaker crisis. Then a great improvement occurs, then a final crisis before complete healing of the disease regresses. When the physician treats a disease through magnetism, he must first be strong himself, well-disposed, not allowing the patient's state to influence him, nor the disease to assail him, lest he too become ill, for during the treatment, the sick person takes a part of his energy. After the crises, duels appear in the sick organism to finally lead to the awakening of conscious cell life. After receiving and integrating the building materials, the regenerated cells begin to weld the sick parts of the body together. Some physicians practice laying on of hands as a method of regularizing energies. To be used effectively, this method demands total purity. Pure thoughts and feelings are excellent conductors of nature's living forces. Usually, Black Lodge hypnotists make movements from top to bottom. Contrary to this practice, the disciple himself must exercise bilateral movements, that is, from the center outward. Each gesture has its own deep meaning and causes a reaction on you and others. Some people practice healing through magnetism, but it must be known that this treatment carries dangers. By bringing healing to the sick person, the magnetizer may also communicate something about himself that is not indispensable and positive for the patient. For example, through treatment through magnetism, a person suffering from a physical ailment has eliminated the disease, but, at the same time, it has loaded itself with a defect it did not have before. It has lost its faith, become unbelieving and suspicious. When you place your hands on a person's head, you must be aware of whether you are taking something from him or giving something to him. In the former case, you need to know whether what you receive is beneficial or not. And if you donate, does the other person need what you give him? To make the best use of the process of giving and receiving and attribute meaning to it, first think of giving thanks. The energy of the giver and the taker is a divine energy. One must appreciate it as such and not waste it in vain. Nature is a grand powerhouse of energies. It keeps exact accounts of how to oversee the results and their utilization. A person loses consciousness when his etheric double has left his physical body. To bring the etheric double back, do some massage on his spine. If you are committed to treating someone, be continuously in prayer, bind yourself to the luminous spirits and to God. Under this condition alone, healing can take place. Each person can turn a bad disposition into a good one in 5 minutes. It is enough for a good magnetizer to pass his hand over the left side of a person's body to improve his state. If, on the other hand, the magnetizer passes his hand over the right side of the body, it is possible for a good disposition to change into a bad one. In order to suggest an idea to someone, your words must contain force. Only the shrewd man can make use of suggestion and hypnotism, since he knows the force of words and gestures, as well as the time when he can make use of them, but also the responsibility he bears. If a person's right side is charged with positive electricity, he must go to a friend whose left side is charged with negative electricity in order for the two energies to neutralize. One places his left hand on the right side of the other, who places his right hand on the left side of his friend's head. Without their realizing it, their state will improve. This transformation is also possible by hand contact alone. In cases of strong arousal and imbalance at the level of the solar plexus, the most natural movement is to place the palm of the right hand on one's solar plexus and the left hand at the waist, palm outward. In this hand position, the nervous system calms down. The palm of the right hand is a conductor of negative, that is, pacifying energy, and the back of the hand is a conductor of positive, that is, stimulating energy. These two electric currents converge at the same point and calm man. With all your goodwill, all your love, place your hand on a sick person's head and observe the effects on his or her condition. Your love and benevolence thus become a powerful and life-giving force. I wish your will was such that by putting your hand on a sore, you could heal it in 20 minutes. A man with a strong will is capable of doing that. Why? Because he can concentrate the prana of the air and direct it to the sore. If a large man is in pain in the abdomen, he can call on a thin but healthy friend and ask him to place his hand on his solar plexus for 5 to 10 minutes. Thus, the ache will disappear. Conversely, if a thin person suffers from headaches, he should seek out a fat but healthy person and request them to place their hands on his temples on either side of his forehead, so his headaches will disappear. This is how men can heal themselves. If you are in anger, the remedy is to find a passive friend, that is, one charged with energy contrary to your own. Ask him to place his left hand on the right side of your head. He will notice that shortly after time, the excess energy has passed into his hand and your tension has disappeared. If they massage your spine every day, whatever aches and pains you have will disappear. This shows that certain points of your body contain hidden life energy that can heal the diseased parts. You only need to stimulate it for it to manifest immediately and exert a beneficial action. For example, if you want to soothe the pain of a person who has hurt himself a lot by falling, massage his spine. If you have an ache in your belly, cover it with your hands for 4 or 5 minutes and the evil will be annihilated. In accordance with the law, the left hand conducts the cosmic current of love and the right hand the cosmic current of wisdom, knowledge. Together, they restore harmony. Suppose someone has made you go into a rage. Your balance is broken. Then do the following exercise. Slowly raise your arms, passing them in front of your body to above your head. Then start lowering them again, always very slowly around the head, then in front, lightly touching the body. At the same time, imagine a kind of magnetic shower pouring over you. Finally, shake your hands downward. Repeat the exercise a maximum of 3 times. In case of indisposition, place your left hand under your eyes so that it touches your nose. Then, slowly slide it under the mouth toward the chin. Repeat this movement 3 times in a row, then pass the index finger of your right hand over your nose, equally 3 times. Perform these exercises with concentration. In cases of neurasthenia or disturbance of the spirit, go for a walk in a forest. Choose a large tree, an oak, elm, or pine on which you will rest your back, your face facing east, your head slightly tilted against the tree. Place the palm of your right hand on your chest and your left hand on your back, palm against the tree. After a little meditation, begin to think about the tree's influence on you and observe what change occurs in you after 5, 10, 15 minutes. This exercise will last no more than an hour. By drawing on certain forces from the tree, your state will improve due to the exchange between your magnetism and that of the tree. You should repeat this experience several times. It is a natural method that was practiced in ancient times. It is recommended to sit on large stones at noon when they are filled with sunlight. The solar energy they have accumulated is very beneficial. Stay stretched out on the stones 1 or 2 hours at most. Places covered with large, round-shaped stones are very beneficial for health, because by lying on the stones, people magnetize them. Angular-shaped stones should be avoided since magnetic forces escape through the corners. The stones are especially beneficial in September. 14. Healing through noble metals and through precious stones. Gemstones and noble metals are very beneficial for well-being and health. The most powerful influence is that of gold, since it contains a magnetic force. Gold is the symbol of spirit, of condensed sunlight. Gold possesses an intelligence, not gold itself, but the gold masters. If you love them, their hearts will open and they will give you what they possess. You only need to know them. Gold is the crystallized solar energy that Hindus call prana, and health depends on it. Prana is contained in the sun, which expands it in large quantities in nature, particularly in the morning. That is why it is recommended to go out early at sunrise to draw in the maximum amount of prana. Gold is the best conductor of life, of prana, of life energy. He who possesses much gold in his blood rejoices in the abundance of life. If the human organism lacks gold, man is often sick. Initiatic science has formulas by which gold can be attracted. As conductors of heat and electricity, gold and silver can be used as therapeutic mediums. Give an ounce of pure gold to a suffering man, and you will see that his indisposition will cease. The same happens with silver. It purifies like the moon. Through silver, all impurities can be brought out, while gold brings life. Gold is the very emblem of life. Soak an ounce of raw gold in a bottle containing 10 centiliters of spring water. Close the bottle and expose it to the sun for a few days. When you feel sick, take 10 drops of this water. If you are sick, drink this water. In general, whatever happens to you, treat your problems with this water. In case of illness, take a gold coin, wash it well and put it in a glass of water. Let it temper 1 or 2 days. Drink 1 tablespoon of it every day. Every man possesses within himself a certain amount of gold. His outward wealth may become proportional to the amount of gold contained in his blood. Neurasthenia can be healed through gold. A gold coin is allowed to temper in pure water for a few hours. The microscopic particles deposited in the water become healing and calm the nerves. Carrying jewelry is not meaningless. I recommend that you always carry a gold coin on you. Silver also heals. If you feel any pain, take pure silver. Let it temper for 24 hours and then drink this water. Speaking to you about the qualities of gold, I mean the primordial gold that appeared with the first rays of the divine light that first passed through the true sun, then through the black sun, then through our sun from where it came to earth. It is that gold that possesses the 4 precious qualities of the sun through which it passed. It is the bearer of life. A person who comes into contact with the gold that has passed through the black sun is able to kill someone. while the one who leads a good and healthy life can aspire to come into contact with the gold that has undergone the 4 transformations. This person knows and understands the qualities of gold and uses them for his creations and great works. The man who acquires such gold knows all its benefits and can introduce it into his body. In the future, to fabricate one's covenants, man will be able to extract gold from his own blood. To make for one's well-beloved a ring of gold extracted from one's own blood is the true marriage ideal. Gemstones are the bearers of life. If a sick person wears a diamond, he will heal. Like precious stones, the noble metals bring life. That is why I recommend that you carry them on you, at least a gold ring or other objects that serve as conductors of life. Rich men love gold but do not know how to use it properly. They keep them in their safes and become slaves to them. Gemstones break down light in a specific way that can heal you, but you should know that they are not entirely beneficial. They do not exert a therapeutic effect on everyone. Certain stones give off vibrations that are at odds with a person's vibrations and can even produce disharmonious states. It is good to wear gold rings garnished with gemstones, but one needs to know which ones. The gemstone reflects light in a specific way that is very different from an ordinary stone, ice, or glass. For example, light reflected from a gemstone directed toward a sore can heal it. A wise man with great intelligence reflects sunlight in a particular way and can heal diseases through his light. An ordinary man reflects light weakly, which is why he can neither help himself nor help his neighbor. The gemstone carries a specific form of life that exerts a healing action. It is sufficient to know how to bond with its energies. Precious stones, like ordinary stones, can become ill and lose their properties and status. They heal when carried by good, healthy, and well-disposed people. Gemstones, amulets, and talismans protect against bad astral influences. A great power is hidden in precious stones. It is recommended that each person have a ring with a precious stone, successively put it on each finger while pronouncing each morning the formula, "I want to give way to the divine in me, become noble, righteous, vibrate musically, aspire to beauty, and behave benevolently toward others." 15. Other methods. In colds or coughs, breathing becomes more difficult due to the contraction of capillaries. To restore their proper functioning, the sufferer should massage himself or herself with olive oil or camphor. If you have caught a cold, have your back massaged to improve blood circulation, dilate capillaries, and restore the good state of the body. In case of a bad disposition of spirit, draw 100 parallel vertical lines and your indisposition will disappear. By keeping an equal distance between them, you adapt yourself at the same time to a sensible life in accordance with the laws of intelligent nature. A violin that has passed through the hands of a great virtuoso becomes healing. It is distinguished by its higher vibrations, its harmonious sounds. It is enough for a sick person to touch it for him to heal immediately. Nervous people should go hiking in the mountains, as these act as an energy transformer and thus can remedy the excesses of the nervous system. It is also good to practice gymnastic exercises, to listen to or play music, not to drink cold water and to eat little. Being stung by 2 bees may help cure rheumatism, but 100 stings causes death. To strengthen your eyesight, go out between midnight and 1 a.m. when the night is starry and look at the sky. It is also recommended to go out on very dark and rainy nights, and thus stay outdoors for an hour or so. In this way, the eyes make an effort and blood flows to them. This method is also good for tempering the nervous system, provided you are not afraid of the night. In case of nervousness, breathe deeply and after exhaling, count from 1 to 100. If the irritation persists, resume the exercise and count up to 200 and even up to 300. It is a method for regularizing energy. You can also drink a glass of very hot water in small sips. Since anger develops heat, you should treat it by similarity. Heat by drinking, for example, hot water. If you are disturbed, depressed, place your hand on your forehead, concentrate for 10 minutes, and your state will change. At similar times, write figures, draw straight lines, draw a triangle, color it red, another in blue, another in green, and you will see your state improve in a few minutes. Do you have bitterness about something? Are you discontent? Irritated? Go into the forest and shout loudly at the trees, at the stones. Maybe later you will laugh at your behavior, but at least you will be oxygenated and ozonated. Draw on the energy of nature. Do you want to introduce some gentleness into your behavior? For 1 year, every day, morning, noon, and evening, stroke the palm of your hands. To acquire more firmness, courage, toughness, in the same way, stroke the back of your hand. 16. For children. On the pure or impure matter available to the mother will depend the holy or criminal child she gives birth to. In the process of conceiving a child, the divine does not assist. He is still at an inferior process. The divine intervenes later, after birth, when the child is differentiated as matter and as spirit. As long as it is merely matter, it has nothing superior. Why does man die? Because he was not created in accordance with the laws of nature. When does a house destroy itself? When it was not built in accordance with the technical rules of construction. Thus, if the child is conceived under unfavorable conditions, it will not live long. The first influence for man comes from his mother and father. Since the child is in her womb, the mother influences him through her thoughts, feelings, and acts. The child in becoming depends mainly on the spiritual life of the mother. The nutrition used by the pregnant woman is no less important for the child's development than that given after birth. A mother who wants to bring a good, intelligent, and healthy child into the world must continually have in her spirit the idea of desiring him or her as he or she will come into the world. On the mother depends what her children will be like. All women who want to become mothers, to have a servant child of God, must admit no bad feelings in their hearts, no negative thoughts in their intellects, no temptations in their souls, no destructive acts. During pregnancy, the woman becomes extremely impressionable and therefore everything registers on her child. Knowing this, she will avoid meeting people with problems, carriers of physical or mental defects. The man and woman who live in love and purity give birth to healthy, energetic, and loving children. During pregnancy, the woman will keep pure desires and thoughts in her spirit and heart for the purpose of not polluting the blood of her child. If she transmits impure blood to him, the child will bear the consequences for life. One then wonders why such a child is sick and pale. The parent's vices are transmitted to the child through blood. As long as one lives in this world, one cannot escape the conditions conducive to the transmission of defects. During pregnancy, the mother-to-be must choose her nutrition very well and eat in a good disposition of spirit. It is she who will teach her child still in the womb how to feed himself in the future. Nutrition creates man. It can make him great but also degrade him. On the other hand, the pregnant woman should not accept eating in a bad condition. It is very beneficial for her to practice deep breathing, positive thoughts, and feelings. Since the pregnant woman is very impressionable, sensitive, and has a great imagination, it is necessary for her and also the people close to her to live in harmony and in the best conditions in order for the images created, occupations, and emotions expressed to be the best possible. Therefore, the pregnant woman will take walks in the morning, especially at sunrise, to contemplate the beautiful images of the sunrise, or in the fragrant flower gardens, orchards, and fields. In any case where life is very present and evolving, it will bring benefits. For the pregnant woman, both physical and inner purity is an essential condition. Where will she find the greatest purity? In nature, at the springs, streams, rivers, lakes. The crystal clear waters express life in its greatest purity. Starry, calm, pleasant evenings are also blameless images for the mother-to-be. The greatest misfortune for contemporary women is abortion. Statistics show that in 1905 there were 10,000 abortions in New York City. If you want to be a Christian, the human being is not allowed to abort the children that come into your intellect, your bowels, and your heart. A good thought comes to you, a good intention, and you say, "I will eliminate it." You reject it, but then you get sick. It is more serious to abort a good thought than to have negative ones. The bad thoughts plaguing you today are the aborted children, thoughts and desires in the past. Now, they restrain your initiatives and prosperity. Therefore, in the future, do not abort and pray to the Lord to forgive you for the misuse of your good thoughts and desires, for the destruction of all your children. Women who want to get rid of their pregnancy ignore that the physical violence they inflict on themselves also brings consequences on a spiritual level. Abortion is 10 times more dangerous than bringing a child into the world. Nature is intelligent and rewards every woman. Every time she brings a child into the world, she regenerates herself, becomes more intelligent. The one who aborts loses her heart energy and physical strength. After birth, the inner bond between baby and mother continues, albeit in a different way. A baby who has not been carried and breastfed loses something essential and precious. Between the mother's etheric double and the child's etheric double, there is a very strong bond. Therefore, until the age of 14, the mother and child must live together. The mother's milk as well as suckling are of great importance to the baby, not only in the quality and quantity of milk, but in the magnetic force that flows from the mother's left breast and right breast at the time of nursing. The result is not the same if it is another woman who feeds him. The mother who gives her breast to her child must be in the best disposition and especially not in anger. The child who has not been breastfed by the mother cannot become a real man, nor a genius, nor a saint. When the mother breastfeeds her child, at least for a year, she must lead a pure life without allowing any negative thoughts. Nothing must interrupt her inner peace and calm, for by getting angry several times a day, she can poison the child with her milk in a few hours. Breast milk contains intelligent strengths and energies that are not found in any other nutrition. Provided the mother is healthy, the longer the child remains breastfed, the better. Children who have been breastfed 1, 2, or even 3 years will have better health, and good health makes a good man. Every mother should know how to heal her child and how to give him first aid. If he has a fever or digestive problems, give him castor oil right away, then have him drink a few cups of warm water, and then give him fat-free potato broth. This is the first thing to do for any sick person. You may ask why you need to drink hot water. It is simple. Nutrition leaves fats and residue on the stomach walls that prevent good digestion. Hot water dissolves them and regularizes the digestive process. If the child is anemic, give him pears and cucumbers. If he is hard of character, give him apples. If he lacks the qualities of nobility, give him cherries. Provide your child with fresh nutrition consisting mainly of fruit. In the future, the education of children will have as its first goal to control well the state of the digestive system. A healthy digestive system ensures the normality of the brain system. If the two systems are healthy, the respiratory system also functions well. These are the 3 main systems that regulate human thoughts and feelings. If they function properly, humans are able to give good expression to their thoughts and feelings. A child fed bread baked in embers has a better chance of becoming an exceptional being than a child fed chocolate, sweets, and other treats. For children who are often sick, give rubs behind the ears where the center of vitality is located. These massages give more softness and stamina to the body. If a child is sick for a long time, the first thing to do after recovery is to wash them well, change all clothes, and burn the old ones used during the illness. Never give clothes impregnated with negative states and diseases to poor children. They should be burned. Give the poor people new clothes. Give a person dry grains of wheat to eat, and you will see his transformation. A mother can apply the same method for 1 or 2 days and up to a week if her child is disobedient. If a child is capricious, difficult, stubborn, the mother must give him 2 nuts. The number 2 is magnetic. If the child is of unstable temperament, give him 3 nuts or 3 apples, since the number 3 rests on the law of balance. A large amount of nuts can cause undesirable effects, since they contain too much iodine. If you want the child to develop a sense of fairness, give him 4 walnuts. For the development of feelings in general, give him 5 walnuts. For religious sense, 7 walnuts. 7 walnuts also for critical and philosophical intelligence. Never give more than 9 nuts to a child. You listened. The Health Book by Peter Deunov, Beinsa DOUNO, translation and audiobook edition 2023 by David DeAngelis. All rights are reserved.